It's 6 races down and 2 to go as the Virtual Endurance Championship heads to the desert for the first time to find out who is going to be in the running for the championship as we head towards Le Mans in just 1 month's time. But it is today the 4 hours of Bahrain for VEC Season 15, and we look forward to see what the drivers do on this more sprint format, the shortest race of the season, the shortest race we've had in just over 3 years as well. My name is Cameron Roger, joined with Hugo Barrow today for this 4 hours of Bahrain. It's going to be a very interesting race, Hugo. Of course, a lot shorter than what we've had in the last few races. That might change up the strategy and how the teams attack this race.
Yes, I think it will be. It's going to be a much more attack-focused strategy for this. There's not going to be many pit stops, so I think in terms of strategy, as you're saying, most people are just going to be going for it, get around here as quick as possible, because there just won't be that room. So we could be in for watching some interesting on-track action, especially as we should be heading into the lights this evening or this afternoon, depending on where in the world you are. But yeah, no, it's shaping up to be a very good race, some very close qualifying results. So it's all going to be decided on track, and in the overall scheme of things across the championship, things are still very close. It is possible for some of the championships to be decided today, but it's very unlikely. So we should hopefully be able to see those go on into Le Mans for the final round, and those championships getting decided there.
Yeah, as the sun sets by the end of this race, as you say, we might be seeing the sun also setting on some championship hopes. We are, of course, experiencing a pretty tight season in the VEC. The top of the standings are pretty close, just 6 points separating Race Clutch and Simfream at the top of your DPIs, 12 points separating Go Team Racing and Simfream at the top of the LMP2s, and then 11 points at the top of GTEs with NeedRacing.com and Juices. So we are looking pretty close for the top two at each of the standings, but it's really that third place where there's starting to be a bit of a gap. So I think when we get to Le Mans, we are really going to be seeing a two-horse race in each of the classes.
Yes, but the teams will try and take as many points into that race as possible, because Le Mans is just such a long race. There's so much more room for things to go wrong there than there is in just a 4-hour race. So this is going to be very crucial in setting teams up in good stead for that final race. But as you're saying, some of the gaps are beginning to spread out, but those individual positions within the championships, they're still far from decided. So that will be very interesting to watch develop. For example, in GTE, in LMP2 rather, 6th and 7th are divided by 1 point. So between them, they've got their own battles, and overall, there are still a lot of room for the teams to move. It's not been a very long season. It's only 8 rounds, so each race is just that bit more important, because each race is an opportunity to score some points. And now we are going to see the cars start making their way out onto the track before we get underway in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, and the grid obviously lining up. As you see, the sun is already pretty low in the sky. It's going to be, a difficult one for the drivers, as, of course, the sun will physically be coming into their eyes and make the visibility that little bit more difficult. And as I was saying, the first time we have come to here, Bahrain in the desert, and we've had a pretty interesting season. The first 2 races at Monza and Spa, of course, opened the season in the European leg. Then we went to America for the 4 races in America, back-to-back. We had Laguna Seca, Daytona, Road America, and then Sebring just 1 month ago before finishing the season with these last 2 races of Bahrain, and of course the 24 hours of VEC Le Mans in 1 month's time. And as you see, we've got a full grid of cars coming your way up towards turn 1. Colin Spork leading them on the formation lap, and not only leading them today, but also leading the standings as well. So Race Clutch are really looking to try and get some more points to their rival Simfream, who ironically start directly behind them.
Yeah, and that's going to be interesting because, as you said, they're going to be fighting directly on track and in the championship. We have 37 cars out on the grid, and you can see this turn 1 here. It's a very tight hairpin, so there's going to have to be some mutual respect for the drivers, because they'll have quite some speed going into there, and there's going to be a lot of them, at least for the first few laps. But you can see this is a fairly wide track, and the thing with Bahrain is very different from the American tracks we have been to recently. It's much smoother than Sebring, and just the nature of the turns is very different. It's a very wide track, but from here we go to Le Mans, which again is a very different track once more. So it's very nice to have these mixes of circuits, and it's going to give the drivers an extra challenge. But as you're saying here, you will see the sun pretty much in the driver's eyes, and that's going to make it very difficult for the drivers to be able to see where they're going and also see what the other cars are doing. It could play to the advantage, though, of some of the drivers if you're trying to make an attacking move and you've got the sun behind you. if the driver's looking in his mirrors that you're chasing, maybe that will give you just a little bit of advantage. So that's going to be an interesting factor to play into this race. But we are just making our way around the track slowly now. Get the grid all formed up as we head through this hairpin here at turn 8, up the hill towards turn 9, and into what will be a very interesting section of the circuit. This 9-10 sort of concoction where you have to try not to lock up. And of course, there is no ABS on these cars, so that makes it all the more difficult.
I'm interested to see how this corner is going to work. Of course, we saw the mighty Fernando Alonso managing to sneak down the inside there just a few short weeks ago. But how is that going to work in the traffic today? It's a bit of a high-risk move because, of course, especially with the DPIs compared to the GTs, they've got so much extra power down this back straight. Do they really need to make that tight move into turn 10? That is, of course, going to be a pretty tricky battle for the teams to decide where they want to take the opportunities around this track. There is actually quite a few straights. There's 4 real straights around this track, so overtaking shouldn't be too difficult. But as ever, Hugo, there are a few corners that might get a little bit tricky.
Yeah, definitely, and we've seen time and again with these drivers, they do like to make unorthodox moves. So that 9-10 section there with traffic, well, I guess it depends on your situation in the race. If you're fighting very closely, you're going to have to take any opportunity you get. But as you said, it's going to be a bit risky if you try and go for that. And the drivers will have to manage their traffic quite well. But we are coming towards the end of this formation. As you can see here, this is one more of those straights that leads towards the final 2 turns. But in my mind, I've always seen them as one turn, that 14-15 joint section, which leads out onto a very wide part of the main straight and those pits on the right. So the drivers will have to be careful when they're cutting across to the right to get into the pits, especially those GTs, making sure there's no DPI coming up the inside if they're planning on going into the pits.
Here we come to the final corner. You see in the background for the LMP2s, Go Team Racing lock out the front row in your LMP2s. And we've got Wojtek Polesny also on pole for Juices in GTEs as well. So very close battles to look out for up and down the field as we come out to the final corner. When the green flag waves, of course, we'll be seeing Colin Spork and already green flag. Simfreen, they've got an absolutely hectic run onto the grass out of the final corner. Colin Spork now is being pushed along by him. Burst haven't had the best start. As we're seeing Seawolf, they're also in the middle trying to find some gaps. We go almost 3 wide coming towards the braking zone. Simfreen from 3rd up to 1st in the 1st corner as Spork has to hold off from Damien Skovron in that turn 3 and 4 sequence of corners. Valley Esports also making moves in the background as Go Team Racing lose the lead. This is a hectic start here in Bahrain.
Absolute chaos there. A car on the grass pretty much as the green flag was waved. Some bump drafting almost along the straight. The GTs seem to be having the least exciting time, but I say that there's a yellow flag in sector 1. There may have been some contact somewhere. We're going down to the LMP2, so we've got Darius Andre for Visceral Esports looking to hold on to that first place. But here's Mikael LaRue around the outside, it looks like, of a car going fairly slowly, maybe letting him through. I'm not quite sure there. Oh, he's round actually. He's just hit the back of him. That's sent him round, and that's going to be a very bad start there for the number 11 Arms Cybercar. The number 21.
Yeah, Arms getting spun around there, but it's even worse for Go Team Racing. I literally just said 30 seconds ago they were on the front row of LMP2, and now both cars, the 37, which is of course championship leader as well in LMP2, and then also Morris Mel on the 47 to the back of the field of the LMP2s, along with Penapede there for the Arms car as well. So interesting start in the LMP2s. Wojtek Polesny has held the lead alongside Jimmy Nisula in the GTEs as well. So pretty clean start for them. Back to the front, Colin Spork has found his way back through on Sim 3 with Christian McLaren rounding out the, Skovron rounding out the top 3. And they're starting to pull away a bit in the DPIs. You've seen this over the course of the season. These really are the sort of top 3 teams. They're starting to get a little bit of a breakaway in the championship, but it is still very close behind them as you get the other Simfreen car diving it down towards the inside there. I think it's Morris Mel having to defend a little bit. Valet also getting involved there. This is Jansen Bins up the inside there of turn 2, side by side with the Simfreen car. Space given, which is nice to see. And up this back straightaway. Valet, of course, they've led races this season. They've been on the podium, but can they do anything to get up? Not so much this race, having to sit down in 7th place.
Yeah, just trying to make the most of that straight. But look at that, there's a little bit of contact there as this is being a very closely fought position at the moment as we carry on round the downhill section of the track now, fighting for that 6th place, trying to hold on as much as possible. But yeah, absolutely relentless is the attack on the Simfreen car. as we are going to be get back onto another straight in just a second. If you can get a good, if you can get the power down well here, you might just be able to get a slipstream. It's on the shorter straights of this circuit, but if you can get nice and close, keep that momentum going around onto the 2 back straights, you might just be able to make a move. But at the moment, you have got to be careful. There's a bit of dirty air when you're following this closely. This is the bit where the downforce is the most important factor of the turns, because these are the medium speed, hard on the tyres, hard on the cars. As we go back along the straight now, and it's fairly close, but there will be 2 opportunities, and that slipstream can be very powerful, especially on that very long main straight.
And it's been an interesting season for this second Sim-Frame car. Of course, their sister car, obviously pretty much in the championship battle at the front, as Christian McLaren on cue sets the fastest lap of the race. But this second car, they went down to Division 2 for a bit. They came back up and now fighting in, really inside the pack for the DPIs. As Valley sent it down the inside there. Janssen Bintz trying to make the move like he did last time. This time, though, on the outside of turn 2, he has to back out of that one. That's not where you want to be. Once again, they can't destroy. But actually, is that another car? DX Droids getting involved up this back straight now, up towards turn 4. Tricky corner to go around the outside there. So actually, DX Droids might just have to hold it there for a little bit, not try and make the move. And yes, they do have to back out of that one. So certainly a pretty interesting start here for the DPIs. A lot of changes for position up and down, but they seem to have calmed down a little bit. And as ever, this is the important laps for them before they catch up to the lap traffic.
Yeah, and you could see Juan Carlos Fernandez did get his nose in there, but he couldn't quite make it through. And that bollard on turn 1, not even lasting 5 minutes. So it'll be interesting to see how long the bollards on the other sections of the track go last. But this is Darius Andre for Visceral Esports, pardon me. Currently in the lead. He's holding over a second already, so looking quite comfortable for the moment. And that's going to be very good for the long run, because if you're not Basso, you can just get your head down. You won't be wearing your tyres so much and just keep that gap nice and safe. But the same cannot be said for the 4 or 5 cars following him. We've got Andrea Terzi for Sim-Frame at the moment, just 4 tenths back, trying to take the next position from, I think that's Daniel Wisner. Yes, it is, in the Pescarolo Esports car. And these guys are very close. And we are going to see, I think, a lot of slipstreaming, especially at this early stage of the race when everyone follows so closely, because they haven't had the chance to spread out, and traffic hasn't yet become a factor, although that will become important fairly soon. You can see the tyres on the left. On the hards are the top 2, mediums then for the next 4. Interesting mix of strategies, and we'll see what impact that has on these stints. But being out on the hards all the way out front, for Darius Andre, he's going to be fairly comfortable. Although saying that, the gap has come down a little bit. It's back under a second. But you can see sparking all the way along the straight. You can see really how low these guys are trying to get their cars set up. And almost into the back there was, I think, the Team Iris car. Maybe misjudging braking zone ever so slightly, but running as low as possible, trying to minimise that drag. And you can see the effect of that by essentially strapping a flamethrower to the back of these cars is what it looks like.
Yeah, certainly interesting strategies there for the LMP2s. And I think the situation is, because it's only a 4-hour race, generally in the P2s and DPIs, you get about 3 stints per 2 hours, give or take. So you may want to stretch it to basically have 2 triple stints rather than 3 double stints in the race. And of course, if you want to do a triple, maybe you're going to be looking at the hards. We'll have to see how that one works out. Bahrain is notoriously a bit harder on the tyres, just because like the low grip surface, a lot of longer, higher medium speed corners around this track. So potentially something to look out for is some triple stints coming your way. Interestingly, in the DPIs, though, all on the softs, we've seen a lot of mediums this season in the DPIs. But again, that might just be how the strategy works out. So of course, we'll see how that one works out for them. And was focusing on Terzi in the LMP2s because this is our second place in the championship in the LMP2s. They need to catch down Go Team Racing by 12 points, but of course Go Team Racing not having the best start to the race, and they are back down a little bit further down at that 7th place in class. So definitely an interesting race for that we need to look out for, because if Sim-Frame can close the gap, we might be heading on pretty much level points going into Le Mans.
Yeah, definitely, and it's going to be interesting as well, the fact that the 2 highest up in LMP2 haven't found themselves in the best of positions, so they're going to be working to recover what they've lost so far this race. But Andrea Terzi now at the moment fighting again along that straight, just trying to get as close as possible, but there doesn't seem to be any opportunity quite yet, just not finding that gap to go through. Very fortunately though, he has got his teammate behind him which means he only really has to look forward. I think Zoltan Varkonyi will be looking out for his rear. But we have Wojtek Polezny at the moment leading in the Ferrari there in GTE, and we're going to ride on board with him now along the straight. And you'll basically see, just keeping it over to the left, he doesn't have to worry too much about where he's going to place his car at the moment. There's over a second gap to Jimmy Nasula just behind him. And as we head into the first turn, you'll see carrying on. And you can see as well, some drivers have got their headlights on already. Others have opted not to quite yet. I mean, it is fairly bright, but even so, at some point those lights will have to come on. You can see that's the third place Need Racing car, opting not to have the extra illumination at the moment.
At some point they will get a like a message by the game to say to turn them on, otherwise they will be getting a penalty. That's generally a little bit closer to sunset. I think we're still a little bit far away from that. And yeah, this is Juice's car. They are 11 points off Need Racing car, the car you just mentioned, back there in that third place. So that jump of points as it stands from first to third will be nice to actually get them a bit closer in the championship. These teams, they've been pretty much the star teams of the GTs this season, but they've had quite a few issues as well. They've been involved in some accidents here and there, and that's kept the championship nice and close, which is always good. They've each sort of had a bad race or two, and you know, that always goes towards, you know, being a close championship. And when you get towards Le Mans, we always want to see a nice fight in Le Mans. We want to see it coming down to those final sort of 5-6 hours in the morning at Le Mans, see who survived the night. And these are the types of races where you can try and pick up those extra points and really put yourself in a good position.
Yeah, definitely. And we talked about LMP2, how some of the top guys aren't really where you'd expect them to be. The Black Hawk Racing car, currently in third in GTE in the championship, is sitting at 6th in class at the moment, which is not ideal for them, especially as they've only got a 5-point gap behind them to this Maradnas car, which is sitting in second. So that's going to be very interesting. And Kevin Yeager, you can see now the traffic has finally arrived. So fortunately, these prototypes are arriving on the main straight, which means it shouldn't be too hard for them to get past. But yeah, Kevin Yeager's going to have to try and make up some positions here. And we're going to go watch Jansen Stints at the moment for the Valley Esports car. Still very close at that section of the car, so it's just about down the inside. I'm not sure that Porsche really was paying too much attention. Does manage to get through, but you do not want to be getting much closer than that to the cars that you're not even racing.
Yeah, and this is just a little bit of an insight how the traffic is. Very late on the brakes, of course, compared to the Ferraris. These DPIs that we've got this season, yeah, they're just a lot faster than they were last season, and therefore the overspeed is just incredible. And even by race 6, it's still very difficult to believe sometimes just how quickly you come up on these GTs, and you can just see how much they have to slow down compared to normal in these corners, and that's obviously where you lose the time. And it's really just a game of being the most efficient through the traffic. It's diving it down the inside there of the satellite GTE, managing to get it stopped though, and it's really those risks that you have to take, or the risk versus reward calculation you have to take coming up to the back of them, especially at this moment in time where they're so close together. You have to make those split-second decisions.
Yeah, and it looks like Jansen Vince is just doing his best to keep up. He's not letting Tony Mellett and that Seawolf car get any leg up on him, and that was the first round of traffic. Always the worst, because it is the start of the races when people are closest to each other. But next it's going to be LMP2s, and that's going to be a bit more interesting, I think, because the LMP2s have fairly decent downforce in comparison to those GTs. So they're going to be a sort of middle ground, which means getting those overtakes done on the medium speed corners might not be quite so easy. But we're going to go back to Andrea Terzi now, sitting in 4th place in LMP2. Once again, he hasn't been able to make up any moves just yet. And it is essentially, I think, because there's a slipstream chain, that he's not able to get through, because the car in front of him has also got slipstream. So that advantage is essentially neutralized when they get to the straights. And there's not much he can do. So at the moment, he's just going to have to sit behind, maybe strategically managing some tyres. He's on the softs at the moment, and yeah, going to try and get those to the double stint and maybe save them a bit later for a push when the car's a bit lighter towards the end of the stint. We'll have to wait and see.
It's turning into a very interesting battle in this LMP2, with the fact that it's flip-flopped with the hard runners at the front, and maybe because they're hard, therefore slightly slower per lap. Maybe that's obviously bunching everyone up and holding them up. And even there, we're going to be seeing Darius Andre go to the inside, coming towards turn 1. He thinks he's going to be having a bit of a fight here with Arms, but no, Arms decide to sit behind. But it's really also Daniel Visner for Pescarolo in that third place you have to look out for. But at this moment in time, yeah, it's almost like they're in some ways choosing to sit behind because they are that close together. You think that surely a gap would open up for them to dive down the inside somewhere or make some sort of rash move. But at this moment in time, I think they're just enjoying it. And as always, even when you're 4th or 5th in the race, as long as you can see the leader, when there's only a couple of seconds there, that is really what your important factor is at the beginning part of the race. Even though it's the shortest race of the season, 4 hours is still long enough to work your race out a bit later.
Yeah, most definitely. And a gap of 0.3 or maybe just a couple of seconds to the leader can always be sorted out later on in the race. And as you said, yeah, it's a 4-hour race. There's a long way to go, and maybe it'd be a little bit foolish to be so aggressive at the start. But yeah, those hard tyres, maybe so in the corners, but no one seems to be able to overtake in the corners. And then the effect of the tyre doesn't really matter on the straights nearly as much. I mean, getting the power down maybe, but other than that, just sort of sitting pretty, because once you get up to speed on those straights, your tyres don't really matter. They don't affect how quickly you're going, and that is what seems to be helping him. So maybe a lower downforce strategy at this circuit, a lower downforce setup could be beneficial. I'm not quite sure. Dennis Dooner, though, for the Sim Racing for Holland car in a 11th place at the moment, and we shall see what he manages to do soon.
Yeah, Sim Racing for Holland haven't had the best season compared to last season. They, of course, were leading the championship. They had some race wins under their belt, and they just haven't been able to continue that, which is interesting because a lot of their drivers have remained the same, but they're sitting 7th place in the championship as it stands, but they are quite away, almost 60 points off the lead. So they just really haven't had the same level of I guess maybe confidence, maybe the same level of ability in the car this season, but they're doing a bit of a better job today in terms of the closeness of the battles. They're just 0.3 off Luigi Russo ahead, and then we've got Joachim Sesnes in the Secret Team car ahead in that number 60 as well. So definitely close battles here, even a bit lower down in your GTEs, which is always good to look out for. We don't always come this far down the GTEs, but definitely some battles to be had.
Yeah, most certainly, and it's always entertaining. GTEs are the most populous category on track, so they will be able to provide more opportunities for action, at least anyway. And you can see Dennis Dooner trying to get up into 10th place. Of course, every point matters, and especially at such a late stage in the season, it's all going to be about making sure you are as close as possible to the car in front. I mean, there's a fairly large gap of 9 points ahead from this Sim Racing for Holland car to the Juicers Motorsports Club vehicle, but getting that gap down or trying to minimise any loss is going to be very important. So at the moment, fighting is going to be crucial. And as I say that, there's Jelly Binsbergen there for Team Shiba, just about getting alongside on the straight, not able to get past all the way. It's going to have to be done in the braking zone. The Porsche does manage to go later, holds it round the outside, which will become the inside for the next phase of the turn, and holding on by the skin of their teeth there. And Jelly Binsbergen is going to have to wait a little bit longer if he wants to take that 14th place.
Yeah, for people who say Ferrari's OP, definitely the Porsche able to hold on here in this battle round. Outside turn 4, big contact between the two. Binsbergen half spins out on the inside turn 4. Fortunately, no cars closely behind them. Ramada also having a bit of a struggle as some cars, all the LMP2s now coming past their first round of GTE traffic. That is a very awkward moment for these guys to rejoin and get back up to speed. I wonder if there's a bit of damage on that car, though. There was heavy contact. There's Go Team Racing now to try to come past them as well. On-off Racing also involved, as there's been contact with one of the Simframe cars, I believe, there. 3 wide on the exit turn. Number 6, more contact with on-off Racing. This is starting to get a little bit chaotic once again.
I think there must be suspension damage to the front of that Ferrari there. You can see he's really struggling to even keep it in a straight line. And Pedro Ramada has ceded the position as well. So I'm not entirely sure how badly damaged those cars are, but it does seem that there is some damage. You can see there, Binsbergen is fighting to keep it, just going along the straight, and perhaps a fairly big repair job there. But yeah, very dangerous place to get to hit in terms of the race. as there's a penalty there for Varkonyi as Janssen Bins rather, already in the pits for Valley
Out of
Esports,
the
just
race.
18 minutes in.
Yeah, out of the
Out of
race,
the race,
actually,
rather, yeah.
as well. So something has definitely happened there, as D'Amelio also getting a penalty. So first round of penalties coming in, it seems. Interesting to see. Obviously, Bints, Dina, as we may have mentioned earlier, replay is going to be a little bit difficult for us today. But we will see if we can try and find out some information on that. But Bints certainly had some troubles. We go 3 wide in towards turn 1. Let's see a bit of contact up here through turn 1 and 2. Actually, in the bottom is the replay of Bints. And just pulling off. That looks like a technical issue to me. I wonder
so,
if he's had an issue because he kept on turning right and went into the wall. And if you had full control of your car, you'd still surely not hit the wall. So I wonder if there's been technical issues, which is not the best way for Valle. They've had a difficult season, and that just adds to their problems.
Yeah, they were looking on for a decent race today as well, so that's really not good. But as you're saying, yeah, I think that looks like some sort of hardware issue. Daniel Wisner trying to get past these GTs, but they are so much larger on the track than the prototypes, and he's going to have to stick behind for now. But that Pescarello car in 3rd place at the moment, and just a couple of tenths off second and Arms Surba, with Luca Martino at the wheel. So this could be quite an interesting battle to watch develop, as they've cleared the traffic now, but they themselves are getting overtaken, and there goes a prototype to split the two of them, and that's going to delay that battle for a little bit. But running slightly wide, I think, was the Arms Cyber car, but we'll have to see how that continues. And yeah, more GTE traffic. It's almost like having an extra chicane on track, and it does not seem to be playing into Visiona's hands at least.
Yeah, moving chicane is, especially when I mean, did you see there Collins Sport, because he dives down inside the final corner as well, just how much quicker they were. Because the LMP2s are a step ahead of the GTs, but then the difference to the DPIs is absolutely crazy. It's been a very intense season for that. Certainly a difficult one to get used to for the drivers, of course. As we go 3 wide of the 3 classes down the front straight, there's Demiskov for Bursko all the way down the inside. You've got the Simfrin car there just flashing as well to make sure that they are being seen by the drivers ahead in their battle for that P3 and the LP2s as well. So yeah, crazy stuff as we get all 3 classes going past each other at the same time. So it seems that we got the DPIs doing their 2nd lap of the GTs at the exact same time as the LP2s doing their 1st lap. And if it keeps on working out like that, then every sort of 20 minutes or so, we're going to get all 3 classes, basically what we're seeing right now, at the same part of the track.
Yeah, well, it's all coalescing once again. It's not a very long track either, just 5.5 kilometers. Compared to some of the other places we've raced at rather. It's yeah, everyone sort of comes together much more rapidly. It only takes about 9 minutes for the prototypes to catch up to the DPIs and lap them each time. Daniel Visioner there, you can see trying to fight his way through. But an update on what happened to Janssen Bint. Apparently he's had a game crash, and that's that's why he hasn't been able to, or why he's essentially fallen out of the race. And you can see there flashing fairly aggressively as down the inside almost. That would have been a very audacious move if Andrea Terzi went through with it. But Daniel Visioner just about holding on. And it seems that this battle for 2nd place in LMP2 is heating up, but that's much to the advantage of Darius Andre, who is currently now 2 seconds ahead. As these guys fight out between them, they're going to be slowing each other down, wearing down each other's tyres, and perhaps using more fuel. That's going to set up, in the long run, the Visceral car for a very comfortable position, or as comfortable as you can be when you're leading a class in the middle of a track with 36 other cars on it. But you can see now, here comes Andrea Terzi trying to move back around the outside of it. It's like using the slipstream, but there goes one of the DPIs having to be almost in the pit lane to try and get around both of them. And it does seem that Andrea Terzi's through, as Luca Martino is going to get perhaps overtaken there as well, just about holding on as the Arms Cyber car from Andrea Terzi, I think. Yeah, this is very close. So no, Luca Martino down to 4th place there as a result of that little battle, but I think it was going to heat up, and it definitely did.
Yeah, interesting that Martino also gave up on that 2nd battle. Yeah, Daniel Wisner got past him fairly easily into turn 1, around the outside there it seems. But then that 2nd battle, he didn't, I don't know, just didn't seem to fight it. Maybe doesn't want to get involved with the battles, doesn't want to let, as you mentioned, Visceral get away anymore, because that lead is now over 2 seconds to 2nd place. which is now, of course, being held by Daniel Visner. But yeah, a very interesting one for Arms, who obviously battled and held on for so long in second place. But the fortunate thing for them is it has now really turned into a four-way battle with the sister car, the 34 of Arconi, of course, having that penalty that we saw, obviously him dropping a bit further down the field. And a bit of a Go Team Racing update in your LMP2s as well, of course, on that front row. They're back up into 6th place now. Definitely got a bit of damage there on the front of the car, it looks like, as well. So not the cleanest opening part of the race. But as we mentioned earlier, this is your championship leader, and this is one really to look out for. With that battle with the 36, Simfring, which is currently driven by Andrea Terzi, just in the foreground there. So despite going basically to the back of the pack, they're still in this fight.
Yeah, definitely doing well to begin the recovery, and on hards, perhaps try and make up some of those paces in the first stage of pit stops, which won't be for another 20 or so minutes. So just keep that going round and make up some positions. But yeah, as you said, not doing too bad given what happened on that first lap, as Paolo Penimpede is in the pits for the sister Arms silver car, not the one we've been watching. So that's a fairly off-kilter pit stop, unless, of course, that's a penalty being served. But yeah, as you're saying, Michael Leroux just trying to get up into those positions that were lost at the start, having gone round, and doing a very good job at it. No, so Paolo Penimpede having a proper pit stop, it seems. Janssen Bintz, though, back out on track, fortunately having sorted out the issue, but that has essentially dashed their hopes of a high-class finish. 3.5 hours to go. Still a lot can happen to those others in their class, but it's going to be a long slog to try and get up into those back into the competition. 2 laps down already, but it's far from over.
Certainly is, but what is also far away is the lead for Colin Spork. Almost 8 seconds now to Demi Scovron in second place for Burst, and another 12 seconds back to Seawolf. So that first couple of rounds of track for the DPIs has massively spread out these drivers at the front. The reason why Christian Magalera has gone down in the number 21, which of course was leading the race on the first lap. Actually, they had a drive-through penalty. I believe it was from last race, a penalty carrying over. So that is why they've gone a bit further down. But as we saw in Road America, they can come back down from drive-through penalties, but just can they do it in the final 3.5 hours of this race? We will certainly have to watch out for that. But it's just weird how all the other classes stay close together, but the DPIs, especially those front 4, they've just absolutely spread out.
Yeah, the DPIs do not seem to stick together too well. Yeah, as you're saying, it's almost 10 seconds between each car in the top 5, essentially. And I don't know if that's a difference in setup. Maybe that has a big impact. Maybe it's the drivers as well. But yeah, it doesn't make it easy for those that move, those positions really, to be exchanged. This is the closest battle in DPI at the moment. It's Christian Malguera fighting Juan Carlos Fernandez for that 5th place, and Paulie Ahonen is not far behind with the satellite racing car as well. So we'll keep an eye out on this battle as we go along the back straight here. And the slipstream is strong, but it doesn't seem to be too powerful for these cars somehow. And at the moment, just sitting behind. But you can see the reason why Colin Spork and the Race Clutch are the leaders of the championship, and that is because they are just so rapid. But at the moment, this DX Droids car lapped 139.2 last lap, and Christian Margera did a 138.7, so he's actually quicker. But we're going back down to GTE now.
And just as we click on Yaz backshot, top left corner, penalty. That came at a time that was almost looking like cut track on the exit of turn 4, potentially for Bradshaw. I'm not sure if they had a penalty previously, but certainly well timed for that one. And just came back to this one because it was opening up to be a pretty close battle. And these two drivers, Bradshaw and Cesnes, who you'd expect to be up more towards the front of the field because of their abilities in this series and other series gone by as well. But yeah, just today they find themselves down a little bit further in 10th and 11th place, and it's working out to be a close battle between those 2 Porsches. But that is, of course, going to end pretty soon once we see Bradshaw come in to serve that penalty.
Yes, and I believe it's 2 warnings, then a penalty for each violation, or for the first violation. Then is it warning and penalty again after that?
It's not entirely sure. It's actually it's a new-ish system. It's been around for a couple of months now, and rFactor, but it's basically a points. So you have a certain amount of points for the race, but you can then, when you maybe do a small cut, you may get 0.25, but if you do a really big cut, you get like 1.5 or 2 points if you cut absolutely horrifically. So it's more of a system now where it's not just a cut track, you actually have a bit of leniency if you only went a little bit wide and didn't really gain anything.
I see, and I think that's probably a fairer system as long as the game judges it right, which well, I'm sure it will. And anyway, if it doesn't, there's nothing the drivers can really do about it. But here's Janssen Bints once again. He's cleared all of the GTEs now, so he's ahead of them, and he's going to have to get through all of the LMP2 field at the moment. A lap down on the LMP2s, so he's going to have to do this and then do it again to be ahead of those guys. But still, as I said, 2 laps down, almost 3 laps down on the race leaders. So just getting the head down and getting around this track. I have to say, I do like the yellow and black livery of that Valley Esports. It does stand out amongst the DPI cars.
Yeah, it's a shame that we haven't seen it up towards the front of a number of races. They've been so quick, especially Bints. He's really been fast in this car and just showing off that Valley livery really well. I mean, they were leading and they're at the front for a long time in Monza. First race of the season before, unfortunately, Mercedes crashed in the final corner. They were leading for a long time in Spa as well, but then the conditions and race clutch chasing them down in the final couple of stints unfortunately changed the outcome that time around, as Bints gets a penalty there at the top of the screen. So that is a penalty from last race, but of course, because of his issues earlier, he's only just received that enormously in the first couple laps of the race, but he will have to serve that now. So that's not going to help his day either. So yeah, that just continues their trend since that unfortunate crash in Monza. They just haven't quite come to the potential, but I definitely think as we go into next season, they are, from the experience, they should be contending for the championship.
Yeah, they are consistently strong, but it just doesn't ever seem to go their way, as you're saying. And next season, they hopefully be able to get a bit more luck and give a good challenge. But we're going back down to Christian Malguera. So this is the battle we were following earlier. Still hasn't found his way around Juan Carlos Fernandez yet, but onto the main straight. You can see fairly unfortunate there, because that LMP2 meant he couldn't keep in the slipstream all the way down, just continue round through turn 1, getting very close under the brakes, and almost seems like he has a lot more grip than that car in front. I'm not quite sure, but maybe more of a defensive line from the DX Droids car, as you can see, getting away quite quickly and getting that gap up again, and that's what really matters. You don't have to be too close, you don't have to be too quick rather in the corners. As long as you can keep the car behind you then and sail away on the straights, you should be all right. But Christian Malguera does not seem to be finding an opportunity, and you can tell he really is looking for one. As I say that, he has a little look down the inside into turn 8, a bit of a lock up there from Fernandez, but once again, just no room to get through, and there's a lot of traffic now, so that might postpone his attempts for the time being.
Oh, he's getting close once again through turn 10. He's definitely a little bit more confident through the traffic than Fernandez in front of him. Let's see if there's any sort of slipstream down this back straight. It's not quite long enough really to get a proper slipstream, as they both dive down the inside of the Go Team Racing GT. That's a little bit wide though from DX Droids. Contact between the two as we come up the hill now, all the way around the outside. Can Malguera go? Almost potentially a bit of contact again now, diving up the inside of the GT of Sim Racing Holland. And that was a lot of risk being taken from Malguera, but he's got a clear track ahead of him. But that was certainly very aggressive driving to try and get that move.
Yeah, you can see he really just wanted to get past. And in fairness, he did, but maybe a little bit more closely than is perhaps desirable. But he's up ahead now. We'll see if he starts pulling away, which I'm sure he'll be aiming to do, and start slowly chipping away at that gap to Alex Beggy in 4th. And that, because it's only 3 seconds, it's definitely doable. And he's already taken a few tenths out of that already, so he's dropping Fernandez now and really closing that gap to Alex Beggy quite quickly.
Yeah, his teammate I don't think is going to be the hardest overtake in the world either, so that should be up to 4th place once we assume that he gets there. He was slow on that previous lap, but of course having a bit of a battle and diving up the inside, contact etc. does help that, but the 21 car is certainly looking very, very nice at this stage of the race. And even in general, I was mentioning earlier about Road America, I mean, they had multiple drive-through penalties from memory. It wasn't just one, and they managed to come back and and take that victory. But they were faster than obviously all of the other teams. The race clutch at the end had a really big battle with Spork in the final stint of the race as well. But this Simfream team, they've really worked out this DPI. They jumped from the GTEs into the DPIs from last season to this season, so a massive step, completely different chassis, and they've just worked it out, so fair play to them. I definitely think over the course of the season, they were probably on average the absolute fastest team there is, but Race Clutch just seems to be that little bit more consistent.
Yeah, and that's what matters across the course of the season. It is the consistency, because you can get wins some races, but then lose out on a lot of points on others. Whereas if you're consistently scoring, not necessarily wins, but just high points, that's what's going to win you a championship. And I think Simfream next season, if they can get fairly consistent, because you can see here they are fairly quick. They're pretty much keeping pace at the moment, and that last lap of Margot is actually deleted, so could be extended somewhere. But yeah, just try and get to the front again. You can see that gap is not too big at the moment, just 1.5 seconds rather, and they seem to be pretty equal on pace. But it's going to be a long and hard job to get up to Colin Sport in the lead. He's already about 40 seconds clear of these guys, so which is quite insane given we've only been driving for 35 minutes.
Yeah, I was trying to work out how are these gaps growing so much. But if you look at it, average lap, for instance, Spork and Scovron on the last lap, they both did a 36.6, 36.7, so pretty equal lap times. But behind that, loads of these DPIs in the 39s, like mid 39s, 3 seconds a lap slower. And that's just because of where they meet traffic and stuff like that. So if you're really efficient through the traffic and you can gain 3 seconds a lap when you're getting some traffic, then that is how these gaps are spreading out so quickly. It's not just the physical lap speed, but it's the ability to get through the traffic at the right time so you're not being held up by them. We were mentioning how the overspeed is so great, and therefore the DPIs lose so much when they have to sit behind some cars. Let's see if Spork dives up the inside there through the chicane of turn 5, and that is a very important move there, because he basically didn't lose any time and got through nicely. As we're seeing in the background though, that is one of the Simfream LMP2s trying to have a battle. I think that is the second car of Varconi, a little bit further back, of course. Had that penalty earlier, now dives it down the inside and gets up to P9.
Yeah, Varconi there, yeah, he had his penalty, but he's making up some of that space. And the LMP2 class is very mixed around. There's some drivers some teams who we know to be quick, further down than they usually would be, and they should be providing some good action. And we can see that's already begun with Simfream taking over that 9th place from Team Iris. But yeah, a long way to go still, and these gaps and these positions are still very much prone to changing. And within the next 5 to 10 minutes, I expect that the pit stop phase should begin, at least for the prototypes. The GTs could pretty much make it to the hour, and that's going to start changing things around when people maybe introduce slightly different strategies, although of course long strategies aren't, or sort of overarching strategies aren't quite so important. As we said earlier, it is only 4 hours this race.
And in LMP2, things have swapped around a little bit. Martono, who's in second place for so long, is now down to P5 as on-off racing, and Nicholas Lemoyne have got past up into P4. That would be a really nice result for them if they can hold on to that one. Darius Andre, who of course led the race for quite a while, is now down into P3. So definitely possibly struggling the pace on those hard tyres, maybe just making a mistake earlier off camera that we didn't quite see, but he's now almost 3 seconds off the lead as Andrea Terzi has got himself up into that second place, which could be important for them and their championship hopes coming towards Le Mans, which of course leads Daniel Visner and Pescarolo leading the way of the LMP2s now. They've shown good speed. They sat in third place for a while. They've now got the clear track ahead of them and 2 seconds behind. So LMP2, which stayed quite stagnant at the beginning of the race, Hugo, but it's all changed now after the first 35 minutes.
Yeah, that's true actually, and I think maybe the medium tire might be coming into its own at the moment, because Visner, I think, is on the mediums, maybe Terzi is as well. But yeah, Darius Andre maybe dropping back a little bit because he just can't quite keep up. But I think that maybe the strategy there is to have just one tyre change, maybe go 2 sets of hards, and in that way make up for the time that's being lost on track by having one fewer tyre chain and making it up there, because you won't be stationary for as long in that pit stop that would be made. Yeah, Danny Vizner has done well to get up into first, but I don't think Andrea Terzi is going to let him get away too quickly, and he'll be looking to close up that gap as he is doing so at the moment.
Yeah, these could be quite an important race for that 36 machine Simframe. I reckon, with just the fact that Go Team Racing are, of course, struggling a little bit. They are definitely coming back, though, actually, with Michael Leroux at the wheel of that 37 machine. They've had a great race so far. They had a couple of wins in rounds 3, rounds 5. They had some second places in there as well. So the last 4 races, they've either finished first or second, which is a really good result for them. They struggled a little bit in the first couple of races, but that consistency, the mid part of the season, is what's brought them back. The issue for Simframe is that they were kind of the other way around. They started the season a little bit strong, and in the last 3 races, they've started to struggle a little bit. So that's where it's flip-flopped around. And that's going to be a great battle. But of course, we still have, 27 hours and 31 minutes remaining of the season, and still a lot of racing to go.
Yeah, there's a fair few opportunities for things to change, but you have to give it to Michael Leroux. After that incident on the first lap, doing very well to just chip away at those gaps, get those positions that had been lost, return to him. 5th place already when this car was pretty much stone dead last in class, having stopped on track, and he's showing no signs of stopping. He's quicker than every car in front of him, apart from actually the car directly in front of him, the on-off racing with Nicolas Lemoyne. So that could be a car that we haven't seen too much of at the moment, but moving up there. But here comes Colin Swalk, the race leader, into the pits. He's followed by Damien Skolron in the burst car. So that's the top 2 DPIs coming to the pits, and we'll see whether that's a trend or whether Tony Mellor, I think, has decided to stay out and go for another lap. So this is where we start to see the strategies shift around, and that's going to start having an impact on the overall race. And just fuel, I think, for these 2 cars, I wouldn't expect them to be changing tyres and then they'll be back on their way, but just about 40 minutes. I wonder how the maths of that is going to work out.
Yeah, so bit of good old quick maths in head. Yeah, 40 minutes is 2 hours. Yeah, 3 stints for 2 hours, which means 6 for the whole race. So that is, if they're not changing tyres now, of course they'll be doubling. Yeah, just 31 seconds. So just fuel, gas and go for race clutch and burst. So we need to see, are they going to stretch these to do a triple stint, and then obviously do a triple stint again after, of course, they'll have to swap drivers in that case for the second triple stint, or will they stay Skovron and Sporkin for basically a double and therefore do 4 stints and then swap to their second driver for just 2 stints? Because that's obviously something that you need to factor in, is if this is generally your fastest driver starts the car. So do you want to keep them in for a triple and then do obviously 2 triples, save a tyre stint over the race, a tyre swap over the race, I should say, or do you want to have your fastest driver in for a second double stint? Which way do you think is quicker? Certainly interesting strategies that could be had.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, when you're changing driver, you're basically bringing a whole new set of hands to the car. It's going to be a different, someone driving from somewhere else with different equipment, and they will have a different strategy. But overall, yeah, the choosing to change your pilot is something that they really do have to think about. And I would say that fatigue might be a factor, but it doesn't seem like these drivers ever get tired. I'm fairly sure they'd be happy to race all 4 hours if it was allowed. But there goes Tony Mellor now in the lead of the class for the moment anyway, with that Seawolf car. Probably going to pit at the end of this lap, but we'll see. One thing they might try doing, or one thing some of the teams might try doing anyway, is push these pit stops as late as possible and make their ultimate pit stop as short as possible, because they won't need to take as much fuel because it will be later. So that's another element of strategy, I guess, which will be taken into account. But Tony Mellor at the moment, fairly quick. He's done a 1:38.6 last lap, but we have been seeing some of the DPIs rather, they're in the 1:37s. So still not on that very lead pace that's been set by Colin Sport.
I'm just trying to think about this one, because this is already the second lap longer than race clutch and burst. Alex Beji for the number 15 went 1 lap longer. I think Maglera's come in as well in the other Simframe car, so they've done 1 lap extra. Yeah, interesting to just see different strategies, because 2 laps of fuel is not a small amount to save either. Is Mella going to go for a 3rd lap? No, he is coming in, but stretching by 2 laps, as you say, that may come back to them. Obviously not in terms of the race win, because they've lost too much time from the big gaps that we've been saying. But certainly, yeah, there's a potential that in their positions in that sort of top 5 region, that could be quite an interesting one. We'll have to see how that works out. But either way, Tony Mella coming into the pit lane, doesn't go up on the jack, so also just fuel, and the remaining DPIs also coming into the pit lane.
Yeah, so it seems that everyone is using fuel at more or less the same rate. And you can see now as well, as the sun is getting low, you can actually see those headlights forming in the pit lane. That's mainly because they are only in the shade. But we are expecting it to get darker. And you can see these shadows are getting fairly long now across the circuit. And that means the sun's going to be lower. So if you're driving into the sun, it's going to be even more blinding. But Colin Spork is back out into the lead. So that's all DPIs pretty much sorted for their first pit stop anyway, and setting a fairly rapid time once again, and safely clear of Damien Scouron for now, just that gap at 9.5 seconds. And this is Daniel Visner for the LMP2s, and I don't think the LMP2s have really started pitting yet, so they seem to be able to go slightly further than the DPIs, and we'll see whether it's this lap they choose to pit. So 40 minutes or so seems to be the stint time for the DPIs. Maybe 45 is closer for these LMP2s, 45 to 48 minutes. But we'll see what Daniel Visner decides to do as he comes out onto the main straight now through the last 2 turns. He's going to stay out. So those LMP2s, they seem to be doing fairly well on the fuel.
Yeah, so looking at the lap counts, they're actually going to do pretty much the same lap count on fuel as the DPIs. But, of course, they're physically slower, so that's why it takes them the extra 5 minutes to do the extra couple of laps, which is just an interesting factor how that one works out. But yeah, certainly P2 is going further in terms of time, and as ever in these endurance races, time is the biggest factor. So yeah, this is going to be easy 6 stints for the LMP2s, but obviously a shorter final stop is going to be a bit tighter for race clutch and for burst with 40-minute stints. Obviously, the pit stop adds an extra couple of minutes over the race, so they should be fine, but it's going to be still a pretty full stint at the end. But yeah, for the LMP2s, Visner leading the way on the not the lap we just saw, but the one before that, did the fastest lap of the race so far on a 45.0. So that also proves that they're about to come into the pit lane, because the fuel is at its lowest. They're basically on quali fuel right now, and he's set the purple time.
Yes, and maybe just trying to extend the gap as much as possible to Andrea Terzi before he pulls in. But no, these laps are getting fairly quick, and you can see that is the effect of the end of a stint, especially the first stint, because the tyres are fairly fresh and so are the drivers. But carrying on now, I expect to see him perhaps pit at the end of this lap. Only one of the LMP2s has actually pitted. That was Henning Vollert with the Schubert Motorsport car, about now a minute behind the rest of the pack. That said, Jansen Bintz with the Valley Esports car has now got himself onto the same lap as the LMP2s, so doing a good job at getting those positions back. And there goes our Daniel Visner, I think, into the pits with the Simframe, Andrea Terzi with the Simframe car, and that's going to set off probably quite a big round of pit stops. I say that none of the other P2s, apart from Luca Martino, seem to be deciding to pit yet. So yeah, these prototypes can go fairly far.
Yeah, interesting to see again different strategies in the different categories, which is always nice to see, though, to be fair. I've seen Varconi also into the pit lane, but most of the P2 field actually continuing for another lap, and especially for the likes of Vision, that would be a lot easier because he was sat in that train for the whole first part of the stint. You could just save a little bit in slipstream and lifting off, etc. But Darius Andre's second place for Visceral, of course, led for a long time, so that fuel saving would have been that little bit more difficult, but still able to go this extra lap that a lot of them are doing. And as ever, an extra lap is always very helpful, and that means Then we're getting up to about 48 minutes a stint, plus obviously the stop time, which is another minute or so. We get up towards 50 minutes for a stint here for LMP2. So they're really good on fuel around this track, it seems.
Yes, and I've just been working out, and I may be wrong, but if they're doing 50-minute stints, there's the possibility those extra 5 minutes will be cut out of that last 15-minute sprint right at the end of the race, and they might just be able to skip out on one of the pit stops, which could be very interesting because pitting fairly early was Andrea Terzi. That might not be possible for him, but if these guys are getting all the way up to 50 minutes by the time they leave the pit lane, they might just skip that final pit stop, but it'd be quite a big stretch. But here comes Daniel Vigener, then the class leader, and I presume the rest of the LMP2s as well. You can see almost lapping Zoltan Varkonyi, whom we saw earlier, fairly high up, but suffered a penalty now. But yeah, this pit stop phase really getting going as pretty much everyone who hasn't yet pitted comes in. And we'll have to keep an eye out on where Andrea Terzi ends up in relation to Daniel Vigener. They were separated by about 2 seconds before they came in, and possibly that gap will get closed down, but hitting traffic now is probably not what this Simfream car wants to see.
Yeah, that's just another half-second lost here or there in the penultimate corner, and come up to the final corner as well. They got Ricky Monsters coming past them. Do they just about get Black Hawk? Yes, they do, in towards the final corner. That's going to help them for sure. But yeah, we've got, what's that, 6 LMP2s in the pit stop as it stands. Here comes Vigener out on to the front straight. Of course, has to on the pit limiter for quite a while. Now getting back up to speed. Where is Terzi going to be? Coming down the front straight, way behind, way back up towards that Arnage pink car in the middle of the screen. And that is easy pickings for Vigener, holding on to the lead and being able to go longer. That is pretty much perfect scenario.
Yeah, that has gone very well. And you can see the effect now of a fully loaded car in terms of fuel. It pretty much adds about 3.5 to 4 seconds to the lap time, it seems, because we're getting down to 1:45s just a moment ago. Now it's up to 1:48, 1:49s. So it seems that extra lap on light fuel has really helped Daniel Vigener hold on to that first pace and get a nice buffer behind him to Andrea Terzi, almost doubling what that gap was before they started pitting. But here is Paul Ahonen in the Satellite Racing DPI, currently in 7th place, but less than a second behind Juan Carlos Fernandez in that DX Droids car. And that DX Droids number 2 seems to have been moving backwards for the most part over the course of this race. It doesn't quite seem to have the same pace as most of these other DPIs, and has, yeah, as I said, just sort of been slowly moving down the order as these quicker guys catch up to them, which is probably going to be fairly demoralising for the DX Droids guys. But I guess that's the way racing works.
Yeah, DX Droids is definitely one of those interesting teams for the DPI category, and just in general in this top class in VEC. They've been there for the last few seasons now, and generally been able to hold their own. They had some really good pace. I remember, I think it was Road America a couple of races ago, had some really good pace up towards the front, just not able to hold on to it on that day. They definitely got some potential in that car in terms of being up towards the, maybe not winning a race, but at least up towards fighting for some of the top positions, but just not able to focus on to that. And I think they actually did pass Ahonen actually on that previous lap, but it seems like they are able to pull away now. But it's turning into a bit of a close battle. Lucas D'Amelio actually not too far behind them either for that P6 battle, so definitely staying pretty close despite the gaps opening up quite a lot towards the front. We were looking at McLaren catching up to his teammate, but he's now 4.5 seconds ahead, but 20 seconds behind the podium.
Yeah, it's fairly, once again, it's just quite astounding how large these gaps are, but those top 3 are lapping at pretty much the same rate, but this Simfream car just doesn't seem to have the pace of those top 3, and it seems to be the story in each category, really, that those top 3 pull away, and then the rest of the pack is sort of left to their own battles. So I think at the moment this Simfream car may be looking behind as much as it's looking forward, because his teammate Alex Beggi is closing up with the 15 Simfream. You can see it just about in the background there, cresting the hill and carrying on. So yeah, that gap sort of 4.5 seconds. It is going down though, whereas the gap to Christian Marguerite in front staying fairly consistent, 22 seconds, and that's a long gap. So maybe they're going to try and drag each other along. There's lots of opportunity for slipstream around this circuit. So perhaps, yeah, just give each other a helping hand and work together to close up that gap. Because, of course, they are teammates. That is a possibility that they could undertake.
I just assume that McLaren is going to have a little bit too much pace, though, on average at least. I mean, we saw him in absolutely rapid at that second half of the first stint, coming back from that drive-through penalty he had to serve, and really starting to gain back on the leaders. Although he's 43 seconds behind Colin Spork. I remember that being in the 30s earlier, so over the course of the race, he still has lost extra time. Of course, he's got to do more overtakes in class than Spork has had to do. But yeah, it's definitely not quite as fast today. I do think Spork is being the class of the field today in the DPIs. But as ever, it is a team game. And at some point, a driver has to get in their car. As VC rules go, it's 70% of the distance is the maximum a driver can do. So yeah, pretty much a third of the race your teammate has to do at some point. And therefore, you need to have a reliable teammate to hold on to a strong position that Spork may get himself into.
Most definitely, and there seems to be a bit of deliberation at that. Perhaps Christian Malgaro's car is slightly damaged. Maybe that's explaining the pace at the moment and why he's getting hosed up. I'd have to take a closer look at that. But yeah, Colin Spork is just incredibly rapid. Although, to be fair to Damien Scovron, that gap, he's keeping himself fairly consistently at the same pace as this lead car. The last few laps, they've been actually slightly quicker. But yeah, that gap is definitely not going down. And perhaps later on in the race, we might see something come from this. And there is Jensen Bentz there, who obviously had his crash earlier. When I say crash, I mean the software crash rather than an actual crash, although it was sort of a bit of both. But he's now getting lapped as well, so he does try and make his way past some more of the LMP2 field on his road to recovery.
And this is going to be a difficult sight for Valet. The blue flags do count in class as well, so Valet will be obliged to let that burst car through at some point soon. Otherwise, of course, you'll be getting a penalty for that. But that's definitely going to be a difficult one for Bintz, who, as ever, we know on a normal race could be challenging up towards at least top 3, top 4 for sure. But now, yeah, going another lap down there. 3 laps now for Bintz, which, yeah, that's going to be a tricky one. But they just need to keep going and get some points, because they may be effectively last and 10th in class, but that's still some extra points that might count towards the overall standings in their battle. They're currently 5th place. They don't want to drop down further than that.
No, and obviously setting yourself up as best as you can, even if it means suffering being lapped by members of your same class when they're pretty much, or almost at least, matched for pace. It's a hard sight, but it's worth the effort if it means that come the end of Le Mans in a few weeks' time, he ends up, or the Valley car ends up staying in 5th place by just 1 or 2 points, depending on how, of course, everything turns out. But this is Paulie Ahonen now, who I think we mentioned earlier, very close behind the DX Droids car of Juan Carlos Fernandez. He has closed that gap now fully, and actually it seems that he's overtaken Luca D'Amelio, because I think we were looking, when we looked last time, it was D'Amelio who was behind the DX Droids car. So that's an interesting development, and Ahonen is looking fairly rapid, and he's looking to take that 6th place as soon as possible.
Yeah, these guys definitely adding a bit of a battle into the DPIs, which is good to see. That these cars, of course, can still race pretty closely. Since the pit stop, these two have been very close indeed, and as you say, D'Amelio not too far behind, potentially making this a 3-way battle, which is good to see. Honda was getting a bit closer through the traffic, but now it's just quieting down on their part of the track now, just with the way that, of course, the traffic rotates around the track, so that potentially is not going to help in too much. There's definitely some closer battles still to look out for. It's not just about the strategic battles in the VC, it is also about the on-track battles, and yeah, this DPI class has certainly been a very interesting one, how it's worked out over the course of the season. One battle I've also been looking at on the timing screen is also between Adam Pinchers and Kevin Yeager in the GTE battle for P5, P6. So at some point we'll have to take a look of them as well, because as ever, the GT mid part of the GTs generally has some good some good fights and some good battles between the teams.
Yeah, GT is always a source of entertainment, and yeah, I've kept a little eye on this as well. They're very closely matched for pace at the moment. Kevin Yeager does want to get through though with that Black Hawk Aston Martin, and yeah, no, the GTs seem to have a better time of always of being able to follow closely around every circuit we go to. I think that's mainly because they're far less downforce reliant than a lot of the than the prototypes. So that allows for here for some close racing. And as well, because their strategy is pretty much hits on the hour, there's not too much room to play with for them. They end up having to really duke it out on track, because that's the only place that's really left for them to fight. And there's also more of them, so there's more cars to be batting with each other. But yeah, as we go through this section of the track now, through turn 12 into turn 13, you'll see that even in these medium speed turns, where usually you'd expect the dirty air to be fairly strong, the gap is staying pretty much the same, as the ability to follow is not really harmed nearly as much.
Yeah, it seems like he can't quite get close enough for an Ote, which is a bit of a shame though, as Veltons gets a lot closer behind, so definitely turning into a three-way battle there. As we get towards the hour mark, you were just mentioning how GT's roughly pit on the hour, give or take. Are we going to see some pitters? We do. We see a Ferrari a bit up ahead coming in. We see also Black Hawk there, hard right into the pit lane in front of the Simfring cars, managing to get along nicely. So yeah, just before the hour though, so hopefully with the pit stop times over the race, they should just go over the hour, but certainly it's pretty tight with that final stop, but they should just be okay.
Yeah, I think so, and given you're stationary for a certain amount of time, you should be all right. It all really depends at the end, if you cut it finally, when that lead car crosses the line to start the final lap, in relation to you, because you might end up very unlucky and pretty much having to do an extra lap. We're going to get down to Paulie Ahonen, who is fully caught up, but also is Luca D'Amelio in that Rookie Monsters car. That he's caught up as well. So we've now developed into a three-way battle for P6, with Juan Carlos Fernandez trying to hold on for the extras, but he's going to be coming under very intense pressure, as Luca D'Amelio actually sending it down the inside there of turn 8, and getting a fairly brave move done there, up into 7th, and looking to challenge once again for that 5th place. There's a bit of traffic in the way though. That's not going to work to his advantage, as it sits itself on the apex, and that's going to be a very bad exit, and that 7th place does not look too secure. And I'm sure Fernandez is looking at his mirrors, seeing these two battling, and quite glad, because it's giving him a little bit of respite from what had been quite a strong onslaught from Paulie Ahonen, who'd been sitting behind him for a fairly long time, just as we crossed the 3-hour mark.
Yeah, D'Amelio there with a very decisive move up the inside, and that is it's actually worked out pretty well for him with how the gaps actually worked out behind. So Ahonen has been dropped, and D'Amelio can just focus fully on Fernandez up ahead. But I look a little bit further ahead of that, Aguilera's obviously had some issues. He's dropped behind his teammate, and he's lost about another 10 seconds to the leaders. So I reckon Aguilera's, obviously had an issue, maybe with traffic, maybe a bit of a solo mistake, and that's cost him some time in a position.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. He seemed to be dropping back all of for the last 20 minutes or so, and that's allowed his teammates to catch up. And yeah, as you said, it's not looking great. So it's maybe something we missed at some point. But there was some deliberation by some people watching this stream over whether he might have damage. And I can't quite see from this angle, but maybe that's true. Maybe that's what's caused it, and that's why he's losing time. But all this means is that those top 4 are just going to get further and further away from the rest of their class, pretty much splitting them in half.
Yeah, it's a bit of no man's land for Simfring with their 2 cars. 28 seconds ahead and 7.5 behind. Bit of an awkward part of the race for them. They've just got the 2 cars circulating as it stands, and they just need to see how that's going to develop in the final just under now 3 hours of the race. And of course, still some strategy elements to be had in that. The tyre strategies, as we saw a bit earlier, are pretty similar across the DPIs. Just one of the satellite cars, they're going with the mediums and DPIs, and also in the GTEs, all mediums in those top 8. But it is the LMP2s with those hards that we need to look out for. But still, with the strategy, I think we are going to see some yeah, 2 versus 3 stints on the softs in the DPIs. That is going to be one to look out for.
Yeah, so the tyres are always very interesting. I'm not sure how big of a time difference the tyres make, but it does seem that those mediums are significantly enough quicker because we did see at the beginning of the race for the first 20 minutes or so, a hard tyre car was running at the front, but that's obviously changed because Vizna and Terzi are both on the mediums. But Wojtek Polesny there with the Juice's Motorsports car coming into the pits to kick off his round of stops. And it's interesting how early some of these other cars pitted. I think it was Kevin Yeager we saw pull in just before the 3-hour mark when there seemed to have been another 4 minutes in it before he really needed to.
Yeah, it's interesting that it's that amount of time as well. I mean, that's a good extra couple of laps that they've gone, which is not the easiest thing, but definitely a lot of drivers actually doing this. Duna's in, Pincher's in, Luigi Russo also into the pit lane, and Eric Schmeider as well. So definitely this seems to be the pit stop time for the majority of the GTE field. Is the Juice's car there, the other Juice car coming in. So definitely this seems to be so interesting that the other cars there came in 2 laps early, because that was also before the hour. So all it does is make their strategy harder later in the race. So if you can get the laps early in the race, obviously they're sort of in the bank and pocketed for later in the race.
Yeah, it means it sort of gives you a bank almost to take those extra laps if you need to mix up your strategy towards the end if that's what's decided. It also means that you don't get the benefit of those last couple of laps of the stint when you're lighter, and you can get those just extra quick laps in, which we know and we can see that when you're full on fuel, you are losing about 2 or 3 seconds a lap as a result of that. So those extra 2 laps can be very strong indeed. But this is the Yimi Sula here with the Maradnas E-Stars car. About 10 seconds back from Wojtek Polesny. Juice is looking very strong. And at the moment, Juices are second in the championship on 395 points. And they are fighting for first with needracing.com. That car currently in 4th in GTE with Christian Michel at the wheel. So it seems that this is looking like they're on for a very strong result. Yeah, you can see these are the championship leaders for GTE, and they are not where you'd expect them to be because they have been fairly strong for the most part of this season. They won the first 2 races. They haven't won any since then. And in fact, it was Juices that won the last race in GTE. So maybe a bit of a recovery over the course of the season for Juices, and could be on for the championship win. That's going to be very interesting to watch develop over this race and over Le Mans in a few weeks' time.
Yeah, it's nice. This battle is flip-flopped a few times. Need Racing getting the first couple of victories of the season as Juices struggled, and then Juices came back with the next 2 victories as Need Racing struggled, so that kept it close. And then they both struggled in race 5, and then race 6 last time, 1-2 finish going in favour of Juices. So definitely a very close battle. But today, 1st versus 4th is definitely quite a big gap, and something that Need Racing need to try and focus on reducing over the sort of going in towards the second half of this race, because you don't want to be letting up any more points than you can do, and that will be a 12-point swing going the way of Juices if it stays like that. So that will be basically them Juices actually leading by 1 point going to Le Mans if it finishes as we sit.
Yes, and of course, you want to have as much breathing room as possible going into Le Mans, because the nature of Le Mans is such a long race. There's so many opportunities for things to go wrong, as well as things to go right. So having that buffer zone to the car behind can help you afford to make a mistake or just be sort of the victim of something out of your control. But if they finish like this, they'll be pretty much matched going into Le Mans, which will make it a very competitive race, and they'll have no choice but to really go for it there. But we're going back up to this battle between DX Droids and Rookie Monsters. Luca D'Amelio getting very close behind now as we head up it's going to be 2 straights in a row, essentially, and there's going to be a lot of slipstream, and that could just drag Luca D'Amelio in front if he can close up the gap enough. It's 0.6 of a second, though, so it's all going to be about the exit from turns 14 and 15 onto the main straight that determines whether there's going to be an opportunity to get through here. And along the straight now, we see it's getting fairly dark. Those headlights are shining quite brightly now and sparking away, and there just isn't the room there. It seems maybe that the Explorer's car has a slightly lower downforce setup, which is helping them on the straights just hold on to this position, and then just being able to defend on the inner part of the circuit and just hold on in the corners, because of course it's a lot easier to overtake on a straight than in a corner, because corners can be defended, straights very often can't.
It's weird though how we've actually seen this over the course of the race, how the DPIs, though, they almost battle a little bit better in this second sector in the corners than they do on the straights. It's quite a funny one with how that one has worked out. D'Amelio is definitely a lot faster at this part of the track. The issues for them is they're about a quarter, half a lap away from quite a few GTEs, and that will be, obviously the traffic is a big point, a big talking point of the race of how it works with these DPIs, but it does get a good run there out of turn 10. We saw him get a bit closer here down the back straight. Can he get closer and closer towards 11? Not this lap around, but yeah, maybe if D'Amelio can wait for some traffic and be opportunistic like he was on a Honan about 5 laps ago now, and can maybe, you know, dive down the inside of a corner somewhere like that. But it definitely seems that he's a bit more comfortable, but the slipstream doesn't seem to be helping him too much.
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. It does seem that some traffic is going to have to come into play for D'Amelio to be able to make it through. And as you're saying that, we are coming up to a fairly large section of traffic just towards the end of the lap. There's a lot of LMP2s up ahead, and they're sort of intermediate speed. They're not quite as slow as the GTs. Could give D'Amelio that chance that he needs to get through. But we'll have to see how that all plays out, because they're going to come across them pretty much on the infield, if you like, section of the circuit, and that's where it gets complicated. And we know that D'Amelio seems to be a lot quicker at this section of the track, so perhaps that will play into his hands if it works out for him, and that is a big if, because navigating traffic does take skill, but also a bit of luck if you want it to work out in your favour.
Let's see the LMP2 coming up towards 5 and 6. D'Amelio losing a little bit of time there though. Needs to try and find a way through. Round the outside though is not the nicest place, so he's going to lose even more time. This brings probably a Honan back into it, so actually the traffic hasn't worked in the favour of Luca that time around, losing about a second unfortunately to DX Rise, but then gains it all back through turn 10, such as where you have to slow down into the hairpin. One of the Aston Martins there going really wide, and this has brought D'Amelio right back into it, gained about 0.8 just in one corner there. Are they going to dive up the inside of Visceral as well? Not quite. That's one of the top battles for your LMP2s as well. Visceral there in that 4th place. They've got Go Team Racing coming up behind them, so that could be an interesting battle to look out for shortly as well. But D'Amelio, as he comes towards the end of the lap, couldn't find his way past, but definitely just showing you how the traffic affects things, and it swings both ways.
Yeah, definitely, and I think Fernandez will be quite happy with how that's worked out. And there was a moment there, as you saw, with a Honan getting close, but once again, he's found himself get dropped a little bit slightly further back, and Fernandez taking a more inside line just to try and get around this traffic. You can see there, using it as much as possible to try and block his own slipstream and take away any advantage that he could possibly deprive D'Amelio of. As you see there, he's just about managed it, but they're pretty much nose to tail at the moment, and this could be D'Amelio's chance. As we go up here, there's a couple of GTs, but once they get past those, there's not too much else to worry about, and there'll be a bit of clean air, and that'll pretty much be in that infield section. But it all depends, will they get split by an LMP2 this time, or will they be able to both get past and battle out organically? We'll have to keep an eye on that as they're coming up to turn 8 now. As round the outside goes D'Amelio. That's a very brave move. He gets sandwiched. He sends round the leader of GTE, I think. I think that might be Wojtek Belezny, who's gone around there. I'm not entirely sure. It might be the other Juice's car, but either way, that's not what you want to see. And Paulie Honan has found his way up to the front there as well.
Yeah, fortunately for Leslie, it wasn't him, it was his teammate, the 73 car, who got spun around there. D'Amelio being too opportunistic that time, trying to go around the outside of VEC, a car in his class, thinking he's got the move, but then he had to then dive to the inside of the Juice's car, and it wasn't quite enough. And Fernandez definitely not really doing anything in the wrong there. That was D'Mello trying to make a stick. Let's see a replay of this. So yeah, D'Mello round the outside, but then tries to get to the inside of Juice's. There was certainly a lot of room there, but not enough for 3 cars basically to go 3 wide. So definitely, yeah, just way too. I was about to say almost an inexperienced move from Luca, but he definitely knows what he's doing. He's been around a long time, but just yeah, not really reading the situation correctly.
No, I think it would have been very brave to what would have been essentially taking it 3 wide through that hairpin. But yeah, it did seem that the 73, well, it did nothing wrong. I don't think there was anything wrong by those 2 lead cars. There just wasn't really the opportunity there. And I think D'Amelio maybe getting a little bit frustrated, just finally seeing an opportunity and trying to take it, but it doesn't seem that there was really an opportunity there. Maybe taking some damage to the front of his car as well. That could be bad for straight line speed, especially, and that's very important around this circuit. And Paulie Ahonen once again finding himself just close enough to almost smell this car, but he doesn't seem to be able to get back through. So D'Amelio is going to once again launch his attack as they head through this little technical part of the circuit. But yeah, no chance there, and Ahonen gets sort of bogged down a little bit. But here's Kevin Yeager in the Aston Martin, once again fighting for 5th position with the Arnage competition car, with Alan Pinksty at the wheel. And this has pretty much been raging for about the last 30 minutes, I think. But Kevin Yeager just doesn't seem to be finding an opportunity to get through. And it seems that overtaking is more of a struggle than I might have thought before the race here at the Sakhir International Circuit.
Yeah, they had swapped positions, but I think they swapped around again, and Velton's still sitting in behind this battle, as there comes Luca D'Amelio actually up the inside of Velton's in towards that final corner. Definitely a nice battle working his way here for that P5. Unfortunately, obviously didn't quite see it when they swapped around positions, but Yeager definitely still in with this fight for P5, and definitely Arnage having a better sort of second half of this VEC season. Yeager there goes inside, makes Pinches actually defend. That's going to give him a bit of a bad run out of turn 3, pinch him a little bit on the inside of turn 2, but doesn't seem that Yeager's able to get there on. But yeah, Arnage definitely joining a bit later and into the season, finally getting promoted up into D1 for the last couple of races and starting to show some promise up towards the front.
Yeah, they've definitely come in and given quite a good showing since they moved up, and I'm just having a look for them in the leaderboards. They're not doing too badly at all, given that they were promoted, and their results have been steadily improving. So that's reflected with where they are at the moment, 5th place. A bit of a gap up ahead to Christian Michael in 4th, but even so, defending well. And this little battle between the 2 of them has been very entertaining, as there goes past one of the arms. Serba, I can never work out how to pronounce the name of that team, but yeah, just getting found in traffic. And it looks, for the moment at least, Kevin Yeager sort of backed off a little bit and just letting the car relax, because of course there's no need to fight for all 2 hours 40 minutes really left of this race if you only need to battle when the opportunity arises.
There's a new best lap time for Burkhout for the team Iris car, away down the field in the LMP2s, but still has some pace in that machinery. First driver into the 44s as well, 44.9 for that entry, and just doing a really good job. The issue is they're a lap down on the leader and they're almost 2 minutes of Maurice Mells. They haven't had the nicest first hour and 15 minutes of the race, but at least good to see that they've got some speed in that car, and they can at least show that they have something to fight for when we get towards Le Mans in a few weeks' time. And is that unfortunately you can't see because they're not on top 8, but I believe that's the soft compound tyres that they're on as well. So they're just trying to do an all-out pace strategy now. They're not trying to do some tyre strategies, they're just trying to go as fast as they can and see where they end up a little bit later in the race.
Well, I think they may as well. At least they're giving a good show with the speed they're putting out on track. But yeah, definitely just make the most of the time on track. And you never know what can happen. There could be an incident up ahead, and if they are driving this quickly, they might just find themselves overtaking whoever that happens to. So yeah, fair enough to them, getting some very quick rubber down. There's 3 wide here as we head toward turns 8 and 9. Kevin Jaeger almost getting overtaken by Arjan Veltens in the Scuderia Leone car, which is not what we expected. We thought Jaeger would be putting on the fight rather than being attacked himself, as yeah, Welton's very, very close, but just about staying behind, and that is not ideal for that LMP2 to be going through there, and it seems to have forced Jaeger wide, which means he does not have the inside for turn 13, and he's just about held onto it there, but this is getting very tight indeed. As looking down the inside as Veltens, but just not finding the opportunity there. But you can see just how close they are, pretty much touching at this stage of the circuit.
And that has obviously allowed Pinchers to get away up ahead for that 5th place, but still a great battle. And yeah, Veltens must have had a move down the inside of the hairpin, but wasn't able to hold it into 9 and 10, of course, being on the outside there. But definitely there is some speed in the Scuderia Leone car. I see the slipstream coming towards turn 1. Is there anything that Veltens can do any closer that he can get? Not quite enough. So yeah, once again, it seems to be that sector 2 at this track is where you want to have those battles. Interestingly enough, despite you having basically 3 straights back to back from you know, coming out of the penultimate corner, then all the way up to turn 4 is basically 3 straights in a row. But Veltens doesn't seem to be able to get close. I think just lifting off there a little bit as well.
Yeah, I think what Veltens is aiming for is to just sort of get Jaeger out of shape for that turn 12 and 11, 12, 13 section, just on the back end of the track. Because if you're out of shape there, you just lose so much speed and it costs you so much momentum going out onto that penultimate straight. So that might be the strategy Veltens is approaching this battle with. Just keep behind, keep nice and close, and then when it comes to turn 11, just try and get Jaeger out of pace from where you would usually be and lose as much momentum as possible so he can fire through, almost slingshot himself round if he can possibly do that. And we'll see if he goes for that again this time round as we head along the back straight. You can see he's going to have a little sniff of the inside line, but doesn't like the smell there, and I don't think he was close enough anyway to make anything work from that. So he's just going to have to sit behind a little bit longer, maybe going a bit wider, take a wider line in, get a later apex, and just maximise speed back out onto this straight that's coming up now. But for the moment anyway, Veltens seems to have been find himself in a position where he can only really stay behind. As I say, that Colin Spork has gone into the pit lane for the 2nd set of pit stops now. Probably prompt the rest of the DPIs to join him. Damien Scovron, though, going for another lap in that burst at least. So yeah, the next phase of pits emerging. Henning Vollert for LMP2 pitting as well, which seems to be very early for those P2s. If I remember correctly, that car pitted early last stint as well. So everything a little bit mixed up at the moment.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Vollert was the first to pit in the LMP2's first time around. As is Seawolf coming in as well for the DPI. Spork there went up on the jack, so just a 2-stint tyre strategy. Also Seawolf as well, so not looking for the triple stints, but Scovron going that extra lap could be crucial at some point, because this is, of course, is basically a quali lap, as you were mentioning earlier. He's got 1 lap of fuel, and let's see how that one works out. Getting up the inside of one of the Porsches there, I think it's the Droids, getting closer and almost touching the back of Juices, losing some time and some momentum out of that corner. Let's see if he goes an extra lap, as we are seeing some of the other DPIs in the pit lane, and as ever, the strategy factor is very, very important, and the gap is quite big though, so he's not going to be getting the lead from this, but it could be a couple seconds back in their favour. Yeah,
definitely, and I think using as much of an opportunity as possible, getting this extra lap, and as you say, the extra quali lap can make a big difference. If you can have a lap extra on that low fuel sort of loadout, then you might be able to make up 2 or 3 seconds in the grand scheme of things, and come the end of the race, maybe chip away at the lead that is currently held by, well, not currently at least, but that's Race Clutch car, which I think has had a driver change as well. So some new hands behind the wheel of that car, which should hopefully bring a new dynamic to this DPI category.
Yeah, Peter Berlek goes in that number 14, and of course did the previous race at Sebring as well. That is a great signing by Race Clutch. I have to say, like, of course, been at Williams Esports for about 2 or 3 years previously. Basically left at the end of or the beginning of this year, and then has gone to rFactor / Alpine Esports, which is a very, very huge signing. As Burst also changing tyres, so just double stints around. So we're looking at 3 double stints over the course of the race, and Burlak, he didn't do many stints this Sebring. Basically, did the minimum that he needed to, but that was because he signed very, very late to that entry, so probably didn't have too much time to get up to speed. But now he's had a whole month, of potential to get up to speed. Let's see how this one works out for the Croatian driver.
Yes, this should be very exciting to see. I haven't had the pleasure of watching him race yet, so we'll see what he is able to do at the hands of that race car. But not a very long first stint or at least for the first driver, and I presume rFactor will be taking this car to the end of the race, because that 70% minimum, I think, has just about been achieved, although I'm not entirely sure on that. It would have to be an hour, so just under an hour is the minimum, and I think that has definitely been accomplished. So I presume, rFactor taking that to the end. We've got Luca D'Amelio, though, still trying to get past the CX Royce car with Fernandez at the wheel, but you have to give it to Fernandez. He's been holding on very well. He has not let anyone through for a very long time, and I may have just cursed that, but I think he might just hold on through turn 11. But yeah, Lucas D'Amelio still not finding a chance ever since that little incident earlier, which was a fairly rash decision, and now sitting behind, looking for an opportunity. You can see he's really going for it, but there just isn't one being presented to him.
It's always a tricky one, because I assume they're either going to pit this lap or maybe one more. So it's always awkward when you're battling coming to the pit stop, because you both know that it's coming up. But it's like, do you want to overtake now, or do you want to maybe wait till after the pit stop? Maybe you want to try and get them in the pit stop somehow. Let's see, do any of them go to the right? No, they continue. Paliahonen goes on. So this has turned into the battle for the lead of the DPIs, as the leaders have already pit. We've got rFactor there down in 4th place as it stands. Burst behind him, then Seawolf. They will end up being your top 3 once everything jiggles itself out. Satellite, of course, are the team in the pit lane at this moment in time, so they'll be dropping down. But yeah, D'Amelio just can't seem to find a way past on the straight. So I think you did mention this earlier, Hugo, actually. I wonder if the DX Royce just have that little bit extra top speed, which obviously holds you on in the first sort of part of the lap, but then you really lose out that little bit more through the corners.
Yeah, I think they must be, because it seems that the defensive strategy for them, at least, is make sure you have that high speed on the straights, so that you nullify the effect of the slipstream for a car that's running higher downforce, and then just plant yourself in the corners and leave no opportunity to get through, which seems to be working very effectively for the moment. I think that's what their strategy is anyway. Maybe Lucas D'Amelio, who we can see is quick at the technical parts of the circuit, maybe that's coming back to bite him, or the Team Rookie Monsters car overall, because they just haven't got the straight line speed to make the most of the gap that they managed to close down during the sort of infield bit of the track. And as a result of that, Lucas D'Amelio just isn't able to find a way through, and I think Fernandez and himself will be pitting at the end of this lap as they come through this next turn. They've managed to extend this stint a little bit longer than the last one, up to 45 minutes. And actually, Lucas D'Amelio staying out for another lap. That's very impressive. And he's probably going to really go for it. So we'll keep an eye out on that and see at the end of his next pit stop where he comes out in relation to Fernandez. And maybe this is the strategy here. Push it a little bit longer, get this light load in, and get around as quick as possible. So we'll see what happens with Fernandez, whether there's a driver change, tyre change. Definitely tyres as he's up onto the jacks.
Yeah, D'Amelio can put in a qualifying lap here. He might be able to get that position, which he's been fighting for the last 40-odd minutes in that second stint of the race. But can he do it basically with a bit of strategy? So it could actually work out pretty well for this Rookie Monsters car. Where is he looking at with the traffic? He's going to have a couple of other GTs ahead of him, maybe just overtaking the second one by the end of this lap, but it shouldn't actually be too bad for him, because there aren't too many slow corners coming up. So this, for Rookie Monsters might be that position. But as, of course, the pit stops are coming in, that is going to put Race Clutch and Burst, and then Seawolf back towards the top 3. And then behind them as well, they of course still have, well, it's Paliohonen actually, who's jumped up into that 5th place with that strategy. So the Simframe cars have dropped off even more, yeah, at some point due to that pit stop as well. So Simframe just not having the day. They are down in what is currently 6th and 7th place.
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. Simframe just, it doesn't seem to be working out for them. They don't seem to be anywhere in relation to everyone else. They're sort of just in their own race at the moment, and yeah, not really able to do anything. So just stuck there. But Luca D'Amelio staying out yet another lap, which is quite astounding. He must have pitted very late at the end of the first stint then, because he just does not seem to want to go and get some more fuel, which is fair enough to him, and that could really play out to his advantage, because at the moment lapping at a 138, 138.6, whereas I'm just trying to look for his rival, the DX Droids car, now with Mario Marquez at the wheel, I think, doing a 143 on the last lap, but I think that was a pit stop lap, so you can pretty much disregard that.
Yeah, it's talking of Simframe down in 6th and 7th place as it stands in the DPIs, and once again McLaren's still behind the sister car. So the first stint was looking really good, but since then stint 2 and now on to stint 3, yeah, not quite enjoying themselves. So we need to see if this is going to continue for the next 2.5 hours, if they're really going to continue struggling, because this could be a big points loss to Race Clutch going into the final race. And yeah, you wanted that gap obviously to be as close as possible. It's only 6 points as it stands, which is basically still a winner-takes-all situation. But if it gets any more than that, then Race Clutch start having a position or two in the bag when we get to Le Mans. So definitely, this is something that they, for the championship, but something that they need to swap around.
Yeah, definitely. And there must be something wrong with Malgara's car, because I don't understand why it just doesn't seem to be up there today, or maybe it's just the nature of the circuit, I'm not sure, but D'Amelio is into the pits.
Yeah, I was just thinking, there was that lap, wasn't it, where McLaren suddenly lost about 10 seconds out of nowhere, then dropped back behind his teammate. Maybe there was some contact in there that we saw, which has some damage, which, as you say, actually, yeah, could be the factor in that one, as Berlak retakes the lead for Race Clutch, as Ricky Monsters also there up on the jacks, and Luca D'Amelio in that car, and then Tom Olderminger will take 2nd place. So Burst also doing a driver swap, as it seems. And yeah, you were mentioning earlier about maybe going to the end, but I do wonder if maybe Skovron and Spork will jump back in for the 3rd and final double stint of the race. But as ever, we will see how that one works in the sun. Really setting now for these drivers. Yeah, the visibility conditions are probably at some of the worst of the race it's going to be right now.
Yeah, it's going to be horrible looking directly into the sun, but it shouldn't last too long. Now it's a very nice orange glow though that has descended on the circuit. It'll be very interesting to see now where Luca D'Amelio comes out in relation to that DX Droids car. Here we see it with Mario Marquez just coming out of the last couple of turns along this straight. There's a brief yellow flag in sector 3. I think they're pretty much gone as soon as it has come out. But Mario Marquez now onto the main straight, and keep an eye out on the pit exit for the car which we're watching at the moment. The Team Ricky Monsters maybe getting just ahead into the turn, and it looks like D'Amelio has made that position. He's made it by by a decent margin as well, by 2.5 seconds. So staying out that bit longer seems to have been very beneficial to the Rookie Monsters car, as they found themselves up into 8th place, and they haven't had to fight it out on track. And I think strategy there playing a big role in taking that position.
Yeah, that worked out perfectly for Rookie Monsters. And I tell you what, the driver swap for DX Droids and the fact that they've kept D'Amelio in, I think, is also going to help them as well, because obviously when the new driver gets in, they need to spend a couple of laps getting back up to speed with things, and really feeling the car once again. We've had a bit of an incident there. The 93 has gone around, and one of the DPIs there, one of the satellite cars off the track as well with the yellow flags. There was a bit of I think a 3-car bonk there going into turn 13. Velton's involved, and of course he was in quite a big battle with Kevin Yeager, but is now a good couple of seconds behind.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Yeah, Velkins was battling Jaeger earlier, and I'd be interested to see if we'd be able to get a replay maybe of that. We'll have to see whether the system is working or not. But yeah, it's very peculiar that that's happened. Kevin Yeager's probably quite glad about that. It's given him a little bit of breathing room. But yeah, as you said, something's happened there. We're not quite sure what, but whatever it is, it's obviously not ideal for anyone involved. Yeah, Kevin Yeager at the moment, he's got a 10-second gap out in front, but now he's got a more than 2-second gap behind. So he's probably feeling a little bit more comfortable at the moment than he was perhaps just a lap or so ago. As that Aston Martin just carries on around the track. You can see the headlights now are really coming into effect as the sun is properly setting. Pretty much the whole track is bathed in shade. There only seems to be lights actually shining on it in very few places, as there goes one of the Simfreen cars around Jaeger and carrying on its way.
Yeah, the race started at 4 o'clock in-game time, so that means we're about 5:30 p.m. And yeah, definitely getting very much towards that those floodlights, which is going to be great to see. I was just saying to Hugh actually before we came on air, we sometimes go to tracks like Road America. If you go there and it goes dark, it is pitch black, absolutely pitch black. It's difficult to to locate the cars, and you just see headlights driving around basically. But of course with the floodlights, that hopefully should be good. We'll see if the floodlights do come on. They didn't seem to be on there in the background of the shot, but of course always helps out when you come to these circuits that have that. As just looking at DPIs, McLaren has finally got past the teammate of Alex Peggy.
He seems to be back up into 5th place. I wonder if we can ride on board, because I'm being told if we ride on board we might be able to see why Malgera doesn't seem to have been as quick as we expected him. Is
that just the design?
Maybe, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think it might actually be a bit of damage on the front there, which is definitely going to be, of course, slowing him down, because that'll be a bit of aero, either top speed damage or maybe just balance issues, and then potentially some, if there's been big contact at the front, maybe some suspension misalignment as well, which would not be helping that situation. But still, he has some decent speed, just not enough to come back. Interesting though, I've just been thinking, Pauli Ahonen ahead of these guys, about 7-8 seconds ahead of McLaren. Is he on a 3rd stint of these tyres? Because I'm trying to work out how he's gained this time. And considering how far ahead he is of the likes of D'Amelio and Marquez, where he is, I reckon that Ahonen is on a triple stint of the tyres here. And this is that battle that I was hoping we'd see between more teams. It seems like most are going for basically 3 doubles. Instead, I think Satellite are going to do 2 triples. So it's that balance of saving the 1 tyre change. Is that quicker over the course of the race?
I guess, yeah, we'll have to wait and see how that unfolds, but it does mean riding on a slightly harder compound. You can see there on the left using the mediums, whereas most of the field, apart from Ricky Monsters, are on softs. So it's a different strategy, but it should be interesting to see how that plays out. And of course, we're keeping an eye on Ahonen in sort of relation to D'Amelio and Marquez. Oh, sorry. It is that season of the year with pollen everywhere. No, so Ahonen, yeah, we'll keep an eye on him in relation to those drivers who we saw battling earlier, and we've got a replay here of what may have happened.
Slow car. Well, actually, maybe just a GT, but there's who was that? Was that Satellite maybe coming up behind that Juice's GT? I wonder if that was just a slight precursor to what we may see from another angle in a second. But yeah, that was definitely an awkward situation we saw at that turn 13 a few laps ago. But this Honan car has really jumped up the ranks over the course of the race. And for Satellite Racing, who have struggled quite a lot with their championship, yeah, that's definitely... Oh, that floodlights maybe tweaking as they come into effect. And I believe that means the sun has set in-game if they have come on.
Well, that means we're properly getting into the night portion of this race. And I presume in the next hour or so will be properly dark. You can see the camera helicopter there up in the background. But yeah, as you were saying, Pauli Ahonen and Satellite Racing, they're looking fairly strong now, and this alternate strategy could really benefit them because it means they don't have to deal with so much with overtaking, because they'll now be on a different strategy. they won't be battling their own class so much. And we've already seen how it is very difficult for these DPIs apparently to take each other's positions away from each other. Yeah.
But the LMP2s, the battling has continued. Go Team Racing, they basically started on the front row, went to the back, and they're now trying to get onto the podium. Visceral, of course, on that hard tyre strategy as well from the beginning, as we now have Go Team Racing. If they swapped to the hards, if I remember rightly, they've swapped to the hards at the pit stop, interestingly enough. So they maybe see the hards as the better strategy, and they're now trying to use that to their advantage and get up onto this podium, almost touching the Visceral car, coming towards the final couple of corners. And they're really just showing that the pace they've got and why they're leading the championship.
Yeah, they are very rapid indeed, and they both pull into the pits pretty much at the same time there. So we'll see how they approach this stop. And it seems like, yeah, all the LMP2s have decided this is the lap to make their second stop. 2 hours 20 minutes 22 minutes in, so I don't know, we'll have to see overall whether what the pit stops are looking like.
Yeah, LMP2 pit stops in full effect. And yeah, just noting there actually with LaRue going to the mediums, of course, as the race is going on and we're going to nighttime, it's getting colder. So the colder the conditions go and the cooler the track gets, you'll therefore be able to use the softer compounds. And Go Team Racing actually seeing that maybe moving forward, it looks like they've gone to the yellow medium compound tyres, which could actually be of an effect to them now in that battle with Visceral, who seem to maybe be on those green hards again at this pit stop. So definitely some strategies coming into this, which I absolutely love to see. These things obviously swap around over the course of the race.
Yeah, definitely. And as you're saying, the conditions will impact on how quickly these tyres wear. Maybe the lifespan of these mediums now is going to be maybe equivalent to what those hards were like at the very start of the race. So the extra grip anyway will be very handy, as Remy Delorme is now at the seat of that car, and it seems that Visceral have conceded that position as a result of having a longer stop.
Wonder why it might be longer. Maybe there's some damage repairs to do there, because the 37 also changed drivers. I don't think there's any sort of additional time for that. I think it's just some damage repairs maybe for the Visceral car. That would actually explain why they lost a lot of time in that previous stint. And that has meant the 37 is going to be working its way into a very nice position over the course of this race, coming back from some difficulties, and they'll be very happy with that one, that they are still going to be in somewhat of a challenge once a couple of the teams ahead of them, I think, still need to pit.
And we're not even at the halfway point yet, so it's really not out of the question of that Go Team car fighting for the podium. We're now with Rick Van Erle in the one of the Simfream cars. In fact, both Simfreams have yet to pit for this second stop, and they're both first and second at the moment, although it won't stay that way once they do pit. But we'll see whether Van Erle and Varkonyi decide to come in. But Wayframe overall have had a very odd race across both LMP2 and DPI, across both categories. But we'll see what they can pull out of the bag for the rest of the race, because as I was saying, we're not even halfway through yet. There's so much time for things to change and develop. As there goes Xaber Kiss, the net race leader, with Pescarello Esports there in third, carrying along the straight. But it seems those two Simframe cars deciding not to pit yet. So they're probably pushing it even later, and that final pit stop be as short as possible.
I do believe they have pit, actually, because this was Andrea Terzi, the 36 was Andrea Terzi, who swapped to Van Erle. So I do think they have pit. And I've just been thinking how they've gained this time, looking at the lap that they pit Varkonyi, because remember that Varkonyi car had a penalty at some point. I believe they didn't change tyres because their stop was a lot shorter. So yeah, definitely some interesting things. We've got a DPI round at the hairpin of turn 10. I can't quite see who it is. The number 2 machine of DX Droids has gone around, so that has really hampered their chances in the battle. They got no rear wing as well, so there's been a big crash there for Marquez in that battle with Luca Di Meglio. They're now 16, 17 seconds behind, and they're going to have huge time loss from this repair too.
That's a real shame because they're going to really struggle. This could be quite dangerous for the other cars coming through. There's a lot of traffic at this portion of the track, and there's going to be a code 80 in order to manage this in just 3 seconds so that he can get back to the pits safely. There is the code 80 now, and it's first code 80 we've had in a while, if I remember. We've come very far, at least into this race, without having to have one. But Lucas Milo choosing now to pit, very advantageous, with everyone else having to drive at the pit limiter as well. So all he's really doing is staying stationary. We're going to get a replay of what happened to this DX Droids car with Mario Marquez at the wheel. Oh, that's a big one into the Team Iris car as well, almost collecting one of the Juice's GTEs. Just about got away with that. But that's a fairly big impact, and I don't think Team Iris are going to be too happy. Although, fortunately, they didn't hit any of the bigger contenders for the LMP2 lead. But Iris have been making ways back up the order, and that's had a detrimental impact on their efforts to get back to the front.
Yeah, that was Buchholz, who's done the purple time in the LMP2s a couple of times as we're coming back to green flag. That's worked out perfectly for Di Meglio, because the car that was behind him was Marquez, who is now, of course, in the pit lane. So it was a clear track behind for him, because, of course, he lost maybe 5-10 seconds of stationary time, but at 80 kilometers an hour for everyone else. So that has worked out perfectly for Team Rookie Monsters, who are already going longer. He would have just topped up the tank to get those extra few laps as well. So he's going to be going even further again. So Rookie Monsters might be one to look out for that final pit stop strategy. But just before the code 80, this battle was coming for P4. Ahonen, who I believe is on third stint tyres, he's going to be struggling a lot. McLaren on new tyres is rapidly coming up to the back of him.
Yeah, he has closed up fairly rapidly, and this is going to be a very interesting battle. They're now split by one of the LMP2s for the moment, and using as much slipstream as possible. It's a very busy section of track that they've just gone through. But Christian Malguera, yeah, he's looking to challenge. As you're saying, Nicolas Mino might be brought back up into the battle for some higher positions as a result of how that pit stop has fallen for them. They're very lucky for how that's worked out. But here we go, Christian Malguera getting nice and close. As you said, the old tyres are not going to be very, very helpful for Paulie Ahonen at the moment. Because he decided not to change rubber at the last stop, and they're getting very close as we head through the first into the second sector now, and it's quite hard on the tyres as well, so that's going to play to Malguera's advantage as we head down the hill towards turn 8. This hairpin here can get very tight, and you can see how close they are back up the hill. Will we see it move into turns 9 and 10? It'd be very risky, but I wouldn't put it past these drivers. No, just keep it behind, and look at that. There's a Porsche right on the apex, which is going to really help Malguera slingshot out if he can get the power down enough, because that's really hindered Ahonen's exit from the corner. But once again, Malguera just doesn't seem to be able to get close enough to make a move quite yet. Maybe he's holding everything in reserve until the next straight as we head up through 12 into turn 13, try and slingshot his way out, carry that momentum, have a look down the inside. He does, and it looks like the GTE traffic has not helped Ahonen, and Christian Malguera there up into 4th place for the overall race, and of course 4th in class. But it doesn't seem to be over yet. I don't think Ahonen will be able to challenge that back.
Yeah, I think Malguera is going to have the pace both on, respectively, driver ability, but also with the tyres as well. He should be able to hold on to this one, but he has been struggling a little bit over the course of the race, so he's not at absolute full pace of that car. But I do believe he will have enough to hold on. But I am very interested to see, though, how Saslight are going to be able to hold on to that one, especially actually the fact that Di Meglio would have lost still a few seconds with that obviously the strategy of going in under the code 80. Still lost a little bit of track position with that, which of course opens up the gap that Ahonen is basically trying to not lose. So it might still actually work out pretty well. But again, that's one of those things that we're going to have to wait potentially 2 hours to see in the final few minutes of the race. But having a look, I do wonder how things have worked out at the front, because Peter Bergen now has almost a 30-second lead on Burst, and Tom Oldermenger, that has grown basically in double since the pit stop.
That's a very significant lead for Race Clutch, and it does indicate why they are currently leading the championship. But to be fair, they're not leading it by too big of a margin. But that said, the gap to Simfreem, the number 21, is set to increase quite drastically after this race because they are only in fourth at the moment. This is Tom Oldenburg, though, 30 seconds off the race leader, 15 seconds ahead of third place, sort of at the moment just sitting there, getting it round the circuit, but not having to worry about too much, just try and chip away at that gap if possible. There's Luigi Russo, though, getting very close.
Wow, that was close with, I believe that was one of the satellite DPIs. Yeah, almost having a big crash once again coming into that 910. It's a very, difficult part of the track, really, because you want to try and get past, and the DPIs, as we've seen a number of times, can slide down the inside somewhat easily, just because the amount of, I guess, performance they've got compared to GTs, but you have to do it carefully. And there's also another big crash there. Hopefully we don't see too much more of that. As the 47 LMP2 Go Team Racing gets past the GTE version of the team, but certainly some close battles even down in GT, as we've been mentioning, which is good to see even a little bit further back as well with the other Juices car that we've seen spun around at points, still out there battling now for P12 with Speedy Mite and Talbot up ahead.
Yeah, and you can see now we've also been plunged into full darkness. It did not take long between the sun setting and the sky turning black. But Eric Schmeider, this is the other Go team. We saw it involved in the incident earlier, but we're going to move up to Xaba Kiss now with the Pescarolo outfit, and Charlie Rigo just a little bit behind in fifth. So it seems we've got two battles right now in LMP2. We have Xaba Kiss trying to take on Zoltan Varkonyi, and we're going to see along this straight perhaps a move to the inside into the hairpin, getting bathed in sparks. As down the inside he goes under brakes, he tucks back in, just doesn't see the opportunity there. We're going to have to keep our eyes peeled because not far behind, Charlie Rigo is having a look at Henning Voller, but that gap is a little bit too big to make anything of at the moment. So Xaba Kiss now is going to have to sit behind, and you can see there's a bit of traffic that they're coming up to fairly imminently, and that could have an impact on the direction of this battle. So we'll see what number 34 can do to hold off this Pescarolo car as they head down the hill once more towards turn 8. It's going to be under brakes if there's an opportunity, but it seems that gap's increased a little bit. There is now a Porsche in the way though, and Kiss is going to have to be careful. He doesn't want to get bogged down behind it, and we're going to see once more how you can sort of slide past. Kiss doesn't really want to lose the time here. Can he get it down the inside? I don't think he wants to risk it because, of course, it's very easy to not be seen by a GT there and get cut across, and that's going to turn down the heat on this battle just temporarily though, because I think Kiss is quite keen on getting up into that second position.
Yes, just looking again, I'm pretty sure that Varkonyi didn't change tyres on the previous stint, which means he's off kilter in terms of tyres in a similar way that a Honan is in the DPIs, and that is how he's jumped back up. So therefore he's on older tyres than Kish at this moment in time, and that is going to be even more difficult to hold on, especially last lap. Varkonyi was a second slower than the likes of his teammate Van Ael and then Kish as well, so definitely a tricky stint it's going to be for Varkonyi, but if he can hold on, this is really going to work out, as we've got one of the DPIs way off there at the final corner. I think that's DX Joy's number 2 machine. Marquez at the wheel, obviously back out on track after their crash a little bit earlier, and has come down towards turn 1 this time around. Kish, just can't find a way past for now. But we do have Charlie Rigo in behind, also very close for that battle for P4, and Henning Voller, who also I think is off strategy in some way because he's come up from the back of the field too.
Yeah, I think Voller's car is the one that's been pitting sort of 15 minutes or so before everyone else, so that's why he seems to be a little bit out of place. So that would change, but I think Charlie Rigo will want to try and get past with the on-off car. We haven't seen much of this vehicle actually throughout the whole race until now, but he'll want to get through and start getting up towards those podium positions and threatening Xaba Kish and Zoltan Varkonyi, whoever comes out on top in that battle, which at the moment is once again very hot. Charlie Rigo at the moment, though, just not finding any room. You might have to wait until the straights, maybe get some slipstreams to try and drag him along and find a way through, as there are yellow flags in sector 2, but I don't think anyone's off. And as you can see, they're gone pretty much as soon as they come out. But back along the back straight here, Charlie Rigo sits behind and finding no room. I think he doesn't seem to be challenging too aggressively, maybe managing tyres, managing a bit of fuel while he can, but Xavier Kish down to 6th place. So that must have been the source of the yellow flags, because he's now lost 3 positions there, I think.
Yeah, I think I tend to agree with that as well, because it seems to be just when the yellow flag came out, he's dropped down to that 6th place from 3rd, which has put Vollard up onto the podium. So that's good for Schubert, but definitely some issues have happened there with Pescarolo. Trying to see if there's any damage on the car. Can't quite see from the angles that we've seen so far, but definitely a thing. As all, Charlie Rigo's got past Vollard at some point as well. Maybe a huge dive with that traffic. Looks like they're close to those GTs, maybe into the final corner. Rigo's managed to find his way through as well. So it's all changed in the LMP2s on this previous lap as Rigo gets himself up on to the podium. They've had 1 podium so far this season and a few other 4th places. And it would be good to continue that for them as Vollard now jumps down. Let's see a replay of how this happened.
Yeah, you can see there's the Pescarolo car. Oh, he just taps to the back and then he gets hit in the side. And that's very unfortunate for him. Oh my goodness, that was very... I don't think he thought through that reverse very quickly. Good reactions, though, from that other prototype to manage not to hit him as well. That was...
That was a championship leader, the 37 as well, I believe, Remy Delorme. But that was a mixture of 2 things. One, yeah, the reverse wasn't ideal, but he was still quite a bit off the line. But it did help that Delorme was coming in with the rears locked up and over-rotating himself. So, yeah, definitely a bit of, awkward situation happening. Fortunately, they managed to avoid each other, as you say. Yeah, definitely that could have been calamitous for the championship with the 37 involved there. But for Kish, definitely just an awkward situation. They were all sort of like on and off the brakes, no pun intended, trying to, go as fast as they can, but then also not hit the cars ahead. And when you're at that point so far off the limit, you can get some very interesting things happening. As we're seeing in the background, that's the Valet car and Simframe having a bit of a battle. Of course, Valet now with Mazidis at the wheel, still 3 laps down. One of the Simframe cars just putting another lap on them.
Yes, but at least that Valet car has pulled itself up, and it's only 15 seconds off the DX Droids car, which we saw have a crash earlier. Now, admittedly, Marquez is a lap down on the car in front of him, but Valet have kept with it, and as a result of that, they're looking to be able to fight for some positions again, which is very noble. It's taken a long time since that crash, and I say crash as in both a physical and a software one. Since then, they've stuck with it, and now they are back up into contending for different positions. It has taken about 1 hour and 40 minutes, but there's still 2 hours to go, and a lot of room for that to be made up. But look how busy this section of the track is. There's cars absolutely everywhere. But here we go. Here's Jelly Binsbergen with
yellow
the
flag.
Team Shiba car. Yeah,
the yellow flag just out. I believe it was Binsbergen involved. Was slow there coming up the hill. So that was the left-hander of turn 11, potentially being spun around there, potentially a solo issue. Again, we'll have to see if there's a potential replay of that to see. But Binsbergen already, they were having a bit of a tough day in that Team Shiba, and that is not going to help them at all. Also, a little bit gingerly coming back around this final couple of corners. Let's see, all on his own into turn 11 there. Seems to be okay. Now gets a little bit on the exit curb and just spins the car around.
Yeah, it looks like that exit curve just took off all of that traction on the rear right, and yeah, the car did not enjoy that, and he's gone round. That's cost him a bit of time as well. Ended up in the gravel trap, which is not ideal either. But we've got Alex Beggy here right now in 6th place with Team Simframe, but that could be 5th very soon as he pulls to the inside of Paulie Ahonen to reunite the 2 Simframe cars in the order. If he can just about hold on to it through the first turn, into the second turn, up the hill. There's a Porsche in the way, though. That could really inhibit his exit, and I think it has, because look at this. Paulie Ahonen still challenging if he can, but it's going to be a hard job if he wants to get back through. And I think that Simframe car, Alex Beggy at the wheel, just about getting away with that, and I think they'll be quite happy with having taken that 5th position.
Yeah, so Ahonen losing 2 places in this stint so far, but his real battle is, of course, with the DX Droids car, which has since crashed, and with D'Amelio, who took that extra time loss under the Code 80. So that obviously allows basically more time for Ahonen to lose while being on these old tyres. I believe tyre change is 37 seconds, and Ricky Monsters are still only 31 behind. So it looks like he's not going to be caught on this stint, and therefore he's gained overall, because what you're basically trying to do the maths of is it quicker to stay out for that stint, or can you gain back those 37 seconds from changing the tyres back? So that's why we often see at least double stints in the DPIs, because it's very difficult to gain back 37 seconds in one stint. That's basically over a second a lap that you need to be faster, and the tyres don't wear that quickly. So yeah, definitely potentially good strategy here from Satellite. But we've quickly come to half race distance, and we'll soon be finding out at the next round of pit stops.
Yes, and the next round of pit stops should happen roughly around, I think maybe in about 10 minutes or so. I'm not entirely sure because everyone's sort of mixed up, and there are some off-kilter strategies. But yeah, as you were saying, Paulie Ahonen and Satellite playing it very differently, but this could be greatly to their advantage. So we'll have to watch how that unfolds towards the end of the race, because the trouble is, once strategy starts, you only really know once everyone's made their final pit stop whether it's worked or not, and if it has worked, how much has it worked. But back to Charlie Rigo now, just 0.3 of a second behind Zoltan Varkonyi, so fighting now for second place in the class, just separated out by a Ferrari, but that shouldn't last too long. But to be fair, Remy Delorme and Henning Vollert have also caught up to Charlie Rigo, so we are about to see a four-way battle for second place in LMP2 unfold. And look at that, you can see Remy Delorme, and that's the Go Team car that was that went round, dropped to the back at the very start of the race, has fought its way all the way back, and now finding itself challenging for perhaps a podium, although there's going to have to be a few overtakes before that happens. But yeah, look at this. This could be quite exciting. But once again, very, very busy on this bit of the circuit. But after this, they'll find themselves in some clean air. They'll have cleared all the GTs, and they can fight between themselves. As yeah, you can see, look how close they are around down the inside. Perhaps Remy Delorme is getting laps there, and look at that, dropping back a fair bit because yeah, the traffic has not worked out in their favour. But we're going back along towards the main straight. And perhaps it might be advantageous for this Go Team car to hang back a little bit, let the other guys in front battle, wear themselves and their cars out, and then take advantage of any opportunity that falls their way. And if nothing, just be in a car that's in a better state and be able to challenge better once these guys have already gone through one set of battles. So we'll have to see how Go Team play this. And Henning Vollert's not in an ideal position, getting challenged from behind, but also threatening in front. Doesn't really have a choice but to be pushing, and the same will go for Charlie Rigo, who's again getting pressure from behind, but also trying to take a position in front. And you can see there is the Team Shiba Ferrari, which hasn't had a great evening, getting lapped at the moment. And yeah, Henning Vollert just trying to keep going, and we'll see what happens with this Shiba car, because again, it's on a very weird strategy. It's pitting about halfway between the regular pit stops for these LMP2s. So we'll see whether that has an impact on this battle in the next few laps.
It's worked out so well for Go Team Racing. I'm actually quite surprised. They genuinely have a proper chance of getting that P2. There's only a couple of seconds up the road as we hit 2 hours remaining halfway through this 4 hours of Bahrain for the penultimate round of Season 15 of the VEC. And your championship leaders are almost getting themselves back into a really, really good position. The issue is that Rick Van Allen, the 36, is really going up the road now. They've got an 11-second gap for second place. But genuinely, I think this sort of longer tyre stint for Varkonyi, he's obviously on slower tyres at the moment, holding this group up a little bit, is really playing into the hands of Go Team Racing. And now, actually, they're getting close to Schubert, coming in towards the final couple of corners. Can they get a run at some point to start moving up towards that P2?
Yeah, this is getting very, very spicy indeed, as Remy Delorme still challenging, but there's a bit of a slipstream chain here, and they're all almost towing each other along, and that means that no one really gets an advantage. It sort of neutralizes itself. But yeah, it seems that Varkonyi maybe just slowing these guys down a little bit, make the gap to first to Rick Van Ella as big as possible. Maybe some good team strategy happening here to try and secure the first place as much as possible. There goes Luca D'Amelio now into the pits, and I don't think that's scheduled because, if I
Yeah.
remember correctly, they pitted most recently out of all the DPIs.
Yeah, there was a short yellow in sector one. He was slowed on the run between turn 3 and 4. That straight. He was slow at some point there and has now come into the pit lane. So I do wonder if maybe there was some damage, some contact with the driver there. And this just plays into the hands again of Honan, because of course this is just opening the door behind him, basically. So this is looking really good for Satellite to potentially get that 6th place and hold on to it to the end of this race. As DeMello tried something different, but Ricky Monster's struggling now as this battle for P2 is heating up in the LMP2s. Rigo and on-off racing, trying to get it into that 2nd place. Varconi definitely not on the pace of these 3 drivers behind. 4-way battle for P2, halfway into an endurance race. This is what you love to see as Charlie Rigo now getting closer and closer in towards the final corner. Can he dive it inside? No, he swaps to the outside, tries to slow down Varconi onto the front straight, but now, of course, the Citroen Games is going to be happening. Rigo to the inside, side by side already on the exit. This should be a 2nd place for on-off racing, but can Henning Vollert follow them through down this front straight? Vollert making it 3 wide for 2nd place in LMP2s as we come towards turn number 1. This could be from 4th to 2nd place for Vollert up the inside there. Looks like it's just about going to work out. Rigo gets squeezed out as Varconi tries to hold on, tries to defend the position. Contact is made as Rigo up the hill now out of turn 3, still holds on to it himself side by side as Vollert tries to run away with it. Varconi still tries to hold on up the inside as Delorme is just looking into this contact potentially. No, they keep it clean through turns 4 and they now come down the run on towards turn 5 as Rigo manages to get that place. He makes a position, but he still lost it to Vollert overall.
Yeah, that's not brilliant at all. It seems, Rigo has lost a place. Really, well, not really lost a place, but lost what he was fighting for. Remy Delorme now looking to challenge around the outside. These guys have now had a little bit of a scrap between them, and this is the chance for Delorme to try and find their way through. As Varconi now, he's out of the way of the first 2 of Vollert and Rigo, but Rigo is going to keep challenging Vollert at the moment. So this battle is far from over, and Delorme has found their way through. It seems like some Kish as well. So Pescarolo, having had that crash not too long ago, have found themselves fighting up here as well. So we've got about 5 cars all fighting for 2nd place in this category, and it's quite astounding stuff considering we've been going for 2 hours now. To find these guys so close to each other is quite fantastic as they head along the back straight, along this straight now. There's not much traffic to contend with. I say that, there's a big crash there, as I think that was on the DPI trying to get through. That might be the 2nd place. Which car was that? That was Tom Oldenmeyer. That's the leader of DPI, has had a big crash, and it looks like damage because they're going into the pits now. And I think that was the Team Shiba car also involved. That's the danger of when you're a DPI. You're trying to lap these cars which are battling so fiercely between them, and that has just really not worked out. And that's going to have big implications for the DPI. Although I think maybe Oldenmeyer was going to pit anyway, so it might not be damage from that, as the Seawolf car has also gone into the pits. But that was some very close stuff, and actually too close stuff for some of them.
Yeah, definitely would want to actually see the onboard that we had already again. Who is that off? We got the 205 off. Is that Paulia Honan has had some issues himself coming up through turns 11 and 12, all happening here at the 4 hours of Bahrain. We were just saying to Honan, maybe he has that place sorted, but now he's had a bit of a spinner, and also in LMP2s, it's all changed. And yeah, with that battle coming into the final corner, I'd want to see, because obviously Oldenmeyer was going to the inside, but then I can't remember exactly how it was working with, I think it was Varconi then also trying to overtake the GT as well. I don't know who was sort of the 3rd one there, trying to make it 3 wide, if that makes sense. But definitely very difficult situations. None of these LMP2s, they're all fighting for this 2nd place. As you were mentioning, 5-way battle for 2nd place. They all see the opportunities ahead of them. They don't want to give up any, inch of the track, and unfortunately ends up with the 3 classes making contact at the final corner.
Yeah, unfortunately, and that's the way it works, because it's your job, if you're a quicker class, to overtake it. It's not the job of the other class to get out of your way too much anyway. So you've sort of got to stick to your own battles. But when you've got these guys battling each other, they're trying to lap their slow traffic themselves, and then you're trying to lap them as well. It can all come together as it did just then and end up bad. There's a brief yellow flag in sector 1. I don't think that's affected anyone. But yeah, no, I don't think Oldenmeyer will have been too happy about that, but I'm not sure there was anyone to blame. I'd have to see a replay before I make such a judgment. But yeah, very close indeed. And this battle still continues. Othman Barkonyi, a little bit far off than he, more further off than he was. But we've got Saba Kish now with Pescarolo trying to get up into 4th place, take it off that Wave Freem car. They're both on medium tyres, it looks like, so similar rubber. And I don't know how old their tyres are in comparison to each other, but just carrying on around this circuit. Kish not putting on too much pressure, as here comes a DPI, I think, to get through. No, I think that's another LMP2 that has joined the party. Oh no, that's the Go Team racing car, sorry, which has dropped back a little bit. So maybe that was the one that was involved in that crash.
Yeah, they certainly, some of the drivers obviously calming down a little bit after the hecticness of the last few laps, but this battle is continuing, of course, with the LMP2s. They can all see what's happening, and the obviously the gaps that are up ahead of them. Got Vola in that P2, Rigo behind for on-off racing, and then of course with Varconi, that has held on so well. As again, we'll have to see when it gets to the next round of pit stops. I do believe being off kilter has helped them get up here, and therefore they have basically bunched everyone up in this battle that we've seen, and it's actually been a good thing. The positions have spread out a lot in the other categories, but this is staying very close as we're getting a lot of pit stops now. Volot comes in from the LMP2s. A lot of GTEs in at this moment in time. Rennie DeLorme, can he get to the inside now of Pescarolo, coming down towards turn number 1. Pescarolo getting a little bit of slipstream from the car ahead, but can DeLorme just squeeze his nose in? He's trying, but Pescarolo brake late. They go wide though, side by side through turn 2, and DeLorme and Go Team get that position back from Shabakis that they lost a couple of laps ago. Great fight here in LMP2.
Yeah, DeLorme making the way back up the order, yeah, as you said, was lost. Schubert Motorsport, though, heading Vola into the pits now. As I said, they're off kilter with everyone else, and that was a weird sort of wiggle there from Kish. But yeah, so Schubert are out of the way for the moment until the next set of pit stops unfolds. But that'll give them an opportunity to try and drive quickly, because they won't be stuck in this chain of traffic now. Try and make up some time, so when these other guys pit, they can perhaps come out in front. We'll have to see. There's a penalty there, rather, for Vola, so that's going to dash those hopes, I think, which is really not good news for them. Maybe speeding in the pit lane, maybe. Yeah. So that's very, very unfortunate. Maybe getting a little bit too eager there. Remy DeLorme with Go Team, that car has been through a lot, and it has held together well, and Go Team are really pushing to try and make up these points. You've got to remember they're fighting for the championship. In fact, they're in the lead of it at the moment, and they need to try and keep it that way. And the best way to do that is, of course, score more points. So these positions are very important to them.
Yeah, that is I'd say quite a big mistake from Vola. In such a good position, in such a close battle, you cannot afford any mistake. And especially as a drive-through here is not only going to be losing you maybe 1 or 2 places, but 5 places potentially in this battle. That is a huge, huge mistake. And yeah, it does look like it was speeding in the pit lane, as DeLorme still trying to get close, but can't quite get past Varconi. But definitely things are slightly spreading out now in this battle for P2 as they start to get overtakes, and the natural pace separates them out. Once again, we did see the GTEs coming into the pit lane. We haven't actually spoken about them for quite a while, but it is still the 74. Adam Baldwin now at the wheel, leading the way. We're still waiting for Kirili and Brackshot to pit, and as they do as we speak, coming down the front straight. So Juices will regain that position, but they do have quite a decent-sized lead as it stands, and they'll be pretty comfortable with that with Satellite Racing in that second place. 10 seconds is the gap, as they have been for quite a while. Christian Michel is in that 3rd place now as well, so that is a little bit better for their championship as they're down for 4th place, but still some tight battles to be had with Akio and Caspian right behind Lead Racing. Yeah,
definitely. And so what's interesting, that Lead Racing car has found its way up. It didn't have the greatest start to the race, but still Adam Baldwin with Juices out in front. They're going to be looking to close up the gap to this team that we're seeing at the moment in the championship, get that as low as possible before we head to Le Mans for the final race of the season. So that battle, that championship rather, is far from over. And Christian Michel at the moment lapping fairly quickly, not quite as quickly actually, as anyone else, but that is because, of course, they have only just done their pit stop, I think. So a fairly long last lap. But 10 minutes after the hour, that's going to give them extra room to play with at the end of this race with that final pit stop. So we'll see how that benefits the Need Racing team. Maybe just a 45-minute stop, 45-minute stint rather, towards the checkered flag. That'll save them some fuel, that'll save them some weight, and it means they don't have to put nearly as much fuel into the cars, and that will shorten the pit stop. So still a lot to play for, and strategy seems to be the way Need Racing are going about approaching this this race.
Yeah, definitely. It's even, as we mentioned in the earlier parts of the race, even though it's a 4-hour race, you've still got to be bang on with your strategy. And in some ways, actually, it's more important as Ricky wants to get past this battle for P12 in GTs. It was just getting a bit close to Yannick Peace there, as Valet then dive up the inside and potentially a bit of contact almost. I think they managed to avoid it just about, but that was a little bit there for the Valet car. Wanted to get through, but just had the door closed off a little bit in towards the hairpin. But yeah, that Juice's car 73 not quite having the same day as of course their teammate, but definitely yeah, the GT's not quite in the same tightness of battle as we've seen in this LMP2s that has seen your championship leaders get back up now to 4th place and on the brink of the podium.
And we're going to move back up to the LMP2 battle once again with Remy Delorme trying to find their way up into 3rd, into that podium position. And it seems that Charlie Rigo has been able to get away a little bit. You can see him a fair bit up the road. There's about 3 seconds between himself and Zoltan Varkonyi. But to be fair to the Sim Free number 34, it's done very well to hold on to a podium position in the face of such fierce racing. And at the moment, it was at one point, I think, down in 4th or 5th. So he pulled that back, and Remy Delorme, though, trying to change that and drop them out of the podium so they can take their place. But at the moment, yeah, pretty equal in terms of the time. They're only separating the last lap by about 0.03 of a second, not even that. So we'll continue watching this as we go into the infield section, though, down the hill, through turn 7, into turn 8. Maybe there's an opportunity to go down the inside here, but it's not looking very likely. Up the hill, though, towards the horrible turn 9 and 10. If you're in a battle anyway, it's probably my least favourite bit of the circuit when I'm driving it, but it is quite fun at the same time. It's just very difficult to get right, and if you get it wrong, it will cost you a lot. And look how close the gap is there. Remy Delorme could get the slipstream, maybe force Varkonyi off kilter up through turn 11 now, try and get rid of some of his momentum and take advantage of that as we go through the left-hander and into the right-hander. You're relying on so much downforce, trying to keep to the left as much as possible, maximise the radius through this turn and into turn 13. Had a little look there. There just wasn't an opportunity. But once again, you can see just how close they are on the exit there. Remy Delorme surely has enough slipstream to at least threaten an overtake as we head into the 2 final corners. Not quite there. Down the inside, there's a little bit of a look, but has to stay behind. And the Go Team car now back out onto the straight. This is a battle that is far from over, but it is being fought very closely.
Yeah, I just noticed, actually didn't quite realise that the amount of damage on the rear left of that Varkonyi car seems quite a lot, at least visually. Don't know if it's slowing them down at all, because they have been able to hold on. Oh, that's a bit of a handbrake turn around turn number 1. Loses some momentum actually as they get held up with the Go Team Racing GTE, as the Go Team themselves have to get past up towards turn 4 now as Pescarolo get closer and closer once again in this 3-way battle it's turned into now for P3. On-off Racing have gone up the road by almost 4 seconds, and as we were mentioning before, Vollard obviously getting that penalty which has taken him out of contention, back down into 19th place overall in the standings. So yeah, definitely turned into this 3-year battle from 5, which potentially should help and be a little bit more calm, because I think one of the issues earlier was there were just too many cars at the same part of the track, and it just got really awkward. But Go Team now again trying to find the way through, and the issue is these P2s, they don't really have any proper slipstream as such. Is really the momentum that helps you out of the corners, and that's why it is a little bit more difficult, why these battles have been going on for so long.
Yeah, a bit of a kick out of the rear there from Delorme. But yeah, as you said, it's a lot about momentum because they are such small and light cars that it's just about carrying as much speed as possible. You can see taking a later apex, try and maximise that exit speed, maybe compromising entrance a little bit, but it could be worth it. As you can see now, the gap is pretty minuscule, but Delorme still going to have a look at the inside line. Got to be careful though when you pull out, because yeah, as you can see, that happens, and there's a bit of contact there actually. Delorme's going to try and sit behind this DPI. They're literally side by side. Their noses are at the same point of the circuit as we head towards the hairpin. Will Selma-Kish have a little look down the inside? There just isn't the room, and Delorme going down the inside through turn 1 into turn 2. We'll turn to the outside here. Hold on, but back onto the inside. It's all about the exit speed. And Selma-Kish could try and find his way past Varkonyi, and might have just succeeded in that. As yes, you can see that Pescarolo car is up the inside of 1, not 2, but it has made a position. That's been a very bad opening sector of this lap for Varkonyi, all the way down now into 5th place. And Kish is going to be threatening Delorme, who is into the podium positions, but is going to have to hold on as much as possible because that Pescarolo car is very quick. It's been fighting for the top few positions throughout the whole race. So this is going to be still a very competitive bit of the very competitive next few laps, I think.
Yeah, that was a great piece of driving from Pescarolo, especially to take advantage of Go Team Racing going through. As we get into 3 classes, go 3 wide, which is always nice to see. And it's actually turning into a bit of close battle in the DPI. So that's Seawolf and Burst now battling for 2nd place in the DPIs. Obviously, Burst will carry a bit of damage because I believe their pit stop wasn't any longer, so they actually didn't serve any damage repairs. So that's going to obviously keep them in the track position for this 2nd place as well. But Seawolf will be wanting to get up into that 2nd place. It's a pretty close battle in the championship. Just 5 points separates them for 3rd and 4th in the championship. So this could be a an important one if Seawolf can get past.
Yeah, this is looking very interesting, and it's sort of a battle that seems to have appeared out of nowhere because we haven't been seeing too much of battling, at least in the top positions, for the DPI class. But maybe this is related to Oldenmenger's earlier incident, which we saw maybe 15 minutes ago at the final turn, where there was a bit of a collision, and that's maybe set the conditions for this battle to develop. But yes, at the moment, Jan Katau looking fairly strong behind and decently challenging. So we'll have to see how that all develops. But at the moment, Charlie Rigo there, you can see, is about to get lapped. So he's going to have to try and get out of the way. He just doesn't want to get wrapped up in their battle because it will not work out for him. And you can see Katau there having to settle with the inside. In fact, he's got a very good exit there. Perhaps threatening Oldenmenger. He's flashing, trying to distract him as we go through turn 9 into turn 10. That was a very threatening bit, and that's a big slide there from Oldenmenger, but I think that might just be the quickest way around that turn because he's managed to hold on. He's got some good momentum there, but that came very close. I think Oldenmenger's realised Katau is becoming a very big threat now and trying to use as many defensive tactics as possible at the moment to keep this Seawolf car in 3rd place.
I think Oldenmenger is struggling just a little bit, of course. Huge contact at the final corner, literally on the in-lap as well. And that, of course, has lost him quite a bit of time. 40 seconds now behind Race Clutch, and Seawolf are all over the back, putting on the pressure as well. So that that's going to be a very important next part of the race here for these 2 drivers. Jan Katau getting the slipstream up towards turn 1. Not enough, but he's been flashing a lot. I just hope that Katau is obviously try to keep a little bit calm in this battle as well, because if Oldenmenger continues the struggling that he's had in the last couple of laps that we've been watching, I think Katau will be able to get past eventually. Just needs to find the right moment to do it, as that's also a battle for GTEs. That's P2 in the GTEs. Christian Michel has got past Henry Sinnick and Satellite Racing, so battle for P2 in both classes at the exact same time on the same part of the track. Burst and Seawolf go through. Michel holds on to 2nd place, and after being down in 4th, 2nd looks a lot better for needracing.com.
Oh yeah, definitely. They've come up a long way, and that does mean that the top 2 in the GTE category are in the championship, and now the top 2 in the race, except they're inverted in the race. So we'll keep an eye on this battle here between Jan Katau and Tom Oldenmenger. But yeah, this It's very interesting how everything sort of nothing happens, and then everything happens. It's a very much one of those races it seems like this evening, and that Shiba car has slowed down Katao a little bit. There's now a second gap, so that's going to take a little bit of time to recover, but we'll see on the next lap. And I don't think there's too much traffic up ahead. There's a little bit of traffic up ahead, but not too much for these two guys to navigate for the next lap. So we'll see how that all develops. Katao, once again, as you can see, the traffic really benefiting him at this point, because he's managed to close that up quite rapidly and is now sitting behind that LMP2, try and get a bit of tow from it and close up as quick as possible. You can see now the gap down to half a second, but there is now going to be a GT in the way into turn one. So as they say, traffic gives and traffic takes away, and here it does not seem to be working in Katao's favour.
Yes, yeah, it just always goes around. Like, what goes around comes around sometimes with traffic as well. Sometimes you gain, sometimes you lose, and if you're overly aggressive, sometimes you can actually end up losing time from that. Because if you think about it, if you dive down the inside of a car very, very late, you're on the inside of the corner, probably at a slower speed than you would normally be as well. So your exit is then worse. So then you actually just lose time down the next straight. Whereas if you held off, got past them on the exit of the corner flat out like normally, then obviously you wouldn't lose time on the actual straight. So there's always things that you can do from your driving side to help these things, but certainly sometimes you just meet a GT at a bad point when you're in the DPIs. And fortunately for Tom Oldemir, that's opened up by a good 1.5 seconds over the course of the half a lap. So yeah, obviously been a good lap, but yeah, it definitely goes both ways sometimes.
Yeah, it's definitely given Oldemir some respite as well, if only brief, because it does seem that Katao is quicker, but just not able to find the opportunity to try and get through. And you can see they're all sort of going through this traffic now as through the final turn. Katao's getting bogged down a little bit. There's the Team Rookie Monsters car just getting overlapped as well. It's going to have to get out of the way. It's receiving blue flag, so Luca Tavanari probably going to give away the position into the turn, or he should do anyway. Yes, there we go. He pulls out of the way, a bit of it to his own detriment, but he's not fighting any major battles at the moment. That car's pretty lonely in out there, so he's not really losing anything by getting out of the way quite fairly, and that means Katao and Oldemir are once again back to each other on the track. And you can see that Seawolf livery is very cool, I think. I like the sort of shards and the graffiti-esque writing of their brand name on the side of that car.
Yeah, it's what's the word, the asymmetrical one as well. So obviously it's yellow on one side, blue on the other, which you don't always see. The race clutch car is actually like that as well. It's not symmetrical. I definitely like it when teams can add a little bit into that as well. But this time around, Oldemir, just literally one lap later, has lost that extra 1.5 seconds. So yeah, it's pretty crazy how, as we were just saying, it literally goes and comes back. And Seawolf trying to put that number 6 machine up towards the second position in the DPIs, and that will be very good for their championship hopes. They have had 2 second places already at races 3 and 4, and they'll be wanting to improve that and get a third one of the season. But as ever, it's not the easiest thing to do in the VEC. We're just over 90 minutes remaining of the penultimate race of the season. Very important position that could be for them.
Yeah, definitely, and it does seem that maybe Tom Oldemir has a lower downforce setup once again, a sort of more defensive setup, because Katao does close on the sort of the technical parts of the track, but just on the straights there isn't that opportunity to get through. But overall in the championship, this is quite an important battle, because we are getting towards the end of the season now, and we'll see what they are able to put off or get away with at the moment, because that Seawolf car it's in 4th at the moment on 392 points, but it's only 5 points behind that number 1 Burst Esport car. So they are fighting each other in the championship, and at the moment, of course, Seawolf are going to want to close that gap before they get to Le Mans.
Yeah, they certainly are. So using a lot of curb there, not having the grip to turn into the corner. and couldn't therefore get the power down on the exit very easily as well. So just losing a bit of time. But yeah, this has been a very close battle, and even going back to last year, where we had the first year of the DPIs, there was also Cetra's Nita Velix in there as well, and it was really Burst, Seawolf, and Nita Velix that time around. Of course, this year we have Race Clutch and Simframe involved as well, making it a 5-way battle in towards the front. But yeah, it's certainly been a 2-year-long battle between these two teams, and it's good to see that it remains close as we, of course, get towards Le Mans, where there will be an increase in points as well, which is quite nice. It's 30 points for a victory currently, and it goes up to 45 for Le Mans. So more points on offer, and therefore you want to get as big a gap as you can after this race, so that the extra points aren't so big of a factor for you defending your place at the end of the season.
No, definitely not. It's yeah, as you said, you get 1.5 more points for taking part. Sorry, Le Mans gives you 1.5 more points, is what I'm trying to say. So they will be very beneficial to these guys if they can get a hold of them. And yeah, coming towards the end of the season, this is going to be a very closely fought battle, and I think you can almost sense the rivalry between these two teams, because neither is giving an inch at the moment. They are just so closely matched. But Charlie Rigo there into the pits, and I think he is the first of the LMP2s now really coming in for their stops at the moment. The on-off racing car, the Pescarolo car, Go Team as well, Remy Delorme's in the pits as well. So everyone's coming in with 1.5 hours to go. Rather, we've done 2.5 hours, so not too long. This will probably be their second last pit stop if they can manage it well enough, and then after that they'll be going towards the end of the race with nothing in between themselves and the checkered flag apart from time. So that's all unfolding at the moment, and we'll see what that means for the LMP2 battle for those top positions, because that has been something that's been fought very closely over the last stint, and will probably continue into the next stint, especially as now the Schubert car will be brought back into that contention simply because it is off kilter, and now they're all on the same stop. So we'll see whether Heading Bollard is able to come up and compete with them, but I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, at the moment, Jan Cassel maybe not looking to get past so much anymore, maybe just sitting behind, perhaps awaiting the next pit phase and pushing, then try and get him on the over the pit stop rather than actually out on track. And for the moment, just managing the car, managing the tyres and managing fuel, and just keep it going nice and steadily, because that seems to be the approach the Seawolf are taking to this battle for the moment. Although I say that, there's a big impact there, and that's a GT round, and Cassel has had a bit of an impact there, but it's not too big. I'm not entirely sure why that happens.
Oh, that was a very weird one. To be honest, I actually saw it coming from a mile away, because Cattell was taking like a very straight line, but not on the far left of the track, and obviously GT coming back across. Somehow, Cattell didn't get spun around from that. It was the GT that got spun. Very fortunate for them, but there might be a little bit of damage as they try and get past the Blackhawk car now coming up the hill. And yeah, Cattell, very, very lucky, I would say, to be still involved with this battle for P2. Let's have a look. That's going to be the only car. They're going to be way off to the right, and yet Cattell's sort of still in the middle of the road going straight, where you see the natural line is a bit more to the left, like the Rookie Monsters car in the background. So yeah, definitely a bit of an interesting one there, because the GT, of course, was coming back across naturally, I guess assuming that Seawolf would move over as well. But yeah, just amazing that wasn't an even bigger crash than what it could have been.
No, and I think also as a result of that, Cattell slightly tapped the rear of Oldenmenger's car, so that won't be helping at all. So that's going to be maybe some light aero damage, but that was a corner cut and a half. There might be some light aero damage to the car, which is not going to be ideal when this is a very high-speed, heavy circuit. Yeah, so I think maybe Cassel was having a look, maybe seeing if there's an opportunity there to brake late and try and get his nose down the inside. But I don't think he is to blame for that. I just don't think the GT expected him to be in that position there, rather than returning to what one would expect of him being on the normal racing line.
Yeah, I think you're right. Just a bit of, maybe miscommunication in body language. But Yeah, I guess Kitao maybe was trying to look down to try and keep himself big in the mirrors of Oldemanga, but yeah, it was just a little bit awkward with where he was, because naturally, these drivers do so many laps of practice, and the practice server is obviously open, so everyone's always out there. So you learn the traffic, you learn where you're faster than the other classes, you learn where to overtake and how it naturally works. So when a little awkward situation like that happens, when one car isn't exactly on the racing line and stuff, that's obviously how these contacts happen. And yeah, that's obviously just a very awkward situation that these teams and drivers can get themselves into, because Katao's battling for P2. He doesn't want to give any time up, and of course the GTs don't want to give up any time either. But it has spread out a little bit over the last lap or so. Katao's now almost 2.5 seconds behind Oldemanga, so Oldemanga definitely holding on there, and he's only lost about another 5 seconds to race clutch, even with all the battling that he's been doing and all the defending. So the burst car is definitely still not too far off the pace as it stands compared to race clutch, but race clutch are cruising out the front with Petter at the wheel. Very soon coming up to the other pit stop, and as you say, we'll have to see, is Petter going to stay in, or will they put Spork back in, or maybe even bring De Silva, who I saw doing some practice laps as well, taking it to the end.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens, but that race clutch car is in a league of its own. You can see it's got a 45-second gap, 46 seconds even, which is just astounding. That's almost they're almost a pit stop in hand, I think, as a result of that. So yeah, looking very, very comfortable at the moment. So we'll see what they'll do. Maybe they want to give everyone a little bit of a drive, get everyone sort of in the mood for racing, and just keep everyone on top form for when it comes to Le Mans, because of course they'll be racing the same cars. It'll just be a different track, and it's always good to get the actual race environment experience in, because well, you can only really have that during an actual race. So we'll see how they choose to manage their drivers at the next stop. But at the moment, most of the circuit seems to have quietened down a little bit for once. There isn't too much on-track action happening yet, but I'm sure that will all kick off again quite soon. We'll just have to see really what people are approaching how people are approaching these closing stages of the race. I say closing, there's still an hour and a half to go, but we're getting towards the latter end anyway, and that's when sort of everything that's happened so far comes together, and we see the result of everyone's actions and everyone's strategies. So at the moment, just make it through to the end, I think, is the primary aim, especially of this car, because all they have to do is take it to the end now, unless something goes wrong, which hopefully for them it won't, and I'll touch wood, because they have looked so strong all evening.
Yeah, don't put commentator's curse on them. But yeah, as you say, there's no sort of direct battles towards the front. So let's go through like the top three of each of the classes. So as we've been looking, Race Clutch leading the way in the DPIs, and in second place is that Burst Esport car, which now has managed to actually hold that bit of a gap to Seawolf. But of course, Burst probably with some damage after that heavy contact they had in that final corner just before Tom Oldemanga's first pit stop about 30 minutes ago or so. And that is really what's brought them into this battle with Seawolf, who was sat behind in third place for a long, long time in this race. And we will include the 21 behind, which of course is fighting for the championship along with Race Clutch, but just not having the race today that they would have wanted. They are quite a way behind, and actually potentially might be looking at being lapped at some point later in the race. In your LMP2 zone, we have had a massive battle over the course of the middle part of this race, but it's worked out to be that Simframe 36, your champions last season as well, they are holding on to this lead with Rick Van Earl in that car, leading by 6 seconds for On-Off Racing, who are having an absolutely amazing race so far. Just the one podium to their name so far this season, and should be able to make that into 2 today if they can hold on. But they definitely had to work for it, along with the likes of Go Team Racing, who were involved in that. They were down way back at the back of the field earlier on, but they've got themselves back onto the podium. You can just see in the background as well Shaba Kish, who is holding on to that battle, but just slowly but surely falling away. And then into your GTE battles. At the same part of the track, ironically, we have Adam Baldwin leading the way for Juice's Motorsports Club in the number 74, and that is very important with their battle with the number 91 NeedRacing.com, who have fallen back by the way of 14 seconds over the course of the first 2.5 hours of the 4 hours of Bahrain. But they'll work their way back up into second place recovering some crucial points, having been down in 4th place. And behind them is Henry Cynic for Radnor Sea Stars, part of Cecil Racing's organisation, and they're there in 3rd place, having a pretty nice result today. We have 2 DNFs by the way of Joseph Herlock there for Team Sheba, and also Greg Hall as well for Speedy Mike. So just 2 DNFs, both ironically in the GTE category. None of the prototypes being DNF, but it's certainly been a pretty hectic race so far. It's just slowed down a little bit as we're waiting for some of the strategies to come back together.
Yeah, this is the point where everyone can sort of take a breather before it all starts to happen again. And as you're saying, Adam Baldwin, yeah, he's in the lead of the GT class. In fact, we'll go to Dennis Duna because this seems to be a little bit of action to get our hands on. He's challenging Christian Pallison for the 8th place in category, having a look down that inside. That would be a hard move to make into turn 4. Not able to go for it quite yet, but that is still just 0.2 of a second as we run down the hill now. There's always the opportunity to send it down the inside into turn 8, but you do have to be very close, and he is very close, but that inside line blocked. No, he still goes for it. As around the outside goes Pallison, holding on to that position as here comes one of the LMP2s trying to get past as they're still side by side. This is going to be close. Round the outside through turn 9 into turn 10. Will Duna hold on? He does, but he just can't quite get the speed to challenge there. He's going to sit in behind now and hope another opportunity arises, because at the moment there's a lot of traffic around them, so having to be very careful about when you pull out. He had a little look to the inside there, maybe just showing himself in the rear view mirrors of that Ferrari, give a little bit of intimidation, but for the moment that Go Team car is going to hold on to 8th, and here comes the Seawolf DPI, which we've been following recently, which I think must be slightly damaged because it has sort of dropped off for no other reason I can think of than maybe having some damage from some earlier impacts, which we did see, such as that incident with the GT down towards turn 8. But yeah, carrying on, Dennis Duna towards the final couple of turns, sitting very close, and I think he might be aiming to make this move at the end of this straight on the heaven. In fact, no, running wide is Christian Pallison, and that could give Dennis Duna the position without him really having to fight for it like he wanted to. So there's a mistake there, and Duna will be very happy because that's given him the position, and he hasn't had to go too far out of his way to get his hands onto it.
Ended up being a fairly simple move for the 52 machine there. As you say, Go Team Racing going wide at the final corner and just actually can't quite hold on through the first sequence of corners as well. So it looks like move definitely done. And I was just saying, there's 2 DNFs. Make that 1. Joseph Herlock is back out onto the track with Team Sheba. And of course, Binsbergen was in that car a little bit earlier, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So that was the car that we saw having some issues, come through sort of 10, 11, 12 at one point as well. So good to see that they're out. 5 laps down on the leader, 3 to the next car, but they are still going, and they're trying to, of course, just see what they can do in the final hour and 20 minutes, see if they can recover anything, or maybe just have a bit of fun to round out the penultimate race of the season.
Yeah, I think may as well get on track because, of course, you need to complete 50% of the distance to be able to be classified, which they, I think, have done by now. Although I think that's 50% of the distance covered by the race leader. So getting back out there, just get any points you can, may as well, and have a day of it, because they've been practicing for a long time. Everyone puts in a lot of effort towards these races, and it'd be a shame to have the car available to race and at least, but not have it out on track when you could. So definitely fair dues to them to keep going in the face of such adversity. They are 4 laps down from the next place, the DX Droids car of Ian Navarro, but either way, they're back out on track and they're going to keep going. But for the moment, though, not too much, of course. I think Dennis Duna and Christian Pallison, they're still fairly close, but I think that sim racing for Holland car will start to increase that gap now.
Yeah, definitely. It seems that Duna was a lot faster, which is why he was able to sit behind for so long. Don't worry about that car in behind Pallison. That is not for position, so it's just this two-way battle for 8th and 9th place. But it does seem that Sim Racing for Holland can hold on So that one rather nicely. And yeah, it does look like even like in the LMP2, we saw this battle opening also again quite close for so long, but it's just opened up. Here's Rem Delorme, championship leader, 2.5 behind Charlie Rigo, but then another 5 seconds now back to Shabakish, and then another 30 to Volat, who of course had that drive-through penalty. So it's weird how it just bunched up for so long and then opens its way. I definitely think that was also because Varconi was holding everyone up, and now that the pit stop cycles has worked out and Roland Jukes has got in that car, they're now down into 7th place. So overall, I don't really know if that was the right strategy, but it gave us some entertainment for a good half hour at least.
Yeah, I think so, definitely. And well, it might coalesce again later on, but as you were saying, I think it was that slow car in front holding everyone together, because no one seemed to be able to get past Varconi. But we have got now the race leader, or what was the race leader until we came into the pits, Peter Belyak, into the pits. This will be their second last pit stop. As well, Christian Malguera for Sim Freem have taken a stop as well. We're going to go to Roland Zux, though, just 2/10 off the 6th place Marco Vinciulo in the Arms Subra car. I'll get it right one day, I think. But Sim Freem, they've had a bit of a weird race in the LMP2 category. This was the car that was sitting in second a little while ago that Varconi was driving. He no longer is, and you can see it's dropped back down to 7th, and I think that it's on a slightly different strategy to everyone else. I'm not quite sure, but at the moment looking to take 6th place. A bit of flashing there, try and get some distraction in, but it's not going to be enough this time round to try and take that place.
Yeah, not quite enough, but it's definitely turning into a close battle. I will just mention there in the middle of this, Race Clutch have put Colin Spork back in, so it looks like it was a double for him at the beginning, and Pedabella coming in for the middle stint of the race, and now Spork taking it to the end. So that there'll be still some good speed in that Race Clutch car. But back to this battle, Jukes now down the inside of the final corner, at least having half a think about it, trying to make himself big in the mirrors, trying to put that Arms car off. Arms do not have a good exit though. Down this front straight away as Seawolf there go into the pit lane. Jukes goes to the inside, coming towards turn number 1 for Simfreen, the number 34 machine. Can they get this move up towards 6th place? It looks like they've just about been able to do that. So can they hold it on the inside of turn 1? Yes, they can, as Arms go down into 7th place, and that is at least 1 place back for Jukes. And they've actually dropped off quite a lot. I didn't actually realize quite how far, because they're still 13 seconds behind Volat, who had a drive-through at some point. So definitely an interesting situation. They must have had some sort of issue that we didn't quite keep up with either. So yeah, not the way the last sort of 30 minutes would have wanted for them, as they were in 2nd place for so long. But at least that's 1 place back up to 6th. Yes,
they have done a decent recovery. There's a GT diving out of the way of these guys, trying not to get involved. But yeah, they're just carrying on at the moment. The LMP2 field has been weird this race. It's been a right mix of sort of all sorts of things. And look how busy the main straight is at the moment. Oh my goodness, Charlie Rigo there trying to, well, he's to be fair, getting closer to Rick Van Erle every lap. That last lap he was a second quicker. The gap now down to just 1.5 seconds, and that's going to be closing and closing. But they will be getting towards a pit phase, I think, fairly soon for these LMP2s, so that will throw things into the air a little bit. But will the on-off racing car want to challenge for that 1st place before then? I don't know. It's very rapid though. It's catching up at a rate of knots at the moment. You can see flashing at the Team Chiba Ferrari to get out of the way was Rick Van Erle, but he has got through quite easily. Almost the same story for Rigo, but he's had to take quite a narrow line there into turn 8, which is going to upset his exit a little bit. But even so, this gap is coming down quickly. And on-off racing, they've really marched their way up the order. They've been doing a fantastic job. They're running a little bit deep there, not going to be the greatest for an exit, but you have to give it to the 27. It's been a very strong vehicle throughout this whole race.
Yeah, they've enjoyed it, to be fair, and they are actually having a look genuinely at a race victory today, which is not something I always thought I would be saying. I remember last season myself being in the LMP2 category, and we were generally towards the lower parts of the top 10 in my car, and we always seem to be around on-off racing. So to have the jump that they've made for On-Off Racing, being sort of a lower top 10 car to suddenly being up fighting towards the top 5, even podiums on a regular basis, that has always worked out really well for them, which is fair play for them sorting out this LMP2, which is pretty much the same. There was just a slight bit of weight reduced. I think a tiny bit more power from last season, but overall, obviously, the suspension, everything, and the setups is pretty similar. So they've obviously worked out very nicely for this season. And now, within a second to the lead of a race in the almost closing hour, which has worked out pretty well for them so far. So hopefully that one continues in a good stead for them, because they're a good team and they're doing a good job.
And if they do contend for the win, tonight, they could be in for getting themselves from 5th to 3rd in the championship. At the moment, they're just 3 points behind Pescarolo Esport, that number 26, which we've been seeing a fair bit of recently. In fact, they were battling each other earlier, but also perhaps overtaking the number, the other Sim Freem car, the number 34. I think they could challenge that as well in the championship. So this is good news for On-Off Racing. They've had a fantastic race so far, and it looks like it could be getting better in the next few moments, because look how close Rigo's getting to the back of Van Eller through this turn 11 into turn 12 once more. Very late on the brakes. It just seems that Rigo is very comfortable with that LMP2 at the moment, and he's been driving it for a while now, but he's done a very good job with it, and could be getting it up into 1st place fairly soon. Just have to navigate this GT, but it'll be on the straight, so it won't be too bad. It could play to Van Eller's advantage, though. He could use it to help him sort of break the slipstream. If he pulls out in front of it, he'll just have to manage it slightly carefully. But you can see there how close they are. Just 2.5 tenths of a second between them as we go towards turn 1. A little sniff of the inside line for Charlie Rigo, but he doesn't like the smell. He's going to hold back for the moment and head back up the hill. It's all going to be about getting the power down now, as it looks like Van Eller's running slightly wide. It's not going to be ideal for him. You can see once again the gap closes down, but that's not big enough. I think maybe Rigo's waiting for that bottom of the hill hairpin at turn 8 to maybe have a look down the inside, because you can go from quite far back. It is a downhill braking zone, and some people are a lot braver than others. You have got to be careful, though, about locking up, because that is a prime place to be locking up these cars, and you don't want to travel straight on into the side of the person you're supposed to be racing.
And especially when it looks like, I've been thinking, Rick, he had such a big gap. He's got to have some sort of damage or something that's slowing him down, because it was like 6, 7, maybe even 8 seconds at one point. And for that to close up and for Rigo to be all over the back, I definitely think there might be some difficulties coming that way. And we're sort of, I believe, halfway-ish through a stint as well. So it's not like the tyres are right at the end of their life or anything like that. And they should be on the tyres, I believe, to the end of the race, if that is the case as well. So I don't think it's anything tyre related. I think that there maybe has been some contact or something off screen that has hindered the pace of this car, because we've seen that the damage actually seems to be quite an important thing, as the 73 has gone off again. That was the yellow flag, though. Down the inside, though, Charlie Rigo's going for the inside of the final corner. That will turn into, but doesn't brake late enough and can't quite get the move stuck there for the lead. And I do think Rick is going to struggle to hold on to this as the race progresses.
And there you can see, just passing them is Damien Scovron, who's got back into that burst car. He was in it at the start, then Tom Oldenmenger got in, and now he's back in it once more, staying out of that battle, which I'm sure he's very glad to be, because that car, last time it went through an LMP2 battle, it did not end particularly well for it. But at the moment, Charlie Rigo is challenging, and I think it's looking more and more inevitable that he gets past Rick Van Eller, because there just does seem to be a bit more pace in this rear car. And every opportunity seems to be better and better. And look how close they are now, following through here. And it looks a bit out of shape with Van Eller through the sort of S's there. As we go down the hill, Rigo looks for a wider entrance. And there's the Seawolf car, which is going to try and get past, because that's battling Damien Scovron, which is 4.5 seconds up the road. As round the outside goes Charlie Rigo. Can he make this work? Oh, he gets squeezed a little bit right to the edge, getting no rim there from Van Eller, but that's compromised Van Eller's exit, and I think Rigo could just have the overspeed here. He's going to move to the outside now, as we head towards turn 11. But look at that, Vanello's going to use the GTs to sort of block in Rigo and give him no room to try and send it either up the inside or around the outside of him as we head through the next few turns. And look at that, that Ferrari is placed perfectly there for Vanello's defence, and that's going to postpone the battle, but not for very long.
Yeah, great defensive driving from Rick. I thought he'd lost it though coming out of turn 10, but I had just enough, and as you say, used the cars really well around him, which is a bit of a skill. And you have to sort of be quite situationally aware. Always Rigo slides the rear end coming out of the final corner. That is going to slow down this battle as Delorme actually closes up once again. So we're going to be ending up with a three-way battle for the lead. What a treat it has been here for the 4 hours of Bahrain, and Delorme from the back of the field has a chance of winning this race. It's been an incredible sequence of events in this LMP2 battle, I have to say, and it definitely looks like damage is the story point of this race. As soon as you get the damage, you just can't seem to hold on. We've seen it, we believe, with Seawolf in the DPIs, and now potentially with the LMP2s here with Simframe. So yeah, definitely an interesting one with how this race has gone. It's been a little bit clumsy, but we only have one DNF so far.
Yeah, I think that's quite impressive that we've only had one DNF, because there's always all sorts of things that can go wrong. I suppose maybe a shorter race leaves that as less possible, but you never know. It's going to be reassuring though that for the guys as they head towards a 24-hour race, because when you put so much effort into such a long race, literally a day of racing, getting a DNF is the most heart-wrenching thing, because it's all of that effort and all of that time that is lost. So at the moment, everyone seems to have been racing, for the most part, fairly cleanly. So Charlie Rigo, as you can see, he's getting really close. He's rubbing his front bumper against that rear diffuser of the Simframe car, but it's just not finding that moment to go through. You can see there a bit of contact there, and you've got to be careful. You do not want to be spinning around your rival, because that will not be a good look. And while this has been going on, the Go Team Racing number 37 rather, with Remy Delorme at the wheel, has decided to catch up as well. So this has developed from a two-way battle for first into a three-way battle for first. And if that Go Team Racing can get up into the top spot, it will be a very impressive recovery from where they were at the start of this race when they dropped all the way back. So we'll have to watch how this develops. But look at this. This is it's gone from just a small battle that we saw developing into a proper tussle for all three podium positions now, which could be about to be decided.
As yeah, Rigo is trying to find a way through, hasn't been able to do so, which just shows you how track position is still very much king around a track like this, as long as you are able to put your car in the right place to defend, which Rick Vanella has been doing for so long now, just holding on to that lead, and is doing a really good job of it. The issue is that, as you say, making this into a 3-0 battle, and that just makes it even more difficult. And one thing that Rigo's sort of doing a little bit wrong is he's catching up at the wrong points of the track, almost running into the back at points here, almost getting too close and actually losing out on the exit. You've got to be really thinking about the momentum onto these straights and other parts of the track, and unfortunately no GTs around them to really help him at this part of the track. But you know, coming into the final hour of the race, you know you're faster than the car ahead. You just need to be patient and find the way through with a bit of traffic. Although actually there's a little bit of slow turn 11 there, as they now come up the hill towards 12 and 13. Important corners to keep yourself close before, of course, you get to that front straight. But as ever, the slipstream is not necessarily what you're looking for. You're just looking for good exits, good momentum onto the straights.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's where these guys have struggled, is just getting that overspeed onto the straights, which allows you to try and get past. There just doesn't seem to be that opportunity at the moment. But Charlie Rigo is still definitely giving it a go, as we're back out onto the straight once more. But yeah, Remy Delorme could be quite a significant threat here, because that car is very quick, and it has been for the whole race. So they're going to have to be careful, these two, Vanella and Rigo, that they don't get too bogged down in the battle between themselves and allow themselves both to get pipped by the Go Team car. So there's going to have to be a bit of a mutual understanding between the two of them, as well as they try and battle anyway. And what's interesting there is you can see that the lead car, that Simframe, is on hard tyres, whereas the on-off racing car in second is on mediums, and that adds an extra dynamic to the battle. And that's, I think, why we can see Rigo close up a lot during this section of the track, but still struggles on the straights because just can't carry that corner speed onto the just onto top end speed. And you can see once again getting very close through turns 9 and 10, but it seems always that Van Aert has a very good exit from there onto this straight, and it just gives Rigo no room to fight with him. There's just no opportunity to launch an attack, because as soon as Van Aert lets up, as soon as he gives a little bit of room, an opportunity, you know Rigo will be all over that. And as soon as it's gone, I don't think Van Aert will be taking back that position. And at the moment, you can see Delorme as well, letting some traffic through, just sitting behind, I think, letting these two guys duke it out, and then once they're finished, pick up the scraps and with a fresher car, because it won't have been used in battle so much, go for the lead of the race themselves.
Yeah, the contact or the damage was there at the back right of Rick Van Aert's car is actually quite prominent as well. That definitely can't be helping the cars to come down this front straight. Rigo once again trying to get close, looking towards the inside, and needs to try and put Rick Van Aert off where he can to get these cars to swap around. And as you say, Delorme is definitely in this battle now, proper three-way. But Rick's actually doing a really good job to defend, and you can't really take anything away from that. Even if you maybe have a slightly slower car at a certain point in the race, if you're able to defend and put your car in the correct place, then you're not really going to be overtaken, especially around a track like this. As I'm just seeing in GTEs, we have a very close battle. Is that actually that is a bit of a shame, as Akio goes into the pit lane just as we get a bit of slipstream down this front straightaway. So GTEs coming in now for their final pit stop. With an hour and a bit to go, so maybe just a lap or so fuel saving that they will need to do, but that shouldn't be too bad. We're still waiting another maybe 15-20 minutes for this, as this is now the lead change potentially. No, Rigo can't get the exit out of turn 10. He tried it down the inside there for the first time that we've really seen, but Rick, once again, he's just got the exits out of these corners, and that makes it so difficult for Rigo.
Yeah, I think maybe if Rigo's not careful, if he goes for another mistake, another move which he can't get done and loses time, there's a very big chance that Delorme will come in and swoop up that position, and he'll find himself, rather than in first, in third from having tried to attack. So we'll have to see what happens here. But yeah, Rigo just isn't finding any opportunity, and you have to give it to Van Aert. He's probably in the slower car. Well, he must be, because of course he's not dropping these guys, but he's doing a very good job at defending, because of course it's one thing to catch up and be quicker, it's very much another thing to be able to actually overtake. And as they go back along the straight this one more time, they still find themselves so close to each other, yet at the same time there is no opportunity for them to fight at all. And you can see, oh, look at that, Rigo's had a bit of a poor exit there, I think, going over the curb, offset his rear, and Delorme's been able to catch up, get some nice overspeed. And look at that gap now, it's still very close. We're going to ride on board with the Go Team car and see how this all develops. It's going to get very interesting now, because there's not too many cars in front of them. In fact, at the moment, they're pretty clear. There's a big group of GTs, but they're already on the straight that these guys are a good 20 seconds from. So we head down the hill into turn 8. There's no one going for a move here, but look how close they are going up the hill. This could be very risky. You never really want to be batting here. Rigo might try it around the outside once more again here, but it hasn't worked any time before. And we'll see Van Aert probably will get another very good exit, as he seems to get every single lap on that turn. And yeah, once again, there just isn't the opportunity. You can see in the background as well, I think that's the race leader, the number 14 there of Colin Sport. Oh, look at that, Rigo's gone wide. He's lost the position there, and that's the mistake I was talking about that Delorme was going to try and take advantage of. And Colin Sport probably had a bit of a heart-and-mouth moment there, as that was a fairly clumsy rejoin from Charlie Rigo. But Delorme now fighting for the lead of this race.
And Rigo just went in way too hot into that turn 11. And as you say, that's let Delorme an amazing opportunity, because he's right now on the back of the race lead from pretty much last in class and championship leader, and potentially taking a race victory, just showing how dominant this Go Team car has been this season. But they still need to find the way past, something that on-off racing couldn't do. Delorme getting the run towards the first corner, bit of slipstream coming his way. Can he brake late? No, he can't. Rick's very good on the brakes there, as we've seen multiple times and even makes Apex nicely. So definitely, Rick's in control of this situation. He knows what he needs to do, and Go Team now is their opportunity to try and find a way through. As it's now a two-way battle with On-Off Racing not able to respond after losing that time on the previous lap, and maybe has a bit of damage themselves after the contact. And actually, there's definitely, I think, a bit more damage on the back left now of Rick Van El's car, so even more damage coming the way of the Sim 3.
Yeah, it does not look ideal for this defensive move, and that's the Sim 3 DPI, I think, trying to make its way through, and that's going to give Van El a brief bit of respite there, as it's going to separate these two cars by a small gap. So the team's even helping each other along there, which I'm sure Van El is very grateful for. You can see him, the little flash of the lights there. As here comes the Valet Esports, and that's going to once again separate these two. Still almost goes for a big drift, and that's them round. That's them round, and Rigo finds himself up into the top. And look at this, you've got to be careful rejoining. There are more cars coming up the way, and that's a lot of time lost there from challenging for the lead to now be dropping down to 4 or 5 seconds away from it, just from one. I think that was the rears just getting locked up from being, I don't know, but that was really not good there for Remington, and that's a lot of time to make up now.
This race just keeps on giving. When you think something is going a certain way, I thought just, slam dunk, that was Go Team Racing, they'll find a way through and get in the race lead. But no, they're now back down to 4th place, and they need to gain best part of 10 seconds to get back up to the front. Crazy scenes here at Bahrain, as Rick Van El somehow is still in the lead of this race, as that 36 machine has been for quite a while now, actually. As Rigo gets back now into 2nd place, under a second, has caught back up, definitely has the speed therefore, but can't find a way past and hasn't been able to for pretty much the whole of this stint. We now see Pescarolo starting to have half a think about it in the background as well, with Shabakish with a nice spinneroo camera there, coming through turn 4, coming onto the scene, just 3 seconds back into Lom in the background, a shot as well. So once again, the LMP2s are providing all the action here, which is great to see. That's they're keeping the entertainment going.
Most definitely, it's been a very interesting last few laps. The LMP2s, the battles never go the way you think they're going to, as you were saying, and just there, I thought that Delorme surely was going to take Van El. It looked so quick, but of course a mistake can be made, and it's the same corner I think that Charlie Rigo made a mistake and lost that position, so it's all swinging around. And yeah, as you're saying, Sabakish is closing up that gap now, just down to 2 seconds. It was 3.5 a moment ago, and that is, I think, because Van El is doing a very good job at keeping everyone behind him slower than him. And Van El definitely not the quickest car on track at the moment. I think that's that could probably be handed to the on-off racing car of Charlie Rigo, but that doesn't matter because he's holding on to that position, and he'll have to keep going for at least another 20 minutes like this before that final pit stop, and that's going to be very significant, because maybe if one of these P2s can go a lap longer than the others, it will be able to make up that gap and really threaten the lead, and perhaps take it not on track but via the pit stops. But also there's some GTs going into the pits now, and I think we're going to see the final salvo of GT stops. There's Yannick Pleiss there at the moment, Ian Navarro for DX Droids. So yeah, the first few GTEs coming into the pits now, and we'll probably see some more coming out fairly soon.
As it's stayed pretty stable in the GTEs for quite a while, as you see on the bottom left corner of your screen. You've got Juices leading away by just shy of 12 seconds, and you got the Madness car, Henry Cynic, there in that 3rd place, another 16 seconds back. And then behind them is Blackhawk, another 18 seconds. So definitely spread out a bit more in this GTE battle. But they, of course, they've worked themselves out in the earlier parts of the race. As we're into the final hour now, final pit stops are about to be made. As you say, GT pit stop window opening, and we'll see if there's going to be any difference in the pit stop times. They are well into the final hour now, so it will not be a full tank of fuel. They'll be able to take a couple of laps out of it and save a few seconds here or there, so maybe that might change something. Might not affect the direct positions, but might have a little bit of a closer battle, as there is Cynic from Miranda Sea Stars coming in for the final pit stop.
There we go. So yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see whether any of these gaps change, because they're all fairly safe gaps, but what isn't a safe gap is this one here between the on-off racing car in second, the number 27, and Sim3 Esports, who with Van Aerle at the wheel just holding on to this lead. I'm not quite sure how he's managing it, but he's being very successful. You can see in the background as well, there's the Pescarolo car, which is slowly closing up, and further back as well, the Go team. But down the inside goes Charlie Rigo into the hairpin. Can he get it stopped under the brakes? Yes, he can. There's a bit of contact, but it's going to become the outside as we go back up the hill. They're still side by side. I think Rigo's just been able to get the power down, and that's going to be the lead of the LMP2 category going to on-off racing. Van Aerle is going to have a little look at maybe taking it back, but he's just not got the chance. And now what Charlie Rigo is going to do is going to try and extend this gap as far as possible. And if he's lucky, Van Aerle will hold up the others just as well as he was held up himself, and give himself a safe gap. But a fantastic move there by Charlie Rigo, which I'm sure he's very glad to have finally managed to pull off, because it was a long time in the making.
And I wonder, is this going to be the push in the final part of the season for on-off racing? You're mentioning earlier, of course, getting up to third place in the championship at the end of this race, but could they do anything higher? Could they finish the season great at Le Mans as well with an amazing result? It's been such a great turnaround for the team over not having the absolute best results last season. That's a very awkward moment for the number 21 car, I believe that is, with Lorenzo Risi. Actually did quite a good job to avoid the contact there, realised his mistake, diving it down the inside, went all over the inside curb to avoid that.
That's the Go team Remy Denorme's same corner as the span around about 3 or 4 laps ago, and it's all beginning to fall apart, it seems, to this Go team car. That it went wrong at the start, but they recovered so well, and it seems that work is all just being undone. I'm not sure if there was contact that caused that, but yeah, that's a big shame for these guys, because they were doing so well to recover, and they were even challenging for the lead just a few moments ago, but not anymore.
It's it's not been the best last few laps for this Go team racing. After me hyping them up, they're now 20 odd seconds off the lead, and 2 spins at the same corner for the same driver. As you say, we didn't see it, so we'd have to see a replay, but I wonder if it was the exact same thing of just locking the rears. It's not the easiest corner in the world for that, purely because it's so fast. You're still coming down quite a few gears, but it's also a fairly sort of medium speed corner, so you've got to keep the speed up. And the issue with the LMP2 is it has a lot of engine braking when you downshift. So if you do it a little bit too quickly, there's just a massive spike of the revs, and you just it's basically as if you're pulling the handbrake slightly. You slow down the rear tires slower than the speed of the actual chassis. So there's that little snap on the rear. And you've got to be very careful with your downshifts, and unfortunately he's been caught out twice with that, and has really lost his opportunity at a race lead, because to get back this 20 seconds in under an hour now is going to be very difficult.
Yeah, it's going to be a very big task, especially with the way that there's only 1 pit stop left as well, so that's going to reduce the amount of time actually on track for them to fight back. But what does matter, at least, is that this Go team car is fairly clear behind, so the 4th is looking fairly comfortable at the moment, but pushing any higher seems to be a fairly big ask. But we're going to go up to Rick Van Aerle, who's going to come under pressure fairly soon from Xaber Kish. That gap 2 seconds, but on the last lap, Kish was only a 800ths of a second quicker, to be fair. So Van Aerle is still doing well, actually, to hold on to Charlie Rigo. He's not let him go, and I think the lead of the LMP2 class is far from decided as a result. So we'll definitely keep an eye on this, because it's provided buckets of entertainment for the last almost hour or so, these LMP2s. But yeah, this is Rick Van Aerle for Sim3 in second place, that number 36, which is currently fighting for the lead of the championship. It's in second, 12 points behind that Go team car, which we've seen have so many issues before. So they're going to be closer as they go into Le Mans, and it's going to make that race even more important for them.
Yeah, it's working back towards the favour of Sim3 now for the championship, with the extra points lost by Go team. And as you said, we don't know if they're going to be able to recover from that. If it was a couple of seconds, maybe, but the fact that they got a 20-second or just shy of 20-second gap back to the podium, it looks like that 4th place is set, and therefore they're obviously going to be losing a fair amount of points, and it's just difficult to come back from that point. They're going to be losing 7 points as it stands to Simfrim if it finishes like this. So that's going to be getting very close now. 5 points would be the gap between them coming into the final race of the season. So definitely a winner-takes-all situation in Le Mans, and so much can happen there. That's going to be a close battle. So Van Oel, to be fair, with all the defending he's done, I think could be somewhat opening up a championship charge for this team.
Yeah, I think so. It could be very interesting to see if Wave 3 can continue or carry this momentum from here into Le Mans, especially with the extra points at Le Mans, which we were discussing earlier. That's the lead of GTE rather in the pits now. Adam Baldwin with the number 74 Juicers Motorsport Club. They've changed tyres, it looks like, as well for this final stint, maybe going on to softs and trying to send it to the end. Of course, we were talking earlier about how it's colder temperatures now, so they work better with the tyres, and perhaps the softs could be a good option. But of course, it does mean a slightly longer stop, which they might be able to afford to do. I can't quite remember what the gap was before they pulled into the pits, but it does seem much of the GT field is coming into the box now to get ready for this final stint. And Christian Pallison also stopping there, as well as Ruben Carrera Alves, who's now in that Scuderia Leone car.
Yeah, I believe the GTs are actually just single stinting every stint anyway. With the tyre update that we got almost a year ago now, basically last summer 2022, the LMP2s and the GTEs all got the new Goodyear tyres, which is actually quite good for us in many ways because they actually have the coloured sidewalls, the different colours, so we can see the compounds. But the DPI still has the older Michelin style. As we come back though to Henry Sinnick, coming towards turn number 1, has a half think about it to get past Caspian. What is currently 5th and 6th place. We do have, I think, 2 pit stops still up ahead to be had, but this is certainly turning into a pretty nice battle. Loads of damage down the front left of Sinnick's car, so certainly had a few wars today around this track, and Sinnick, of course, was in that 2nd place for a bit, but then got overtaken by Christian Michel. Let's see how this one works out, though. Caspian having a great race today. Another team who sort of joined the season a bit later, but is up towards the front, which is always nice to see teams coming in and giving us some nice battles at the front.
Yeah, you can see here Henry Sinnick getting very close to the rear of Adam Akiol's Caspian Motorsport, number 475. It's a very large number on that car. They're carrying on through here, and this is it's good to see that the GTs have closed up a little bit, offering us some battle. And I'm noticing as well the Sinfrim Roland Zux at the moment, the number 34, so not the one that was fighting for the lead, is in the pits for LMP2. So it seems that the final set of LMP2 pit stops are happening in 46 minutes, fairly early, but I think the P2s can go quite far around this circuit, which we saw in that first stint. But at the moment, we'll see what Moravnis can do to challenge for this 5th place, which I'm sure they'd be very happy to go home with. There's Christian Michel there for needracing.com. Adam Baldwin's obviously out of the pits. We'll see if Sign Prince and Arnage Competition pit anytime soon. But at the moment, we'll see whether these two decide to pit or whether they can carry on going as well. Because it seems that the GTs have been fairly good on fuel as well. If they can go 15 minutes beyond the hour in this 4th hour of the race, it's not looking too bad for them. They're both going to carry on, which means this battle is going to continue into the next lap, and we'll see whether there is any opportunity for Sinnick to find his way past Akiol, but it's going to be quite difficult. It's just in the corners there, you can see how close he's getting, and there's Leandro Rivera there with Arnage Competition, the number 293, so that looks to be joining the party fairly soon. The gap just 1.8 seconds back to him, but if they're battling, they're going to be slowing each other down. But here we go. These are the leaders of LMP2 all in the pits. The Go Team car, the Pescarolo car, on-off racing. Go Team haven't actually pitted yet. They're the only ones to have not, and you can see there they've taken the lead temporarily, but they will be needing to make an extra pit stop, and we know from before the stops they were a fair way down. But once again, Henry Sinnick looking to get past as we head down towards turns 9 and 10, just not finding the opportunity once again.
Oh, so close, almost pushing the Caspian car through turn 10, as we're definitely into the final pit stop sequence, as you say. Final few GTs, final LMP2s coming into the pit lane, and it's getting to that squeaky bum time where you need to be trying to work out what is the maximum I can get and just how hard do I need to push to the end of the race. And Cersei for Cynic, he sees that P4 ahead of him and needs to try and get past. They've already made the pit stop, have Madness, so this is, for their finishing position, so to get that P4 would be good for them. They're just 27 seconds off the lead, but they're 0.1 seconds, I should say, behind the car ahead, trying to get any sort of a run towards the final corner, having a dive potentially, no, just trying to make force Caspian into some sort of mistake. It's very difficult to do so. They have, though, they've slid on the exit of the corner, hard defense to the inside as Henry Cynic is going towards the pit wall himself, trying to find any sort of a way through. Caspian, hard defense to the right-hand side of the track. That's going to make them tight on the inside apex of turn number 1. Cynic to the outside. Can he brake later? He can, just a little bit. Gets half a car length ahead, but that goes to the wayside. Has come through turn 2 now, side by side between the two. And Caspian somehow hold on to this.
Cynic really wanted to get to the right-hand side. You could see that he was almost rubbing against the pit wall in order to be able to do that, but forced to the left-hand side. And there you go, Akil, just dictating the race as he wants it. And it means that Maradna's having to fight on Caspian's terms, essentially. And that's how you want to defend. You don't want to let the car behind. You don't want Cynic to decide what you're doing, but it doesn't matter. It seems like Cynic's going to go down the inside, swooping around the outside is Akil. He tries to hold on. They're going to be side by side as they run up towards turn 9. Cynic peeks to the inside. That was a very drastic move, and he hasn't been able to manage anything from it. In fact, he gives a little rear tap there. You've got to be careful. You don't want to be sending these cars around. You will get penalised for that. And this Arnage competition car as well, it's been closing up fairly quickly, and the Andrea Vela is looking to be a member of this battle as well. He's not letting these guys get away with fighting for the podium position if he can't have a go as well.
Cynic was trying every which way to try and get through. I'm sure his personal stream would be very entertaining watching this battle, as he's definitely the faster driver, but as we saw in the LMP2s, you have to find a way past. It's not an easy overtake around this track. You definitely have to work for it. And let's see this coming towards the final couple of corners. He's half dive into this corner on the previous lap. This time he does the same again. Goes back into the racing line. Can Caspian get the proper exit? No, they can't once again. So Cynic, is he going to go to the pit wall this time to try and do anything he can to find a way past? He doesn't need to just yet. Caspian not defending. They do now, though. They go hard right once again, right to the very inside. Can Cynic do anything as they get the DPI come to them on the outside as well? Cynic to the outside of turn number 1. Can he hold it enough on the outside? No, not enough, as Caspian hold on through turns 2 and 3, as we saw on the previous lap as well. Cynic up the hill, though, towards turn 4, half thinking to the inside once again. Needs to try and find a way past in his Aston Martin, dives to the inside, beelines for the apex, manages to make it stick, but Caspian get the switchback up towards turn 5, and the pair go side by side once again, a bit of contact, but Caspian hold on.
And you can see Cynic once again trying to find a way through, but he's lost a bit of momentum there. That's going to give Vela some opportunity to close up. But I'm fairly sure last time we were just running on board with Cynic along the straight. I'm fairly sure last time we did, the back of that Ferrari was far less damaged. I think if we see a repeat of what we've seen in the last couple of laps, we'll see why that is. Will Cynic give him a little tap this time round? No, he won't. But there has, of course, been a bit of contact in the last few laps, which has damaged the rear of that Ferrari. As we've got some more prototypes making their way past. Let's hope no one pulls out into the way. And look at that. Oh, I don't know about that. I think there's Akil using the prototype to try and split them, as there goes the Vanity sports car, getting through in a very slalom-like manner. As looking around the outside, it's going to be a later apex here for Cynic, and that's going to give him the extra run out onto the straight. And you can see Vela just behind. He might be able to get in on the action. It's going to be the inside line for Cynic through to the final turn and back onto the straight. No, he has to pull back in. He still couldn't find the speed there, despite getting that later apex and that better exit out of the turn. But look how close they are now. We're going to ride on board here with Vela for the Arnage competition Porsche. Going back along the main straight, you can see Cynic still wants to go to that right-hand side, and he's just not getting the opportunity. Oh, he switches through into the pit lane. Can he manage it all? He's really, really squirrely under brakes, and he's going to have a little bit of contact there. And I'm not sure he was quite prepared to slow down that quickly. I think he may have misjudged when he was braking, but did well to hold on just about. And this is easily going to become a three-way battle, perhaps 3 wide into the next turn. Not quite, but look at this defense from Achiol, still holding those inside lines and not letting Cynic through. And Cynic is getting a little bit pushy now, it seems, as we go through the downhill section now. You've got to be careful on these high lows. If you make contact, you're very liable to spin around. You can see both of them not very comfortable on the tarmac as they are making slight contact. I think Cynic does need to be careful. He is making a bit of a bumper cars session out of this battle, which I think he really should be avoiding.
And we also have a battle towards the front of the LMP2s to look out for as well, as On-Off Racing are battling with the 34, who has cycled to the front again. I think they're flip-flopped with their tyre strategy, so they've gone back to the front after the pit stop strategy. Zook's in that car as it stands. Lemoyne, though, trying to get to the inside of turn number 1 for the LMP2s. On-Off Racing go back to the lead for now, but how long will this stay? Of course, we've got Pescarolo in the background as well. 3-way battle for the lead, and Terzi not too far behind. So the P2s are battling, the GTEs are battling as well. It's certainly a very interesting time here for the LMP2 battle, as it seems to be all working itself up to a head once again. And yeah, the 34 car has jumped back up like they did a couple of stints ago, so they've done something on the tyre strategy to get offset, and is really working out now, because this is the race to the end. They're all going to the end of the race now, and let's see how this one works out in the replay.
This, I think, yes, will be the move by Cynic to take that position just there. You can see he moved to the inside. He managed to get a much better slingshot out of that out of turn 13 that time round, and took that position. So now Cynic is up into the into third place there in GTE. Achiol now having to defend from Leandro Vela at the same time, and we've got Lemoyne at the moment in the lead as Leandro Vela looks to the inside through the right-hander, just doesn't find the place to maneuver through turns 5, 6 and 7. They now head. That Porsche looking for an opportunity here, but there doesn't seem to be any. And look at that, that's the Arms Serba car trying to get through. They're going to have to be careful with each other, as it's become a very busy section of track right now, and it's arguably one of the worst places for traffic to try and make their way through as we head up the hill and then back down into turns 9 and 10. Look at this, there's a Sim-Freem prototype making its way around the outside, as is, I think, the Seawolf car. They all make their way through, but that has split up this battle a little bit, and it's given them a bit of a break, but I'm not sure that's what Vela wants. Vela wants to find himself in that podium position.
Yeah, it seems like GT Battle has just calmed itself down a little bit with the traffic coming past them. All 3 classes on track at the same time is always very interesting, but we see once again Roland Zooks is now defending from Vizna. We got Terzi, he's closed up over a second on the previous lap. He's getting close. Zooks makes a mistake, and there goes Pescarolo to the outside. Not enough to make the move, but certainly to get closer. Zooks actually gets a penalty from that. He must have cut the track and has got a penalty. That is such a shame. That's going to take them out of contention eventually. Pescarolo don't know that, though. They're going round the outside of 9 and 10. They lock the rears. They go wide, and now Terzi's going to come through as Pescarolo lose the opportunity to go up into second place. Zooks is going off the track, presumably to let his teammate through, which is a very interesting place to do so, not on the track at all, as Pescarolo now once again on the back of Zooks.
Yeah, that was a very, very big drift. Yeah, definitely an interesting way of letting the teammate pass there by Zooks along that straight. But down the inside goes Daniel Vizna, and he just about makes that move. But I think Zooks now was planning to try and hold him up as long as possible until he serves the penalty he's just received. But at this rate, he might just have to suck it up and do it now. Unless he can get back down the inside here, it's going to be hard work. He won't quite have the speed on the exit. But if he can manage to get the power, in fact, he does. He's made the inside line there work very well. And he's going to keep Vizna behind for as long as possible. And this is some excellent teamwork we're seeing from the 2 Sim-Freem cars, trying to hold their opponents up for each other. A bit of a mutual benefit there, because, of course, Zeus is now out of contention for this battle because there is a penalty to be served. And Remy Delorme there setting the fastest lap of the LMP2 class there, a 1:44.4, absolutely rapid in the Go Team car. But this battle continues on, and look how close Visioner is. We just can't find anywhere through. As we go down the hill now, there's an Arnage competition Porsche that could get in the way if they're not careful. So this is developing, and it's very, very close once again.
Yeah, definitely some teamwork going on here. Simfree have, to be honest, worked this out really well. That is a huge gap now ahead. 3 seconds is the gap between the two Simfrees. So Pescarolo losing a lot here, and Jukes will obviously help his teammate by holding up Visner until he has to serve that penalty. I think it's 5 laps you have to serve what I presume is a drive-through penalty that he will have. That is such a shame though for the 34 machine. I believe they'll be on old tyres now, which obviously is not helping the pace situation, as we saw a couple of stints ago with Varconi holding everyone up and going a bit slower. But yeah, certainly they were trying to hold on to a good position, and this is not going to help them at all. It's just a bit of a shame for Pescarolo with the circumstance that they're not going to be able to follow Terzi through and battle for that second place and potentially even for the race lead. But that's what happens sometimes, and Visner needs to try and find a way past. But yeah, at some point, Jukes will pull off into the pit lane, but probably just in a couple of laps' time.
Yeah, I think he's going to just maximise for as long as possible, helping out his teammate here until he absolutely has to pit, which is fair enough because, of course, that number 36 car is fighting for a high spot in the championship, and it looks like Visioner is going to be able to get through. But look at the switchback there by Zooks. He's managing to, he gets a bit squirrely on the exit, but I think he might still have the speed to hold on. They're going to be side by side once again. You can see the other Simfree car just at the bottom of your screen, and that shows how big the gap is. Daniel Visioner pulls to the inside though, through turn 4. Can he get it done as they head towards the hill? They're going to be side by side. They're going to have to be very careful here. Any contact could be disastrous, and it looks like Visioner might just have made it through there at long last. And I think that's going to give Zooks an opportunity now to go and serve his penalty, because he has done his job and he's done it well. Look at that gap now between 3rd and 4th. It's up to 5 seconds. So that looks like Andrea Terzi is very comfortable in his position as a result of that. So some excellent teamwork from the Simfree outfit.
Yeah, it's not always the nicest thing to do as such, but I guess it's part of the way that racing works, and certainly Simfree using that to their advantage, and that's really helped them actually championship wise, getting those extra 2 places. Now just 1 position of course behind On-Off Racing, who are leading the way, but their championship rival 37 Remy Delorme now is obviously a couple of places higher, also further away from Terzi, and that is always going to help Simfree coming back to battle for that championship at Le Mans. So that is going to be a really nice one. But just 30 minutes to go. We've had pretty much all of the final pit stops. Leading the way the DPIs now is currently Damien Scovron, but he still needs to do his pit stop. So they've gone quite a bit longer than the likes of Race Clutch, who've already pit. Even Seawolf have pit as well. So yeah, Burst on cue coming into the pit lane. They have a very short final pit stop, but obviously nowhere near enough to gain back from Colin Spork, who's already overtaken them before Burst have even come to standstill at their pit stop.
No, and that just goes to show how dominant Race Clutch have been. They were in a position to overtake Scovron before they even carried out their pit stop, and this is the team that's 2nd place in the race overall. But we're going to go down to Cosmo Scuto with the Go Team Racing car, currently in 9th, just 3/10 though behind Visceral Esports and Darius Andre. And we haven't seen much of Visceral since much earlier on in the race, but now they're at the forefront of this battle, trying to hold on to 8th place against this number 47 car. As you can see, navigating round traffic. That's one of the Juicy's Motorsports Ferraris, but unfortunately for Prosciutto, just nowhere to get through for the time being. And that gap's been extended because they've been split by one of the DPIs. But just half an hour to go now. This is all going to begin to come to a head. I think most are on their final stops. As there we go, Darius Andre with Visceral trying to get around the Arms Silver car with Marco Vinciulo at the wheel, and he's just about managed that. So we've now got a 3-way battle, not for the podiums this time in LMP2, but rather for 7th place, and these points again are going to be crucial, of course. So we'll see how these guys get on in this battle. but it is once again very close. And given we've done 3.5 hours of racing already, it's quite astounding how close these guys can be so long into a race.
Yeah, it's great. And even the fact that these drivers have obviously had issues during the race. I mean, you were mentioning Visceral were leading the race. Even this same driver, Darius Andre, was leading the race in the first stint, but it just hasn't worked out for them at all. They're over a minute off the leading class as well. So, yeah, not the way they would have wanted their 4 hours to go. As we're getting one of the DPIs come through, might split up this battle just a little bit, as it has as the 47 just dropped off the back of Arms just a little bit. That's obviously how it goes now. So yes, the burst car coming towards the final corner and getting past the 46 machine. But yeah, it's just weird how teams.
Akiol, as there we go, you can just see the the on-off car, the LMP2 leader actually finding his way through the traffic, and obviously they are very well placed at the moment. As to the inside goes Akiol's trying to hold the inside line, not give Vela any room to go, but he's going to have to go around the outside here. We come the inside for the second part of the track. You can see this Sim Freem car. This is the second place LMP2 getting held up. He's going to have to go off track. You've got to be careful though. You don't want to get any penalties at this late stage of the race, especially if you're fighting for such high positions. But navigating around these guys, and once again, this Arnage competition car just not finding any room to get through. And we know, we've seen how good Akiol's defense is. So Vela's going to have to pull something big out if he wants to get through and into fourth place.
He's doing a good job to put the pressure on, but as you're saying, we've been seeing Akiol have such a good record of defense so far this race, and has been able to hold on to the pressure. Of course, the pressure increases a little bit more as we get to the end of the race, and the actual possibility of finishing in certain position increases. That's a bad exit once again. We've seen him do that a few times. Not enough, though, for the Porsche to get a run this straight, but definitely showing that there are cracks there that Vela can potentially exploit at some point in the race. Because when you're battling for so long, you learn how the drivers ahead of you and around you are battling and how they're coping with a certain situation. And Vela definitely closing up through the faster corners of the track. As now through turn 13 out onto this back straight. Vela needs to focus on that exit out of the final corner.
Yeah, and he's got good speed here, but it's not just about speed. I think overall that Ferrari just seems quicker when it comes to the straights, and that's where it matters. And we've seen time and time again around Bahrain, it's all about that straight line speed and just being able to mitigate any slight slipstream advantages the follower might have, and then just try and hold on through the rest of the circuit and in the corners. But you can see that Arnage car trying to get a little bit of a side draft, it looks like, as going for the overtake now. Leandro Vela, he went around the outside last time at last lap in the same place. He's going to try it again here, but he seems to have had a better time of it. He's going to push out in front. There's a bit of rubbing between the two of them, but it seems that he might just hold on. Leandro Vela moving all the way towards turn 4, but Akiol is going to have a little look back at retorting, but he doesn't offer anything to try and take that back. And it looks like Leandro Vela has taken 4th position, and he might just be able to hold it.
Yeah, nice move, nice pressures being put on and finding the way through, which is always the tricky part. As ever, getting to a battle is different to actually overtaking. It's a little bit close there. So you can go team and Caspian in the background. I don't think Caspian is going to be able to hold on to this. The rear tyres are definitely, I think, giving up. Or maybe it's just the driving style of Akiol, but he was certainly struggling once again on the exit of that hairpin. And I wonder if Vela does slide himself, though. I wonder if Vela can do anything to catch Henry Sinnick just ahead. 1.5 seconds is the gap. So certainly some possibilities there for that to open up of Arnage to get on the podium, which from memory, I don't think they've actually got that far before. No, they haven't. So that'll be a first podium of the season.
Well, I'm sure they're going to be putting out everything they can to try and take that then. But yeah, 1.5 seconds, it's doable, but Henry Sinnick is quick and he seems to be pulling away fairly rapidly. The thing for Adam Akiol now and Caspian is they've got a 10-second gap behind to Black Hawk Racing and Alex Preutigam. There's 25 minutes left of the race, so they just need to make sure they're not losing that time so that they can hold on to what they already have and try not to lose anything else. But in fairness, Adam Akiol still holding on well to the back of Leandro Vela, and Henry Sinnick is not pulling away as quick as one might think. 0.2 of a second quicker than Andrea Vella was than Cynic that last lap. Obviously, the Caspian car was a bit slower, but that's because it was overtaken. And you can see now some more of the Waveframe LMP, the Waveframe DPI there, trying to find his way through, and the Valla as well, with Stavros Mozaides at the wheel of that one. And Valla, they obviously had their big, a fairly costly incident earlier, but they've kept going. They're 10th in class, which is last in their class, but they've definitely kept going, and they'll get the points for being there regardless, because they've come they will make it to the end of the race, which is what's so important. But we're moving up now back to this battle, which we were following not too long ago. Darius Andre at the front of this train with Visceral Esports. He's got Cosmo Pasuto just behind. In fact, Cosmo Pasuto right next to him as they're going through turn 4. There's a bit of contact there as they go through turn 5 and 6 down towards turn 7 and 8. Look how close they're, properly side by side. And look, the Go-Team car can take advantage of this, as Darius Andre is holding on, but around the outside goes the Go-Team car, trying to find a way through onto the curb, but doesn't get the speed that it needs to make a move. And look, it's all getting a bit busy around turn 10, and they're going to have to hold off for a little moment. They're all split by cars of different classes, and look at that. I think that the Darius Andre and Visceral Esports will be quite happy with how that's fallen for them. They've managed to give themselves a little bit of breathing room, and time is running out for these guys behind to get through and get up into those positions. It seems that time right now is on the Visceral Esports team's side.
They need to, Andre needs to be careful there. He obviously locked up into turn 1, lost the place, and then he was super aggressive straight away to get that position back, not messing around at all to get past Ventura. But he needs to be careful with that to obviously not make any further mistakes, because we've seen how difficult it is to overtake, and he was a bit lucky with, in the end how he got back. But certainly close battles all up and down this field. Pashooter though trying to get closer and closer down this front straight. Ventura has been holding on for quite a while. Can the Go-Team Racing car find a way through into turn 1? Not quite this time around, but definitely has a bit of extra speed there. We saw the gap open up in the previous lap, and he has definitely been able to regain that. So he's got the speed to do it, but as always, you just got to find the way past. And sometimes actually being super aggressive like Andre was can actually help you, but you've got to have the what assist to be able to do that.
Yes, and we've got a brief yellow flag in the sector too, but that's gone as soon as it's come out once more. One of the DPIs pitting as well, that's the Team Rookie Monsters. But we'll keep an eye on this battle here with Cosmo Pashooto still trying to put on some pressure to Marco Vinculo, who is defending at the moment and holding on. Oh, I say that. That's the Waveframe DPI. That's the Synframe rather. That's the Bahrain 4th, I believe. Either 4th or 6th that's just been sent round there. Federico Suava. That's the 6th place Synframe. That's really not good. I'm not sure what happened there, but it seems everyone sort of got in a bit of a tangle.
And that has allowed good old Satellite Racing on their interesting strategy to get up to 5th place, and it's worked out so well. Look at the gaps behind with the way that the number 8 Rookie Monsters has fallen by the wayside, and also the number 2 DX Droids is opened up for Satellite Racing and the 205 machine with Andrew Holland at the wheel to potentially get a top 5 today. But as you say, that is all down to the fact it's just getting very tight as everyone is getting towards the end of the race. Of course, we'll keep an eye on this battle with Pashooto as well, but certainly great things happening up and down the field today, and it's been a race that hasn't quite followed the script of what you potentially thought would happen, and with just 20 minutes to go, we still need to get the finishing order, and there's still a few things to be wrapped up.
Oh yeah, most definitely. And the thing is, as we get towards the end of the race, because we are really getting into the latter stage now, we've got 20 minutes left. The drivers can often get quite, not necessarily desperate, but much more aggressive in the closing stages, because that's when each position is final. And I think we saw at Road America a collision on the final lap, I think, for the lead of GTE. So hopefully we don't see a repeat of that, but we are seeing at the moment quite physical racing. I think would be the way to describe it. And yeah, the drivers do have to be careful because we do not want to see a repeat of that. They don't want to be embroiled in a crash like we have just seen that's taken that number 15 Simfree out of fifth place. But yeah, we're just saying that Satellite Cars, very, very good strategy. It seems to have worked out really well for them because they were contesting with those people who are now a fair way behind. We're watching Andres Corrali now for Sim Racing for Holland, fighting at the moment for 7th place, and it is the Scuderia Leone car in front of them with Ruben Correa Alves at the wheel. So we'll see whether this Corvette, in fact they're both Corvettes, whether they can swap positions or whether that Scuderia Leone car is able to hold on.
And it's a couple of battles actually in GT that literally the 2 places behind. We've got Hakkinen and Pallison for Secret Team and for Go Team. They're also a couple of tenths apart as well for what would be 10th place. So definitely some nice battles for GT to round out this race. Oh, sort of a quarter, I think, from Kirali down the inside of the final corner, trying to slow down the Scuderia Leone car of Alves onto this front straight. And he's got a bit of a run, actually. Alves trying to defend, but Kirali's got the car space up the inside there. Has he got the top speed? Of course, the same chassis, same engines, but the exit of the final corner was a lot better from Kirali. Down the inside, brakes ever so slightly later. Beelines it for the apex a little bit. Manages to hold on to it, actually, really nicely. The 93 drops back into 8th place as Kirali holds on up the hill towards turn number 4. So great racing, but side by side almost, not quite, as they're getting closer once again up towards turn 4. And in the background, you can see that Porsche. That is that Toka Hakkinen car. That's also a very close battle. So yeah, certainly some great racing to be had around here. Just gotta maybe wait for it a little bit.
Yes, I think so. And well, Andres Corrali will be very happy, and so will probably the rest of the Sim Racing for Holland guys. In getting into that 7th position. But as you're saying, yeah, it seems that across GTE at the moment, there's a fair bit of battling unfolding as we are really fighting for those final positions, making sure you can get maximal points at the moment. And we've been discussing the importance of points, I guess, throughout the whole race, but that's the reason they're racing in the first place, try and win the championship, or at least do as well as possible. And for the moment, that seems to be how this race here has gone. And we are truly under the lights. It seems strange to think that when we started, the sun was not necessarily high in the sky, but it was higher than it is right now. And we're now in full darkness, and it has been like that for the last 2 hours or so. But yeah, so looking around the order, there's not too many positions that seem to be contested at the moment. This is still a very close battle. I mean, Ruben Correa Alves could potentially fight back here if he can hold on. They are still quite close to each other. That gap's only 7/10 of a second. So Corrali will be looking to extend that, but it's not necessarily done and dusted.
Yeah, so just looking at the point situation as it stands, Race Clutch will go in with, I think it's 18 points lead over Simfree in your DPI category, which is almost half of a race victory. So they're looking really, they're looking really strong. We're also looking at Go Team Racing and Simfree in your LMP2s be about 5 points as well. So that's going to be very close coming into the final race. And then, of course, with needracing.com and Juices, they're going to be about 5 points as well. So we're looking at 2 of the classes coming really close. And DPI at the front also not completely settled, because that could easily swap around with the amount of things that can happen at a 24-hour race. So we're looking at a great finish to the season 15 here of the VEC. 15 seasons strong, and still having some great close championship fights coming into Le Mans. And at the end of the day, if you're in sort of a contender position for a championship, coming to the first race, you always say, just have a chance at Le Mans. Just keep yourself close to the lead or in the lead, but just always have a chance at Le Mans. And it looks like we're going to get 3 championship battles all being sorted out there, which is great to see.
Yeah, it does seem like it's going to be a very thrilling race. So that will be a very good one to keep an eye on and be involved in. So at the moment, though, these guys are, putting themselves in fairly close contention at that final race. Maybe not so much in DPI, but for the rest of them, of course, as you were saying, it's all looking very, very good indeed. But yeah, this has been a very good race so far. There's still a little bit to go, and this is the race leader, Colin Spork, with Race Clutch, and they have just been very strong all evening tonight. They've held a lead. I mean, they're almost a minute clear of at least second place first esport car, number 1, driven by Damien Scovron. So yeah, some very strong performances by these guys, and I'm sure they're going to be looking to carry this momentum all the way into France and that Le Mans race with 24 hours. It's going to be a fair bit longer. It's going to be 8 times the length of this race. So they're going to have to knuckle down and probably be very tired by the end of it. But they are going to be looking to win the championship there. But it isn't decided. So that's what's going to be very exciting.
Yeah, it was a great addition to the to the sign-ups to the entry list. Was Race Clutch and Alpine Esports effectively who run that coming into this championship, and obviously some great drivers involved. Of course, we've had Nick De Silva in the car, Tom Laszlo, as well as Petr Bellak just recently joining the entry. They've got Laurent Kirsmakers as well, who's sort of engineering them and always on the practice server making setups and such. It's really a team that's sort of making waves in the last year or so, and definitely is one to look out for as 2023 progresses. And they're doing such a good job here in the VEC. And yeah, Colin Spoil just loving life, I'd say, because when you've got a gap of like 54 seconds, there's no pressure at all. He's just driving. He's not worried about anything. He's just doing his thing, trying to find his way past traffic. That, though, was a little bit awkward. Didn't need to take the risk on that one with the car that's in P5 and LMP2, but definitely a deserved flash of the lights there from Roland Zeus.
Yes, I'm not sure he's happy with Colin Sport there. I agree. I don't think there was really a need to go for that in such an aggressive manner. But we're going to go back to Leandro Vella, who's caught up to Henry Sinnick, to be fair. So that's going to be very fun to watch, because this is going to be for the podium position, the final podium position in the GTE class, because of course Philip Drace is 40 seconds up the road from Sinnick, so there's not really a chance of a second place finish for either of these cars, but definitely third place. These guys are very close, and Leandro Vella, yeah, he seems to be quite quick. That last lap he did a 1:56.5, whereas Henry Sinnick was a 1:57.1, so more than half a second quicker at the moment. He is, and he is going to continue pushing, but we'll see whether he is able to manage anything, because we've seen quite a few times so far this afternoon that it's one thing to catch up to the car in front, but very much another thing to get past them and get around them. And we've seen Sinnick on the attack, so it'll be quite interesting to see how he fares on defense, because we haven't really watched him defend very much recently, because of course what we were watching was his attack on the Caspian Motorsport car. So maybe he's learned a few things, because I have to say Akiel did do a brilliant job defending that position for how long he did.
Yeah, it was very aggressive from Sinnick, as you say, on the attack. I expect the same on the defense if Earl gets any sort of a run, especially into that turn 1 where we see a lot of late dives left or right in the braking zone, which is always a little bit sketchy, but drivers still like to do it and try and defend their position, especially as we're now just under 11 minutes to go in the race, just a handful of laps, about 6 laps or so left for these GTE teams, and they'll need to obviously hold on to their positions where possible. It doesn't seem like Verl is close enough at this moment in time to get a bit of a run, but he's definitely closing in, starting to put the pressure on there for Arnage competition, trying to get their first podium of the season here in Division 1. Late dive though to the inside. The LMP2's getting squeezed on the inside. There was no room for that overtake to happen. Verl has somehow got past, used the LMP2 almost to his advantage. Huge contact being made though, 3 wide on the apex. Was not expecting that at all. Sinnick, I think, was just expecting the LMP2 maybe to dive down the inside, but somehow Verl has found a way through and got himself up onto the podium. That was a very sketchy situation.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that P2 was altogether pleased by being involved in that, but I suppose that's one way of using traffic to your advantage. But no, a very interesting way of trying to get through. You can see that's the LMP2 leader at the moment. He won't want to get embroiled in this little battle. Sinnick, though, will be trying to get that place back, and I think that does open the door for some aggressive driving from the 2 of them if they're going to behave that way. And look at that, very late there from Leandro Vella, running wide, providing Sinnick an opportunity to continue threatening and perhaps retake that podium position. And you can see in the background, not too far away, is Erdem Akiel, who is making sure he's present in case these two tangle themselves up. in the way that they're driving, and he'll be able to sweep through and claim that podium position back, which he was holding for a good while before this.
Oh, well, I think he's struggling maybe with the tyres. We saw him wiggling around about 5-10 minutes ago when we were on, and there again we're seeing, but I mean, both of these drivers, they're very aggressive by nature, as we've seen. Let's see if this one comes to a head. Under 9 minutes to go now. The laps are counting down, and they know this as the pressure and tensions rise in this battle for P3 in the GTEs. 4 hours of Bahrain almost coming to an end, with, of course, just one race to go this season. They know this is an important move, important points coming their way. Sitting too far back. Well, I did think that on the previous lap, and we did see some side-by-side on the apex. Any sort of late dive, not this time around, but definitely there'll be some things boiling away at sitting there, wanting to try and get that place back.
You can see that Leandro Valle is just driving as hard as he can, because those rears are everywhere. And I presume Henry Silick's in very much the same position of just driving the wheels of these cars. There's no stint to think of after this. There's just getting to that checkered flag and getting there as fast as possible. And at the moment it is advantage Vela, but it's definitely not game over, and that's why Silick is staying so close behind, because we see Vela is struggling now he's in front, especially under this pressure that is being piled onto him by the Maradnas car. He's just got to be careful that he doesn't make any mistake, and he can just put up a reasonable defence for the next 7.5 minutes, which are admittedly easier said than done sitting here in my room, but still it's the nature of what he's doing. You can see once again running a little bit deep, but it seems that he managed to keep the momentum there and retain a decent exit.
Yeah, interesting line. I thought that was a mistake on the previous lap, but he did it again. Can't quite see from that angle if maybe he's locking the inside wheel slightly, that's pushing him wide, but he's definitely trying to get a really late apex to straighten the exit of the corner. And it seems to actually work somewhat well, because he's always able to defend down to turn 11, but it's not the longest straight in the world. Coming through the turn 13 corner now, that is an important one, as we mentioned all race, because that can also define sort of the run and the gap that your competitor gets against you coming out of this final corner as well, and how much risk they need to take. And Stints, I think, just a little bit too much for the slipstream once again. So yeah, Verla's doing a really good job to place his car in the right times. Just needs to remove those wiggly moments that we've seen a few times.
Yeah, he just needs to keep it calm and consistent, and that's how he'll be able to manage this situation, make sure he doesn't lose out on anything. One thing to note though is that at the front of the LMP2 and the GT categories, the gaps are about 2.5 seconds, which in 5 minutes would be a big ask to close, but it's always possible that those can change. So we'll keep an eye out on those for the moment. Actually, that last lap for the on-off racing car in first in LMP2 just set its fastest lap of the race with a 1:44.9. So I think Nicholas Lemoyne feels quite comfortable with where the car is at the moment. Maybe perhaps more than Leandro Vela, but yeah, this is the leader of LMP2 and set a very fast lap last time round. And you can see Andrea Terzi, he's got himself in traffic, which has already been navigated, I guess, by the on-off racing car, which is probably why he was able to close up fairly rapidly just a moment ago. But now he's found himself in quite a bad position, actually. He's in a sandwich of DPIs, which is not ideal if you're trying to get around other traffic. There's also a GT in the way, but he should be able to get that before the turn. So yeah, this last section of track, once again, quite busy. And it does seem to be that every now and then, one part of track, everyone sort of coalesces very, very briefly, and they've all got to try and navigate with each other. It takes a big effort of mutual understanding. But yeah, it's worked to on-off racing's advantage there, the way that traffic's fallen. And Nicholas Lemoyne is going to be able to continue off in first place.
And it's kind of weird how this LMP2 battle has just calmed down so much. 2.5 seconds between first and second. Another 6 seconds back now to Wisner there in the third place. And then another 18 seconds back to Delorme, who's only been able to get a couple of seconds back for the basically 2 spins that he had. That went up to about 21 seconds. So definitely a little bit of pace there in the Go Team car, but not enough to challenge today. So yeah, it's just weird how it's opened up. We did have at one point 5 cars going for second place, which was just an insane thing to see halfway through an endurance race, but that's what happens. And but it does seem though how it's worked out, we're going to be seeing on-off racing taking a very important and very famous victory. That's going to help them so much in the standings. They're so close to the 2 cars ahead, so they're going to jump up into that 3rd place, but also that's just going to put them closer and closer to have a slight outside chance, maybe even 2nd place in the championship, depending on exactly how that is working out with the maths. So yeah, it's been a very important race for them, and it's just crazy how things can change very quickly in a championship situation.
Yeah, and we're seeing a fairly dramatic upset because this on-off racing car has just been really good tonight. And it wasn't one of the ones we were expecting to do fantastically. But then some of the ones we were expecting to do very well, such as Go Team, have had a bit of a nightmare. So yeah, as you're saying, that's caused a lot of excitement through this race. But now we have the Tuka Hakkinen right now fighting with Scuderia Leone once more in the secret team Porsche. And well, we'll see whether he's able to pull anything out against the Corvette in front of him as they run towards the towards turn 11. Running out of time though, there's only going to be for these guys 2 laps after this, and yeah, maybe 3 if it falls very unfortunately for them. I think there should only be 2 laps left, so running out of time now is Tuka Hakkinen if he wants to get this 8th place for the secret team outfit, and currently lapping about 0.4 of a second quicker at the moment than that Scuderia Leone car with Ruben Correa-Alves at the wheel. But we'll see whether he's able to make anything work, as we're going to ride on board as we go onto the straight. You can see him get quite close in that last turn there. But so on the straight, that Corvette does look very quick. Look, he's almost extending the gap despite not being in the slipstream of any vehicle.
Yeah, I don't think Hakkinen got the best exits. I wasn't 100% the best example, but it is known that the Porsche isn't the best in the straight line, to be fair. Certainly doesn't use that part of the track to its best, but the C8 there of C8 Corvette of the Scuderia Leone car is doing pretty good either way. And I should say this is a very important battle with just a couple of laps to go now, under 2 minutes to go in the 4 hours of Bahrain. It's been such a hectic race, but we only have 1 DNF of Greg Hall, which is amazing to see that even like Joseph Herlock there in the 66, they managed to come out, the Team Shiba car managed to come back out. They are quite a few laps down, but at least they're still out there, and that's great to see that out of the 37 cars that started, just 1 DNF, and despite all of the carnage that we've seen, I think that's a pretty good ratio.
I think so, definitely. Yeah, we've seen a lot of scrapes that everyone's gone into, but everyone seems to have been able to carry on quite decently, and that's of course very good to see. Yeah, but a very low attrition rate for 4 hours of racing. It's not too bad at all. And look at this, Tuka Hakkinen getting very close. You can see just a minute left, and I'll keep an eye out on where that race clutch car is on the track, because this could be the final lap. I'm looking for the 14. I can't actually see it. Oh, there we go. It's just on the back straight now, so there'll probably be 1 more lap after this. But it's going to be hard work if Tuka Hakkinen wants to take that 8th place from Ruben Correa-Alves as they run towards the final 2 turns. We'll see what sort of exit this Porsche can get. Is it going to be any good, or is that Corvette just going to stay out in front of them and not lose any ground? And that seems to be the way it's working once again. Yeah, the gap just doesn't close down very much. If Hakkinen's good on the brakes, so he can maybe have a look down the inside. He is closing up a little bit. He's going to have to go around the outside if he wants to go around anywhere at all. And under brakes, he does get alongside. Maybe go for a later apex here, get it on the exit if he can get the power down quickly enough as he goes back up the hill through turn 2 into turn 3 onto the secondary straight. He's going to move to the inside, but he won't be let through as Correa-Alves holds that inside line and forces Hakkinen round the outside. And Hakkinen just about holds on. Can he get the grip down on the exit? They're still side by side as we run down the hill through turn 6 and 7. There's a little bit of a brush between the 2 of them. Into turn 8 though, it's going to be once again side by side. The inside line for Correa-Alves. Can he hold on? And look, there's the race leader coming up behind them. And that is going to signify the end of, this is the final lap between the 2 of them. Can Tuka Hakkinen take that 8th place? They're pretty much side by side as we can run down the hill towards turn 9 and into turn 10. It's all going to be who can get the better exit. And it looks like Hakkinen has just about squeezed through, but he's got to hold it from the onslaught of that Corvette.
Yeah, great move. Hard work there by Hakkinen, but he got it done. I don't think the CA is going to have enough time to come back with just a couple of corners that we got left. So we will go to the race leader of Colin Spork. He and his teammate Petr Belak have absolutely dominated the 4 Hours of Bahrain, and just one final braking zone to go before we see Race Clutch already flashing. Still got one corner left, but he should be okay with this one. And as we see them come to the final race of the season with a big advantage, they are going to enjoy that one. And potentially your champions, we are looking at just 24 hours to go, but they win here. The 4 Hours of Bahrain, Race Clutch, Colin Spork and Petr Belak. Great work from them, as we will of course have to find out where the other drivers are on the track. We've got on-off racing for your LMP2s. It is pretty close to under 2 seconds, but on-off racing, after only having one podium to their name, are now going to be getting a race victory in the LMP2s. It's been chaos, it's been carnage, but on-off racing stand on the top of the step of the podium for the first time. Congratulations to them. An amazing achievement. And in your GTEs, we will go back to Juice's Motorsports Club. A very quiet race for them, but it's actually got pretty close in this final stint. NeedRacing.com have been coming. The championship, obviously, contenders 1 and 2. They are flipped around though, so Juice's gain points going towards Le Mans, and just 24 hours to settle it. It is going to be neck and neck in both the GTEs and the LMP2 category with just one race to go. That was certainly an eventful race, Hugo. It gave us a lot of entertainment, despite being, of course, a slightly shorter race than we've had this season, so less strategy involved, but we saw so many battles.
Yeah, I think it was absolutely fantastic. You could see just how much the drivers and the teams are putting onto the weight of these races right towards the latter end of the season. I think the short format, it will contrast very much the 24-hour race we have next time round, but it does give us a sense of sprint, and there's just no time for the drivers to relax tonight, and that's really forced them to just drive all out all the way through this race. And as a result of that, we've had some fantastic battles, some questionable moments, but overall a very good race indeed.
Yeah, definitely enjoyed that one, the 4 Hours of Bahrain. And of course, the entertainment does not stop, because we have the one final race. But let's first go through the results. Race Clutch getting the win from Burst Esports, and Seawolf rounding out your podium, and the only 3 drivers on the lead lap actually. Sim Free 1 lap down there in 4th place. Satellite Racing 2 laps down with a great strategy to get up into P5. The second Sim Free in that 6th place. Team Rookie Monsters, they had a promising start, but had a couple of issues down there in P7, and the final 2 DPIs of Satellite and DX Droids before we of course then went to the LMP2s with On-Off Racing getting the victory with Sim Freeman in 2nd place. Pescarolo rounding out your podium, and Go Team Racing coming from the back to save the P4. That is a very good and strong result from them. The other Sim Freeman car then 5th place before Visceral, Go Team Racing, Arms, Schubert and Iris rounding out your top 10 of the LMP2s. Final LMP2 there was the Arms Cyber car. Before we see Juices take victory in the GTEs with NeedRacing.com as second. Arnage getting a podium. That is a great result for them as well, starting not in Division 1 but jumping up and then getting a podium. That is just showing the improvements of that team. Radness E-Stars rounding out the top 4 with Caspian, a strong result for them in P5. Blackhawk P6, Sim Racing for Holland, Secret Team and Scuderia Leone rounding out your top 9 of the GTEs. Before we have the final few teams of Go Team Racing, the second Arnage team there, Ramada, the 73 Juices, who went around quite a few times, had a few incidents this race, DX Droids, Team Shiba, and the only DNF of the race is Speedy Mike there for your 37 cars to enter this penultimate race of the season. But as you see there, bottom right hand of your screen, up next, 24 Hours of VEC Le Mans on the 3rd of June. So that is in just 4 short weeks' time. We've had 7 races, 1 to go, 2 championships still very close, and Race Clutch leading the way pretty commandingly in the DPRs. We look forward to it, but that has been myself, Cameron Roger, Hugo Barrow, taking you through the 4 Hours of Bahrain with Jimmy Allison behind the scenes as ever. But until the 3rd of June, we wish you a very warm goodbye.